The House will come to order. Members, today, let's pause for a brief meditation. Let us bow our heads for a brief meditation or a moment of reflection. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please check in for the quorum call. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not checked in yet?
Bernardi.
Bernardi present.
Bernardi present. Bolden. Bolden. Gomez. Gomez.
Present.
Gomez present. Greenman. Greenman present. Hanson J.
Hanson J present.
Hanson J present. Houseman.
Houseman present.
Houseman present. Her.
Her present.
Her present. Hollins. Hollins present.
Members, please take your conversations to the alcoves so the chief clerk can take roll.
Creshaw. Murphy. Murphy. Nelson N.
Nelson N. present.
Nelson N. present. Thompson.
Thompson, present.
Thompson present. West.
West present.
West present. Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie. Bolden. Excused. Kreshaw. Kreshaw. Murphy. Murphy. Zhang Jie.
Zhang Jie, present.
Zhang Jie, present.
The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. An announcement by the Majority Leader, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Rules Committee, we will convene in 5 minutes. The Rules Committee is allowed to meet during session, so the session will continue on, but I would ask Rules Committee to step out and find a computer or a spot to log in so that we can pass the calendar for the day for Friday.
The clerk will read the journal for the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 92nd Session, 2022, 101st day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022.
If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The Chief Clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction of first reading of House Files 4854 through 4862.
First reading for House Files 4854 through 4862. Messages from the Senate. No messages from the Senate. Reports from committee. Oh, we're already on calendar. Moving right along. Yeah, that's good. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar today is House File number 3669.
House File number 3669, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to taxation, the second engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 3669 is the tax bill. It is a strong bipartisan bill that will provide the largest property tax cut in over 20 years for homeowners and renters. And on top of that, it will make very meaningful and positive impact on our families and our seniors, and also help those workers and small businesses who were impacted the most by the pandemic. On top of that, the bill addresses some very important issues of our workforce shortage and affordable housing. And so, members, before I go into the details of what's in the tax bill, I'd like to offer some thank yous, because we know these efforts, these bills come together, and it's a team that puts it together. So I'd like to thank folks who had a big part in putting this bill together. I'd like to start with the House Public Information staff in Barry LaGrave, Chris Carpenter, Rob Hubbard. House Research, independent research. We are so blessed in this House of Representatives to have great research teams. They are Sean Williams, Chris Clayman, Jared Swanson, Justin Cope, and Alexandra Hagler. House Fiscal, Cynthia Templin and Catherine Schill. Our revisers, who put everything together, Evan Powell and Maureen Sandy. Our partisan staff on the Republican side, Kelly Kanavati and Margaret Martine. And on the DFL side, Committee Legislative Administrator Ursula Griska. We have researchers Eric Peterson and Sean Haydorn. And our committee administrator, we know how important good committee administrators are. Polly Serdvanik is the committee administrator. Also, a big thank you to the Department of Revenue, Commissioner Doty. Not only do they put out a lot of revenue estimates and in a short period of time, but offer some great insight and input into the bill we're putting together. The Tax Committee. We all know that the Tax Committee is the premier committee of this August body. And so a huge thank you to the Tax Committee. It has been a true honor and a true joy to chair the Tax Committee, the members, their honor, their respect, the dignity in which they carry themselves in debate is very remarkable, and I am so appreciative of that. Special thanks to GOP lead Representative Davids. Representative Davids and I go back to 1991. We were both mayors, and we met at a mayor's conference. And I've been on the Tax Committee ever since with him in here. Representative Davids, thank you for your cooperation, your work, your high integrity. It's been a real honor to serve with you for 22 years. Also the lead on the New Republican side, Representative Miller. Thank you so much for your work. Our Vice Chair, Les Lagarde, for always having my back. I appreciate that very, very much. And our Property Tax Chair, Representative Joachim, who you'll see when she talks about the property tax side, all the hard work that they put in. So thank you all for all of this. This is always teamwork. This is the House's bill. This is the House's bill. So the premise of this tax bill is very Minnesotan. It's very Minnesota nice. And what I mean by that is that think about neighbors in Minnesota. And if I see my neighbor building a new garage, I'll go over and say, you know, how can I be of the most help? Or you see a neighbor that has a challenge and you go over and say, how can I do the most good? That's what this tax bill does. It looks at our families, it looks at our seniors and say, how can we be of the most help with this tax bill? You know, we look at drastically cutting property taxes. How can we help? Look at workers and small businesses. How can we be of some good in helping you along? So this tax bill follows a very Minnesotan value type of thing. So I want to talk about, first of all, the major areas in the bill. And the first is working with families. This tax bill says to our families, we understand the joys of raising a family. We also understand the challenges. And one of the major premises of this bill is to cut down on rising costs. And we know that young families at this time of their stage of life probably are facing the highest bills they'll ever face. Child care costs, student loan payments, mortgage or rent payments, property taxes. And so this bill really zeroes in on how can we reduce those costs. So the major item in here for families is the Great Start Child Care and Dependent Credit. Representative Katitza Watun championed that bill. But what it does, it recognizes that on the average, child care costs are about, in a center, about $16,000 a year, a family center about $9,000. What it says is, we are going to provide you with a $3,000 credit for any child under the age of 5, from birth through the age of 4. And for each child, so if you have 2 children in those ages, it'd be a $6,000 credit and up to $7,500 credit for 3 or more. We also increase the phase-out, goes up to $125,000 income before it starts phasing out. But even at $150,000, you still get about $2,250 of credit. This will go out to 186,000 families. It's significant. So the Great Start credit and helping complement a lot of what you heard early on in our efforts to lower and make child care more affordable. Another thing that families face are trying to get out from the avalanche of student debt. And so this primarily triples the student loan debt from $500 to $1,400 and makes it refundable, which means even if your tax liability isn't $1,400, you can still get that amount. That's going to go out to about 42,000 filers. The third thing we have for families is a one-time rebate. It's the Child Tax Credit Rebate. It's a check that would go out just like Governor Walz's checks would go out in the summer, early fall. This works the same way. It's just done a little differently into some different folks. This would go to any child under the age of 17, a one-time payment of $325 per child. Another thing we do, and this will go out to about 560,000 filers, an average of about $540 of a one-time credit. And that was, Representative Herr had the student loan credit, and we also, Representative Frazier has a K through 12 education credit, which they can apply for. So I just listed 4 different things for families. So let me give you one example. Let me just give you one example of what this would mean. Let's take a family of 4. And they have one child who's 3 years of age, and let's say another child of 8. They make $125,000, and they live in a $425,000 home in the city of Plymouth. Because they have one child under 5, they get a $3,000 credit. They got 2 children under 17, they get $650 of a one-time rebate. And because of the changes you'll hear from Chair Joachim that we did for the Homestead Credit State Refund, they would get about $165 of increased Homestead Credit State Refund, which is about 3% of their property tax bill. That's over $3,800. And if you just take the $3,000 credit, that is a 54% income tax cut for that young family. 54% cut. So it is very significant. And of course, if you have 2 children under that age, it would be a $6,000 child care credit, which means just that $6,000, that is all of your tax liability. And on top of that, you get another $500. So let me talk about what this bill does for seniors, because we know that senior citizens on fixed incomes, anything you can do to reduce costs is going to help. And so what we do in this bill is we say we put significant cuts into your Social Security benefits. We make tax cuts to your Social Security benefits. And what we say, because right now, a lot of seniors, they're paying taxes, but they're not necessarily paying taxes on their Social Security, but it's complicated. It's a very complex formula. So we just say this: if your taxable income as a couple is $75,000 or less, not a dime of taxes on your Social Security benefits. And if you're single, $58,600 or less taxable income, not a dime on your Social Security benefits. Now, your total income, actually, because taxable income, the way the formula works, in reality, it's about a total income of $85,000, and you won't be paying anything on Social Security. And for a single, it's about $62,000. That's about $114 million of cuts. About 250,000 seniors will see an average cut of about $470. It's significant. But on top of that, we also, as I've talked to seniors, a very important thing for senior citizens is maintaining their independence. And how is that? It's being able to stay in their homes. So I've done a lot of door knocking over my time, see seniors, they've lived in that home for 40, 50, 60 years. They raised their family there. They had the birthdays. They, ate around the table. They did wedding plans around that table. They raised their families in that home. And now they've got grandchildren. And if you're a grandparent, there's nothing sweeter than when they say, I'm going to Papa's house, or I'm going to Grandma's house. And over Christmas, and they're going to be arriving soon to your house, and you're standing by the door, and the car pulls into the driveway, and the parents let the grandkids out of the child seats, and they see you at the door, and they come running up to you, and as they get to you, you just give them a big hug. That is special. That is joy. And that's why one of the major things we're doing in this bill is cutting property taxes, making sure our seniors can stay in their homes and enjoy that as long as they can. And so let me give you some examples for a senior citizen under House File 3669. If you are a couple and you're each making about $18,000 of Social Security, that's $36,000 between you, and you're making another $44,000 outside of that, so your total income is $80,000, you won't pay anything on your Social Security benefits. And that tax cut is going to be about $848, about a 51% cut on your income. Besides that, again, because of the changes made in the tax bill, and let's say you're living in a $350,000 home in Edina, you would see an increase on your homestead credit state refund of about $141, about 3% of your tax bill. 140. So it's a total of almost $1,000 between those two things of tax benefits in this bill. Let's say you're a single. You've got $18,000 Social Security. You're earning $34,000 additional dollars. That's $50,000. Again, you're not going to pay a dime on Social Security. It's going to be a tax cut of about $367, about 28% tax cut. And let's say you're renting a one-bedroom, $700 a month in Fergus Falls. Because of what we're doing in the renter's credit, you would get an increase of about $147 on your renter's credit, about a 10% increase of what you normally would have. That is significant. And so we spend a lot of dollars saying, how can we be of the most good to our families and our seniors? So a few other things here before I want to go to the renter's credit. We also look at how we can help workers and small businesses who have been hit hardest by the pandemic. Representative Stevenson has an unemployment insurance subtraction like we did last year, up to $10,200 for workers lost their jobs, were on unemployment insurance. There's a subtraction there. That's going to get to about $260,000. People with an average tax cut of about $604. For small businesses, we provide about $150 million of relief. Part of it is in Representative Abaje's county pandemic relief bill, $50 million to businesses that probably didn't see a lot of help from maybe some of the other proposals and other programs that they had. There's also about $75 million of cuts to businesses by getting kind of all the federal conformity done. We conform up to November 15th of 2021, and so that's a lot of your restaurant revitalization, your shuttered venue loans, all those type of things we're now conforming to. So it's about 6 federal bills we're finally going to catch up on. And one other thing that kind of was below the radar screen is that in the last couple years when businesses have received grants or forgivable loans from the state or through the county, those are taxable. So this bill says those won't be taxable. So we try to help out those businesses and individuals that were hit hard by the pandemic. Final thing I'm going to mention here before I turn it over to Chair Joachim is you have heard from people. In fact, your own value statements you're getting on your property taxes. Statewide, residential properties are going up 19%. Agricultural property values going up 15% statewide. Apartments going up 10%. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean your taxes are going to go up because that depends on the levy. But the fact that residential, agriculture, and apartments are going up faster than others, everything else being equal, they're going to see more of an increase than anyone else. And so that is why a major focus of this bill was to put over $250 million of direct, dollar for dollar, direct property tax cuts for homeowners and renters. Like I said, these are not shifts. These are direct dollars that go out to our property owners. That's going to be significant. And the big part in there is moving the renter's refund to the renter's credit, which means moving it from a refund that comes out in August and September and moving it now to your income tax as a credit. By the way, this is nothing new. This was done this way prior to 1981 when during, if you remember, well, you don't remember that year, but if you history, they had several special sessions to try to solve a big budget deficit, and it was a shift. It was a shift. We're bringing that back. And so not only will that bring in over 100,000 new people who are eligible that now will qualify, but another thing we do is we move from household income to adjusted gross income, which means non-taxable Social Security, when you apply for the renter's credit, no longer has to be counted. So let me give you one example. You've got a senior couple earning $36,000 in Social Security, each getting about $18,000. And let's say they're earning another $10,000. So their total income is $46,000. We've heard a lot of folks say, you know, you've got a lot of seniors that are only living off their Social Security, and that's true. But even if you exempt all of the Social Security benefits from taxation, you don't impact that family or that couple because their Social Security isn't taxed anyway. But this bill, because of moving from, in this case, what would be a $46,000 income down to about $10,000 on the renter's credit, will, depending on their rent, will actually increase their renter's credit by $900 to over $1,000. Think about that. These are the seniors that are living primarily off Social Security, and if you eliminate the tax on Social Security, they don't see one dime of benefit because they're already not paying any taxes on that. This would provide them with $900 to $1,000 if they're renting on this. That is huge. And so about 88,000 seniors would be impacted. This is big, and we know that about 30% of all those that are on the renter's credit are seniors, and in about, I think, 20 of the counties, it's 50% or more are seniors or those with disability. Finally, a few other points that we're addressing in this bill is affordable housing. Representative Howard has been a champion in this area and others, but has a bill that would provide about $40 million a year to counties that would be distributed based on cost burden with housing. That's huge. He also has a provision that would provide $25 million of one-time funding for rental emergency assistance, which is huge. Representative Sandstead has a bill that addresses that polar vortex that hit for 5 or 6 days last February of 21 that would provide credits for customers who saw an increase in costs, but also help those 33 municipals that had to take out of reserves and so forth. We also have a sales tax exemption, Representative Swedzinski, this is for 2 years. Maybe in conference we can go further than this, but it would be for 2 years that any local government on construction starting last year up to January 1st of this next year, that sales tax would be exempt. Representative Joachim has the historic rehabilitation credit in the bill. So there's a number of things in there. Members, this is a Minnesota nice tax bill. Again, the largest property tax cuts in over 20 years for homeowners and renters. It's going to lower costs for our senior citizens and our families. It addresses those hit hardest, our workers and small businesses by the pandemic. And so I'm looking forward to a good debate today. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Chair Joachim to talk about all the work, wonderful work she did on the property tax side.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Chair Marquart, I would like to thank you for your partnership and your years of dedication to this body and our state. Your commitment to approaching tax policy with fairness and equity in mind, along with your ability to do math in your head, it will be absolutely desperately missed, as well as all the scenarios you can figure out on the just in a split second. So thank you so much. Members, I'll be going over the property tax portions of the bill. I would like to echo Chair Marquart's thank yous to our House nonpartisan staff and partisan staff that help our committees run smoothly and allow us to do our jobs professionally. And thank you to House media who make sure that our committees can be seen by the public and have made the virtual committee process possible. I would also like to thank the members of our Property Tax Committee for all the hours you put in and the bills that you introduced. All that has made this a much better bill. And thank you for listening to the hours of testimony, especially when we have to delve into the wonderful world of local option sales tax. I also want to thank my Vice Chair, Aisha Gomez, for her work ethic and patience with me. And finally, to lead Representative Hertaz. Deep gratitude for your willingness to meet with me week after week to go over all the bills on the agenda. There were times where we definitely found common ground, and I would like to think that we learned a little bit from each other along the way. Members, one of the major tasks we have in the Property Tax Division is to make sure that our property tax system has a sense of fairness and equity. Through the Property Tax Refund Program, Homestead Exclusions, Targeted Property Tax Cuts, Renters Credit, and Senior Deferral Program, we provide homeowners and renters with money to offset a portion of their local property taxes. Through local government and county program aid, we send assistance to our cities and counties so that they can provide needed services to their communities. As a division, we also support our schools with levy equalization for those communities that have lower property values. The legislation before you makes needed investments in all of these programs. This bill also provides tax increment financing flexibility to our cities and makes needed updates recommended by the Office of the State Auditor in the implementation of TIF. You can see these changes in Article 6. In Article 7, you can see the provisions for 15 different local option sales tax, as well as language that clarifies the process for these tools and the types of projects that qualify. We really try to tighten up the process and still make it very transparent. Also in Article 7, you'll see lodging taxes for a few cities and counties. But the largest investment, nearly 2/3 of our budget, goes to a transformational change that Chair Marquart mentioned to the renters credit. We move from the income calculation from household income to adjusted gross income, as well as moving the program onto the income tax forms. And I'd like to thank Chair Marquart, Vice Chair Representative Gomez, and Representative Agbaje for their work in this area. This provision will make a difference for Minnesotans across the state. And when you look at the data, in over 1/3 of our counties, 40% of the renters who use this program are seniors and/or folks with disabilities. Renters are in each and every one of our districts, and communities, and they are struggling to meet the high cost of rent compared to their income. This provision expands the amount of folks who qualify, simplifies the application process, and gets them their money months earlier. We also make a variety of investments in property tax cuts that will be felt in each one of your communities. We increase our investment in the property tax refund program by updating the income qualifications, increasing the max refund by $200, and adjusting the threshold and co-pays to focus increased refunds to those making between $21,000 and $71,000 a year. Members, those are folks in our communities who are PCAs, who are teachers, who are beginning police officers, who are young professionals just starting out, and those making minimum wage up to $35 an hour. These folks will see an increase in their property tax refunds in this bill. And thanks to Representative Kelly Morrison, we adjust the homestead market exclusion from 2012 values to current ones. That will increase the amount of value excluded from taxes on the front end. In particular, will help our suburban areas that are seeing big spikes. And with the bill from Representative Jess Hansen, we update the senior deferral program by increasing the threshold, income threshold from $60,000 to $96,000 and lowering the amount of years that you can qualify for it from 15 to 5. And members, this is really important because if we want folks to downsize as they age, we need to make sure that this tool is still available for our seniors over 65. By making that 5 to 5 years, that really helps. Finally, a bill from Representative John Hewitt changes our targeted property tax credit. Currently, this refund program allows anyone, regardless of income, who has a 12% spike in their property taxes in 1 year to receive some of this relief. I wish I would have known more about this program. I think over the last 20-some years of being a homeowner, we probably qualified for it 5 times and didn't realize it. And the bill before you improves it. It moves that 12% to 10% and then changes the max refund from $1,000 to $2,000. So I hope that you help your constituents know that this is available. The renter's credit, coupled with the changes to our property tax refund programs, provide the largest property tax cut we've seen in 20 years. On top of that, we also provide a large investment in equalizing the first tier of the local option revenue for school districts across the state. In fact, 90% of our school districts will see an increase in their level of equalization, giving money back to taxpayers. I would like to thank Representative Hewitt and Representative Keeler for their work on this needed investment. You've all been emailed fiscal runs of your school districts. I encourage you to look at them. By investing more money in equalization, taxpayers across the state will see more money in their pockets. One of the provisions that I'm particularly proud of is the needed update that we make to the local government aid formula. Over the years, the LGA program evolved to what we have today, a program to provide state aid to property-poor municipalities so that they can provide basic city services. Services, and when I say property-poor, I mean cities that have a large percentage of their property that's not taxable. Services like city streets, sewer, clean water, and public safety. This aid is provided by a need-based formula that has also evolved over the years. In fact, about every 10 years, the formula needs to be adjusted to reflect current market values and the changing needs of their cities, and this was the 10-year mark. I would like to thank the stakeholders who represent communities from across the state that help with this necessary formula fix. Beginning in August, the League of Minnesota Cities, the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities, Small Cities, and Metro Cities worked alongside our nonpartisan staff to go through more than 40 different regression models to find that formula that accurately assesses a city's need. With this revamped formula and a 5% plus increase in funding, there are over a dozen cities that will receive LGA that had previously dropped off the formula, and other cities that will see an improved allocation. We had just enough money in it to make sure that almost everyone's city is held harmless. I hope to see a larger investment in this area as we come back from conference committee, and you also have received their fiscal runs for the new formula, and I encourage you to look at how this investment will affect your cities. We also provide an increase in county program aid in this bill. There's a spreadsheet that has also been mailed to you to show this additional investment in CPA and how it'll affect your counties, and once again, I hope we can put a little bit more money into that in conference committee. So with that, Mr. Speaker and members, those are kind of the highlights. There's more in there, but the highlights of the property tax portion of the bill, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, there's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Marquart moves to amend House File Number 3669, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A42.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Chair Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. So this is the author's amendment, the 842. It makes three small changes. One, it eliminates an expiration date. And then the two other changes deal with the Tax Expenditure Review Commission. They held their first meeting a couple weeks ago, and there was a couple things they found that should be changed, and that's what this does. So, member, I would ask for your support.
Discussion to the A42 amendment. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the A42 amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barr moves to amend House File Number 3669, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0456.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is House File 2995. First off, I'd like to thank all my co-authors on here, Representative Doubt, Representative Scott, Representative West, and Representative Raleigh. Many of us, we're all part of the Anoka County Commission, contingent here in the Capitol, part of the House. This amendment moves $484,650 of LGA money out of the city of Minneapolis to the Anoka County. Why would I want to go ahead and take money out of Minneapolis and move it to Anoka County? Because 2 years ago, when Anoka County responded to the emergency down in Minneapolis, the protests, they invested 5,073 patrol man hours, 724 hours of command staff, 93 hours of their highway department, 139 hours of their emergency management, and $91,159 for meals, water, vehicle maintenance, fuel, ancillary costs. And they have not been reimbursed by the city of Minneapolis. So this amendment is, in essence, I'm just being a collector of dues, of fees paid. This is nothing more than services rendered and not paid for. So in 2 years, the city of Minneapolis has not paid their bill. This amendment would pay the bill. And with that, I would request a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Not quite 15 hands. Not seeing 15 hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So anyway, a yes vote would be encouraged as well. So thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Barr yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Barr, you know, we appreciate what the County of Anoka did during this process. What's going to happen if the city of Minneapolis doesn't reimburse the county? So if this LGA doesn't get transferred, what's going to happen if that money, what's going to happen to taxpayers? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Swedzinski. Right now, they have taken out of their reserve fund to pay the wages for all of the man hours, et cetera, pay the vehicle maintenance, et cetera. Eventually, this will be a tax increase on taxpayers of Anoka County. Anoka County actually prides itself on being a very fiscally responsible county. They have not raised the levy in 3 consecutive years now. They have managed to stay within, you know, Representative Marquart going through the tax bill, or you mentioned about levy increases and things like that. Property values have gone up in Anoka County, and with that increase of tax revenue through property value increase, they have not had to raise the levy in 3 consecutive years. This could very well lead to, and probably will lead to, a tax increase of some sort, or a cut in services someplace else, many of those services that this body requires the county to service. So,
discussion. I recognize the representative from Candido High, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We know the way amendments go here, and so I just wanted to take this moment to speak specifically to this. I know that when there was counties that sent sheriffs, there was other law enforcement services. I believe they were all reimbursed, and I've been hearing from Representative Barr about this in Anoka County. I'm not from Anoka, I'm not even from the area, so I don't know the details of why Minneapolis refuses to pay their debts in this one circumstance. But I do think that one of the things that we do here on the House floor is an amendment raises the voice to something that we know, since we're in the minority, may not get passed. Okay, we understand that. But we have representatives, several representatives here from Minneapolis. Talk to your leadership. That Anoka is not asking for anything crazy. They're just saying pay the debt that's owed to us. As Representative Barr intimated, the House is not best served to be a debt collector, but we don't know how else to do this. And he's tried to go to city officials. His city has tried to go to city officials, and they get rebuffed time and time and time again. Minneapolis is arguably the richest city in the state of Minnesota. We give them, probably when it's all said and done, hundreds of millions of dollars in different ways from here, plus their taxes, plus other things. They just need to pay their bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the A22 amendment? I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Bowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Barr yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Bowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Barr, am I correct in understanding this payment would not come from LGA and thus really cost all counties? It would be coming from the responsible party, in this case, the city of Minneapolis?
Representative Barr.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Bowe, that is correct. This is only coming from the people who, the responsible party, as you stated it. And one of the things that kind of baffles me about all this, we had law enforcement officials, conservation officers, other counties around the state responded. We had law enforcement officials from surrounding states came and responded to the civil unrest in Minneapolis in 2020. Anoka County is the only county that has not been repaid. Everybody else has been reimbursed for their expenses, and Anoka County is the only one. And that is another reason why we're here today, is because somehow Anoka County got singled out. And yes, Representative Bowe, this is the responsible party paying their debt, and no one else will be held harm. There will be harm to no one else. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Barr, for bringing this amendment. For obvious reasons, I support it. My county sheriff's office has not been reimbursed for this expense, and they did a yeoman's work during the rioting. So, members, I encourage a green vote.
Any further discussion to the A22 amendments? I recognize Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, in this bill, this would account for less than 10% of what Minneapolis is getting in additional funds. And I think it was a slight oversight that we didn't consider this item. So I'm going to vote green for fairness.
Further discussion? I recognize the member from, I need my glasses. Member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
The best county in the state, Mr. Speaker, and I know even you agree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've been listening to this, I'm actually really shocked that we are several years removed now from this incident where the great people, the great citizens of Anoka County, they helped out the city of Minneapolis when the riots were occurring. And I'm really puzzled as to why they have not been reimbursed. So, Mr. Speaker, I would seek if Representative Johnson would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Johnson, I am not very familiar with the process. If one municipality helps another, is there any background that you can give? Is it standard procedure for municipalities to reimburse, or is there any insight you could give us?
Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Lucero, if there's mutual aid agreements, those are covered under those between those different jurisdictions. But this was in Minneapolis. It was a little different story during the riots. That was a declaration of emergency, and I believe it's in Chapter 12 of Minnesota statute that during a declaration of emergency, the requesting or the city that is where the emergency at is responsible to pay all costs for the department that's assisting.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so if statute spells out that they are responsible for their costs, then, Mr. Speaker, should they not be owing up to their responsibility? And it seems to me that a lack of payment is a lack of responsibility. But I'm not shocked, because as a member of the Public Safety Committee, we heard a report several weeks ago that did an analysis on the response to the riots and what was happening at the time. And among the things in that report, they detailed confusion among the leadership in Minneapolis. And so this confusion translated into what we saw: criminal riotous thugs destroying Minneapolis, setting it on fire. And again, the good people of many municipalities, among them Anoka County, responded to help. And if statute spells out that they are responsible to reimburse, yet they have not done so in 2 years, I would ask anybody to just raise their hand. Do you know why? I'll ask you to yield. Do you know why they haven't reimbursed? What is the justification that the city of Minneapolis has not lived up to their obligations? I don't see a single hand. So either nobody knows, or they do know, Mr. Speaker, and they're not willing to share. Well, in either of those cases, it's not acceptable. And as we just heard Mr. Speaker, Representative Barr say, in an answer to Representative Swedzinski's question, if Minneapolis doesn't live up to their responsibility, that's going to have the consequence of either decreased services or property tax increases on the residents of Anoka County. That's not fair. So the failure in leadership in Minneapolis should not result in tax increases on the residents of Anoka County. Members, vote green on the Barr amendment for equity. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I had the opportunity to speak to my sheriff to get an understanding of this reimbursement and how it was going to work, how it wasn't going to work, and really getting to the heart of the delay that's going on. And members, I want to share with you that, we're sending a very bad precedent. We're setting a very bad example if we're not doing this reimbursement, because I believe that we're putting our law enforcement response at risk. When we have a response that comes from the outer counties, whether it's my county of Anoka or some of the other counties surrounding the suburbs, it's our responsibility as a state to reimburse for those services. This isn't a political issue, it is a calculation issue. Do we want to be able to have police response in our cities when we need them? Now, when we go in and we do disaster management, like I spoke about earlier this week, I was up on the Red River Valley doing sandbagging operations in the past. I've done search and rescue operations for missing pilots here in Minnesota. We've done search and rescue for missing children. In each of those situations, when we've been out there for 24, 48, 60-some hours, while we're looking for people, while we're looking to support our communities, there is a trust that is created between the respondents and those that are asking, begging in many cases for help. And one of those social, economic just being, as Chair Marquart said, just being good Minnesotans, being Minnesota nice. You expect those responders to come into your communities and to provide the services that are being requested. On the backside of it, afterwards, in the after-action reviews, what our counties and our responders are looking for is just to get reimbursed. And that's what this amendment will do. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A22 amendment. I recognize Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Barr, for bringing this bill. Members, close to $500,000. Close to $500,000 that the city of Minneapolis owes Anoka County. This for police services rendered to help the people of the city of Minneapolis. And the city of Minneapolis won't pay the bill. We heard the last couple of years the people in Minneapolis wanting to defund the police. It appears, Mr. Speaker and members, now they want to defund the police in Anoka County. That's what it appears. Would Representative Dabney yield, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Dabney is not currently present. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Gomez yield, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Gomez is not present. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if any of these members are online, Mr. Speaker. Do we have quorum, Mr. Speaker? I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, would Representative Noor yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, Representative Noor is here. I can see him. Thank you for being here, Representative Noor. Representative Noor, so can you tell us why does it appear that the people in the city of Minneapolis controlling the government there, I suspect you meet with them and know them, they're your constituents, why do they refuse to pay the bill to Anoka County for nearly $500,000 for services rendered protecting the people in your city? It appears to me, Representative Noor, that they are attempting to defund the police in Anoka County. So the question, Representative Noor, would be, is that true? Are they attempting to defund the police in Anoka County? And can you tell us more about why the bill is not being paid?
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, I think this is an important conversation. You know, the community that is being called names, you know, thugs, the people who defund the police, that characterization is something that this chamber has to stop. We can no longer take that message, which we're hearing in this chamber. We need to be respectful of our neighbors. We need to be respectful of the people of Minneapolis. Now, coming to your question, there's nothing that I'm aware of that the city of Minneapolis is defunding the police in Anoka County. That's taking this message to a different level. The negotiations and the process that exists between two local governments, it's between them, and I'm aware of the process is ongoing. But this issue of Minneapolis and its people, I think we need to be more careful of what we say here. So no one is defunding the Anoka police. No one is avoiding to pay their bills. And I can tell you right now, whenever there is two local government, when they agree on something, and when Anoka County needs help from the city of Minneapolis, the city will respond. We have seen that when it happens in many other places. So this conversation of how we characterize Minneapolis is something that we need to stop. And if we want to talk about the after-action report, there's a lot to discuss in that report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Noor. And Representative Noor, I only bring this up because this is the amendment before us. Representative Noor, this is where the bill is not being paid. I didn't call anyone a thug or anything like that. I wish the Democrats in this body would stop joining the race to victimhood for their people, because we're not attacking any particular people. Representative Noor, what I asked is, why is your city council, and I don't think there's thugs on your city council. Is that what you're saying, Representative Noor? I don't think that's what you're saying. I don't think that's what I'm saying. We're trying to communicate here and understand, why are the leaders in the city of Minneapolis that make the decisions on the budget, the elected people, why are they not paying Anoka County? That was a question. It was that simple, Representative Noor. We don't have to pretend we're in a race to victimhood and somebody is somehow attacking us or something, or attacking somebody who's not even the subject of the question, for crying out loud. So, members, it appears to me that no one knows, or they're not present here, why the city of Minneapolis isn't paying its bill. And the police, in their ability to be funded properly and operate properly in Anoka County, need to be paid. And Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the members realize what is right and just here, and that's what Representative Barr's amendment attempts to do, to try to fix a situation where the leaders in the city of Minneapolis are not doing the right thing, not doing the just thing, and paying their bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would ask for no vote on this amendment. First, we don't know what the debt situation is here as we're discussing this on the House floor. Second, Representative Barr, I wish you would have come chatted with me about this. Maybe we would have heard the bill. Third, many of you have served on local city councils in cities that receive local government aid. You know, and you also know, as local officials, that over 40% of a city's budget is public safety, in particular police departments. That's what cities pay for. Cuts, you know, don't get me wrong, listen very closely. Cuts to local government aid are cuts to public safety. Remember that. LGA is also a state program to provide state aid to property poor municipalities so that they can provide basic city services. Services like public safety, city streets, sewer, clean water. LGA is meant to support our cities and should not be used as a mechanism to punish them. LGA funding is provided on a need-based formula, a formula that we are updating in this bill. The beauty of a formula is that it's an analytical approach, not a political one. A formula that is based on a rubric of needs and provides duly elected city council money to meet those needs. A22 amendment takes $484,650 of local government aid away from one particular city in the state and gives it to a county instead. Members, I also want to note that this bill before you increases county program aid through the current formula. And I would call your attention to the spreadsheet you've been emailed that shows the distribution of CPA in this bill. Under current law in 2023, Anoka County is slated to receive $19,351,964 in CPA. With the CPA increase in the bill, they will receive an additional $979,316. Members, I would ask for no vote on this amendment.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did reach out to my city staff to ask about this, and we have not received an invoice from Anoka County we, the city of Minneapolis, have not received an invoice for Anoka County asking for services to be reimbursed during the riots. So we have received invoices from other cities asking for reimbursement, and they were paid. The city of Minneapolis and Anoka County have a mutual aid agreement. When Anoka County calls, Minneapolis shows up and helps. When Minneapolis needs help, we expect Anoka County to be neighborly and help us as well. It's important that these mutual aid agreements exist for the protection of everyone in our state. Minneapolis is a great neighbor. We make sure we go out of our way to help other municipalities. We stand with you and all of your constituents, and we ask that you stand with us when we need your help. Thank you.
Further discussion. To the author of the amendment, Representative, 1 second, Representative Barr. I recognize the member from Chicago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to clarify a couple of things that have been talked about. We're talking about mutual aid agreements, and I want to be very clear. And Representative Jordan, you're absolutely right, and there is no doubt in my mind that when the city of Minneapolis, when the Minneapolis Police Department is called upon, they answer that call. There is no doubt in my mind that those police officers have the integrity to answer that call, and that their number one priority is the public safety of the citizens of Minnesota. You are right on that. However, these mutual aid agreements are interesting things, and typically what they cover is things like when Anoka County has a fair or a parade or a community event where they need some additional support. We're not talking about cities burning down where our police departments from across the state of Minnesota have to come into Minneapolis to protect our citizens. That is not what was envisioned with these mutual aid agreements. And it's true, LGA is to support our cities. It's not to punish them. Well, good news, we're not punishing anyone right now. What we are doing is we are helping the city of Minneapolis meet their obligations. The city of Minneapolis called upon surrounding communities to go above and beyond mutual aid agreements at significant cost to those cities and counties. With Anoka County, to the tune of $500,000. And that is now a bill that those local taxpayers have to pay on behalf of the city of Minneapolis. That's not right. This has nothing to do with punishing anyone. This is about helping the city of Minneapolis meet their obligations. Would Representative Stevenson yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that I've spoken to other folks and they have spoken to the sheriff. I'm wondering, Representative Stevenson, if you can tell us, have you spoken to the sheriff or other leaders in Anoka County about this issue to have further clarity on what these expenses, the costs incurred were, what their needs are in meeting these expenses?
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I work very closely with our local law enforcement in my district with our phenomenal police chief in Coon Rapids, Brad Wise. I also represent Champlin, which is, of course, in Hennepin County, and they have a great police department there as well. And I have talked at great length about the great work that Chief Wise and his department do every day in the city of Coon Rapids, but also did during that time in Minneapolis. And we talked about the needs that his department has. And I'm actually really pleased to tell you that the Commerce Bill, which is coming up later today, includes a number of provisions that he specifically asked for to help deal with the challenges that they're facing in that department. A lot of resources, including direct funding for the challenges that those communities are facing. I also took note, I sit on the tax committee. I don't think you're on that committee, Representative New Brindley, but I'm sure you've studied the tax bill, and I know there's a lot of resources. I was just looking at my seatmate has a chart open here of the LGA formulas that Chair Joachim had in her division report, and I was looking through it at the various communities in my district, and Coon Rapids does exceptionally well under the LGA formula, which I am really grateful for, because of course that's how we fund our local law enforcement in communities like Coon Rapids and like Anoka and throughout Anoka County. So I think we have an excellent bill on the floor today to address a lot of these problems. I think we have an excellent bill coming up later today on the Commerce Bill, which goes directly to this point. I think we passed an excellent bill off the floor last week on the Public Safety Bill, which provided a lot of investment in important public safety and law enforcement measures around the state. I was proud to vote for that one, proud to vote for this one, proud to vote for the Commerce Bill later today.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear a response to the question, so I'm assuming that Representative Stevenson has not spoken to the Anoka County Sheriff. Well, he didn't say he did, so. We also did just get additional information. So again, to dispel the misinformation that is being given on the Democrat side of the aisle right now, the city of Anoka did indeed send a bill to the city of Minneapolis. So they did receive that information. They did get a bill for that, for their costs that were incurred while providing this service. So while the Democrats told us that never happened, it did indeed happen. We have confirmation from the county administrator that yes, that did indeed happen. So this is again an obvious, easy vote for everyone in this chamber. The city of Minneapolis incurred costs for services rendered that they have chosen to not pay. We are helping them to meet those obligations today with this amendment, and I would encourage a yes vote, members.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have checked again with the city, and the city states to us that they have not received an invoice. So clearly there's a discrepancy here, but I do believe that the city would pay an invoice if they had received it. But the city does not ask, my city, Minneapolis, does not ask for reimbursement when they provide mutual aid to other jurisdictions, as they did in the Buffalo tragic incident shooting. When they provided mutual aid to that community, they did not ask Buffalo for reimbursement. And there were statements made that the individuals who were coming into Minneapolis were doing so to deal with citizens of Minneapolis. But we know, I've spoken to this on the floor, that's not true. They were dealing with citizens who were coming to our city to create havoc from 70 different cities and 16 other states. And guess what? There were arrests from individuals from Anoka. So they were coming to deal with individuals from their own jurisdiction who were coming into my city to riot, to cause havoc. There was individuals arrested from Andover, from Coon Rapids, from Fridley, from Blaine, from Ramsey, individuals in Anoka County who were coming into our city, seizing the opportunity to cause damage to our community, to cause damage to our businesses. And so it makes a lot of sense in a mutual aid situation like that, when you have folks coming in from other counties and other jurisdictions to Minneapolis, that those folks would need help protecting our citizens from folks from other jurisdictions. So I would just ask members that we please reject the temptation to blame particular jurisdictions when these are clearly issues that go beyond one city, one community, and when we are trying to stand up for a principle of mutual aid. And I'd just also like to point out and echo Representative Joachim's statement, which is that we are, in this amendment, cutting local government aid for Minneapolis. What do you think most of the budget of Minneapolis goes towards? That's public safety. So this is a defund the police amendment for my community that you all are voting for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd do a clarification on what Representative Long stated. Yes, the Minneapolis bomb squad went to Buffalo. They are required to by state statute, and the state pays for that. Unfortunately, in the public safety bill, the deficiency in our bomb squad that was due was not fulfilled in that bill. We have a number of these bomb squads across the state. I believe there's 3 of them, and the state does reimburse them and gives them funding. And that was the Minneapolis unit that was up in Buffalo because they were some possibility of explosive devices set in that area. That's why they were there. Thank you.
The representative from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do have the county. They're trying to find the invoice right now. They sent it to Lori Johnson, Deputy CEO of Minneapolis. So if there's a question, if they can look through their files, if you know Deputy CEO Lori Johnson, That's who the invoice was sent to. And it was for the exact dollar amount that this amendment is for. And Representative Long, other communities have been reimbursed by Minneapolis. Anoka County has not. Why are we the outlier? So if Representative Long would yield to that question, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I answered that question in my statement. They have not received an invoice, or at least they're not aware of an invoice. They have paid the invoices that they've received, but taking money from local government aid, which is literally funding the Minneapolis Police Department and our public safety efforts, is the wrong way to do it. And for a party that says that they're for police, I can't believe that this is the amendment that we're dealing with today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that statement is really, I mean, I heard a few chuckles throughout the chamber on this side, but, you know, I would have to look and see in Anoka County and in some of my cities if the police department is paid for by LGA, because LGA is very unpredictable, and I would venture to say, without looking at any data, that Anoka County and most of the cities that I know of, or that I represent, don't use LGA for something as basic as public safety. They fund it through their general fund, with the equivalent of their general fund, because they know it's a cost that we have to pay for. So, members, this is just a common sense amendment. And, you know, I had a track coach in high school, and before we got off the bus every day to go to a track meet, he'd say, mind your manners and pay your bills. And this is mind your manners, pay your bills. Vote green, members.
The representative from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Mr. Speaker, and Representative Johnson did address the comments from Representative Long regarding Buffalo. I live about 1,000 feet from the Buffalo border. I don't represent Buffalo, but it is immediately adjacent to where I do live. And so I appreciate the fact that those dollars are paid for by the state when that happens, and it did happen. In this case, Mr. Speaker, Representative Johnson also gave us the information that state statute under Chapter 12, which is where this aid came from, the city of Minneapolis is required, they are obligated to reimburse, but they have not. And so the question becomes, Mr. Speaker, and for Minnesotans watching at home, here we are, the Minnesota House of Representatives engaged. They might be asking themselves, why are we, the House of Representatives, having this conversation about one municipality or a municipality reimbursing another? Well, the thought came to me, it was a couple years ago in committee. How many remember former Representative John Lesh? I very much appreciated serving with him. And what I'm about to say is a story regarding some words that Representative Lesh gave in the committee a couple years ago. There was a testifier that came before the Civil Law Committee. And I can't remember what the testifier said, but it riled I think it was in regards to Freedom of Information Act. And they said, you as a legislature, you're not subjected to the Freedom of Information Act, something to that effect. And then, Mr. Speaker, Representative Lesh immediately educated the testifier and highlighted the following truth. The United States Constitution created the states, and we, under our Constitution, created these municipalities. So we're having this conversation because we are now in the middle of, as we just heard representatives from Minneapolis say, they haven't received the invoice, but then we're hearing over here they have received the invoice. So it's like we, as the parent, are now having to resolve the squabble between an irresponsible child, in this case Minneapolis, not wanting to pay their bills. So that's why we're having this conversation. It is our responsibility. We, under statute, allowed Minneapolis to form, and it is their responsibility to pay their bills, and that's why we need to vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a reason that we're having this conversation today in this space. And it's not because we couldn't talk to each other like people who serve together and come to a solution to a legitimate issue. Because if that were the intent, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Representative Barr would have given me a call to say there's an outstanding invoice and we need to deal with it. And guess what? We wouldn't have Representative New Brindley texting the city manager of Anoka and me texting the IGR person from Minneapolis, because we would be doing our work in the way we're supposed to do our work. The reason that we're having this conversation today is because we're repeating what has happened over and over in this chamber in the last nearly 2 years, which is that unfortunately, the other side has made the decision to use the experiences of people in my community, the experiences of our city, the devastating work that we have ahead of us, to make a political point. And we saw it happen last year when, some people from the opposing side tried to use the business owners in Representative Hassan's district and my district to say, oh, the number one thing that they want us to do is make it easier to get guns, which is absolutely not what they ever said. This is weaponizing people's pain, weaponizing real work that we have ahead of us. If you have not read the Minnesota Department of Human Rights report on the patterns and practices of the Minneapolis Police Department, we all need to read that. I will tell you, we've had a sort of a series of after-action reports. We've had an internal one that DPS did. We've had an external one that Minneapolis Police Department did. We've now seen an external one that the state did. And I will tell you that seeing in black and white the fact that Minneapolis police engage in a pattern and practice of racially discriminatory behavior toward people of color, especially Black and Native people in my city, is something that reflects the lived experience of people in our city, in my city. And that should be of concern to all of us. That should be of concern to all of us. Minneapolis is the economic driver of our state. We contribute way more than we spend in tax revenue, I will tell you that. I was trying to get the number, right? But Minneapolis is the economic driver of our state. And I want to tell you something just personal, right? I don't think I've said this before, but when I was in middle school, I think I was 11 or 12 years old, there's a Native preference public housing project in Houghton's district, in Representative Hassan's district. It's sort of the heart of the urban Native community in the state of Minnesota. And 2 Minneapolis police officers put 2 Native American men in their trunk and took them on a rough ride, they call it, right? And they got caught. They received no punishment. It was sustained that they did it. The city paid something out, paid money out to the victims of this act. But I'm 40 now, so 28 years later, people still talk about that in my community. Kids still talk about it who weren't even born when it happened. And an incident like that is corrosive. It's corrosive to the confidence that people can have in their police department, to people's ability to feel like they can make a phone call and share information with police. How could any Native kid in my community trust the Minneapolis Police Department when that is a part of our community's story? That's the only police department I've ever known in my life, pretty much, right? And so I think people will look at me and be like, why does this chick have such outrageous beliefs about the police? And go into that Human Rights Department report. And I will tell you, a lot of people in my community feel like I do. Like, how can we trust a police force that engages in a pattern and practice of racially discriminatory behavior where there are prosecutors can't use their body cam footage because of the way that they verbally abuse the residents as a matter of course. Think about that. How is that good for public safety? How is it good for public safety or for confidence or belief in the police to have 2-3 generations of people walking around like me, like knowing that people I know in my high school, we had a school resource officer who beat my friend up with a walkie-talkie in his face. I mean, we all have 1,000 stories, and I know that that's not the experience of everybody over there, and that there's this big gap between us. But if you believe in the legitimacy of law enforcement, you should not want there to be one person like me walking around Minneapolis. Because if these are the stories that we have about the people who are entrusted to protect and serve the community, to protect and preserve public safety, if that's the story that I have, the story that kids coming up behind me have, then we can't actually find our way across that gap. We won't be able to bridge that gap. And so I didn't hear the whole conversation today, but it feels a little bit like a repeat of some of the things that we've seen. And I would just ask you, again, I've asked you before, please stop using the pain and legitimate grievance of my community. Read through that report and stop using our pain to prove your political point. If you want to solve this problem, pick up the phone and we'll solve it. Representative Barr, you know I'm a reasonable person. I'll talk to you anytime about anything. I would love to help you actually solve this problem. But to see us getting up and doing this, political mudslinging thing with my people in the middle of it, it's disgusting and it's hurtful. And I hope that you think about what it would be like if it was your community, if it was your neighbors, if it was your neighbors and your people and your family who were being so mistreated by police, having violence disproportionately used against them, having racial slurs used against them, with no accountability, no oversight, no consequences ever for that abusive behavior. And then your pain was thrown onto this House floor to prove a political point. I hope that you think about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Chicago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Gomez, thank you for bringing it back around. And I know probably most of the members of this chamber visited your community right after the riots and saw the destruction and saw the lines of people trying to get food because they didn't have a place to go for those things. And thank you for that. And there is not a member of this chamber that was not devastated by those events. But I want to be really, really clear about what we're doing today. We are not talking about any of the issues in the Minneapolis Police Department. We're not talking about some of the really horrific things that we saw and heard just this last week. In this space, we pass laws. That's what we do here. We pass legislation and appropriate money. That's what we do in this space. We pass legislation and we appropriate money. That's our job. That's our job here. And there's been a lot of misinformation on this floor today on this amendment. And part of the appropriation that we're talking about today is a heck of a lot of money for the city of Minneapolis. This is our job here. This is what we do in this space. And this appropriation in the bill today for the city of Minneapolis is problematic because the city of Minneapolis has not paid its obligations. We have the invoice right here. I believe we're getting that out to the body so that everyone can be very clear on what was sent to the city of Minneapolis on January 29th of 2021. Everyone can be very clear on that invoice. This was sent well over a year ago, and it hasn't been paid. It hasn't been paid, and now the taxpayers of Anoka County continue to be on the hook for that obligation. Today, we are discussing the tax bill. And this tax bill includes an additional appropriation for the city of Minneapolis. So all this amendment does, it does not address any of the issues that the Democrats are bringing up on the floor here. What it does is pay a bill. It pays a bill that the city of Minneapolis owes to the county of Anoka. That's what this does. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage a yes vote on this for anyone who believes in fiscal responsibility and meeting our obligations.
The representative from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Noor. I was just going to alert people that you should have in your inbox a copy of that invoice. And again, it's been well over a year since that invoice was sent. And again, mind your manners, pay your bills, and put yourself, if you're not in Anoka County, put yourself in Anoka County's place. Nearly $500,000 is owed to our county. And that directly came out of, it's 5,073 hours. It's all itemized there on the invoice. I encourage you to look at it. But our sheriff and our deputies went down to Minneapolis when they were called to do so. And they served the people down there. Other communities, again, have been reimbursed. Anoka County has not. I don't understand why. But the invoice was sent, and I encourage members to do the right thing, have Minneapolis pay their bills, because they've had over almost a year and a half to do so on this one, and they haven't paid it. So let's encourage them to do that by voting green. Thank you.
The representative from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if only we had a specialized account for something like this. House File 2977 was a bill that I introduced that would set up a public safety reimbursement for extraordinary or unplanned incidents. We debated the public safety bill on Friday, and that provision wasn't in the bill, and that provision never even got a hearing. That's exactly what that account is for, what we're debating right here. So I would just urge members, maybe next year we take a look at something similar to that. One of the things that I heard in my district after the riots and civil disorder was people in my district said, well, I don't want to be bailing out Minneapolis. Well, you know what? If our law enforcement goes to Minneapolis or St. Paul or wherever it might be, I want to make sure that they get paid for it. So next year, let's take a look at the public safety reimbursement for extraordinary or unplanned incidents and maybe set up an account to deal with this stuff. Thank you.
The representative from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just had the staff do a little pulling of numbers here. You know, maybe $400,000 sounds like a lot of money for the city of Minneapolis to pay. They received $271 million of discretionary money in the American Rescue Plan. So they certainly have the money to pay this bill. and it's only right that they actually do that. So I would encourage members to support this amendment. I certainly think that the city of Minneapolis can pay a bill for $400,000 since they received $271 million that was not budgeted for. So they had a $271 million surplus in their budget, and they can't pay a $400,000 bill. I think they can do better, and let's help them. Thank you.
The representative from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott just reached out to the county administrator and found out that they had to write it off effectively as bad debt. So as a former mayor, and for those of you that have served in municipal government or county government before, when you're not paid for something or you actually have an unfunded mandate, which seems to happen a lot here, that gets pushed down, you effectively have to levy that back to the taxpayers of, in this case, the county. So they came, they delivered mutual aid when you were in need. They have submitted an invoice because it's in your inbox and you can see it, and it has not been paid. So what does the county do when they have to do that? They either write it off as bad debt, shame on you, or they will eventually have to put it back onto the shoulders of the taxpayer of the county, because that's the only way they have to collect that debt. So their deputies went out, those deputies got paid by the county. You have not paid, Minneapolis has not paid the bill. That's going to go back on the general levy, which is the tax roll. So now the debt that hasn't been paid is going to be paid for by the people of Anoka County for helping you out. And I am a big believer in mutual aid. It is fundamental to how good government works. But the expectation is that when that happens, there's going to be a bill due. Pay the bill so that the people in the county don't have to get stuck with the bill themselves, because that's just unfair. You know, Representative Scott had it exactly right. Your track coach was spot on. Pay your bills.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly was not expecting this amendment to take up most of the debate on the tax bill. Pretty sure Representative Marquart was not expecting that either. And we are not the accounts payable department for the city of Minneapolis, and we are not the accounts receivable department for Anoka County. If there is an outstanding invoice that has not been paid, I am quite certain those two entities can figure that out amongst themselves and don't need the august Minnesota House of Representatives to sort out those invoices for them. And certainly not by this amendment. The concern that I have is that we are a state that has a great tradition of helping each other out. The mutual aid agreements that we have talked about today are usually, in fact, not subject to any kind of reimbursement, because there's an assumption that everybody is going to need help sometime. We continue to deal with issues in communities across the state where people need help, and we bring it. We have birds, floods, tornadoes, fires across the state. In this very bill, we have additional aid for communities who have undergone fires. Mazeppa is one of those communities, Medalia, Melrose, Alexandria. None of those communities are represented by DFLers. Those communities are in need, and we as a state have a great tradition of delivering support for people in need. The concern with this amendment and this debate is that we are tearing apart the fabric of what has allowed Minnesota to be a great state no matter where you live. And if we cannot continue a tradition of sharing resources across communities, if we have to resort to attacks on unrelated topics like defund the police, which is continually raised by Republicans and never mouthed in this chamber by Democrats, then we are going to undermine slowly and over time the very foundation of what allows communities to be successful across the state. It's not something that's in anybody's interest, and I would particularly say it's not in your interest, Republicans. Based on the sorting of geography that is happening with our political parties, Democrats increasingly represent metropolitan, suburban, and regional centers in greater Minnesota. A lot of the economic activity in the state is generated in those places. And a lot of the support that communities count on when they have lower property tax wealth to support their schools, to support their fire station reconstruction, to support any number of local community activities depends on a system where everybody feels like we're in it together. I've been extremely disappointed at the response that we've seen from Republicans in the Senate in the last 2 years to support reconstruction of small businesses in our communities that were hard hit through activities that had nothing to do with those individuals, nothing to do with those small businesses. And we are going to be continuing down this path unless we stop. It is a choice in this chamber to try to make a partisan political point for an electoral advantage that is almost certainly never going to appear because of a debate on the floor. We should focus on continuing the tradition of looking out for each other. It is more in your interest, Republicans, than it is in ours. And yet we are committed to that principle and will stay committed to that principle. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that was quite the lively debate. Not exactly what I expected when I got up this morning, but in closing comments after that debate, I have a few comments of my own. Would Representative Jordan yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Jordan, who did you speak to, and what is the email address so we can make sure the invoice gets over to whoever you spoke to there at Minneapolis?
Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't email anyone. I just texted some city staff.
Representative Barr.
Mr. Speaker, will she yield for clarification? Another question, please.
She will yield. Representative Barr.
The text message name of city staff so we can make sure the invoice gets to the right place, please. Representative Jordan.
Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke to Fatima Moore from the IGR office. I'm sure her email is on the city website at some point. I would also note that you can come find me at any time and say, hey, Sydney, we're having this issue with the city of Minneapolis. Do you think we could help out? So in the future, if people are worried about debts that your city might have, you can always come to me, and I'm happy to help facilitate that.
Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Jordan. Would Representative Long yield for a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Barr.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Long, was that the same name, or did you text with or email with somebody else?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Barr, I think that the Anoka County and Minneapolis can work this out on their own. Thank you.
Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the non-answer, Mr. Long. And so the next one would be Representative Joachim. I did send a email for a hearing, and we did not get one. And I will get to that piece that I will get to your sign language in just a second here. So the other piece of this, Representative Gomez, you and I talked yesterday on the floor. You came over and talked to me, said, what are you trying to take money from my city? And they just need to pay the bill. So all of these pieces here, your speech just now, while very stirring and very heartfelt, and I appreciate that, you have a problem with your police department. The police department of Minneapolis, the people of the city of Minneapolis have lost trust in their police department. That doesn't mean the city shouldn't pay the bills. That means they have a problem with their police department, which I'm pretty sure the county attorney would be more than happy to start prosecuting bad apples in the police department, say next January, February. I think that's a real possibility. Every agency, it doesn't matter whether it's the Department of Transportation, the police department, the House of Representatives, it doesn't matter. Once you get more than, well, I shouldn't say even one, you could have an agency of one and have a bad apple in there. When you have bad apples, it's the responsibility of the people and the oversight agencies to remove those bad apples so that the people of Minneapolis, in this case, the people of Minneapolis can have trust. Now, in their police force again, which is something that I am not discounting anything you have said. I don't disbelieve anything you've said. I know there are bad apples everywhere. The problem is not removing them so that the people understand that, yeah, we had a few bad apples, but not out of the 1,200 police that you're supposed to have or the 800 you currently have. If you've got 50 bad ones or 40 bad ones, they're not all bad cops. So this conversation about whether we're defunding the police or not defunding the police or pro-cop, not pro-cop, is actually irrelevant to the conversation today or the amendment. This is about services rendered, pay the bill. Now, the other comment that I want to make, it's like when people say, come to me, talk to me. We used to do that in this chamber 2 years ago, and then we had this thing called COVID come along, and we all went to Zoom. You can't walk down the hall and knock on the door and say, hey, you got something going on? Our phone numbers aren't public. You can't always find the phone number of the person you want to talk to. So what we used to do was walk down across the aisle, go across around the floor, go to the retiring room, down somebody's hall, down to their office, give a knock. Hey, you're in committee. You could go pop your head into committee, say you got 2 minutes. What about this? What about this? What about this? This conversation we're having today is a direct reflection on how we have legislated the last 2 years through COVID and via Zoom. We can't talk to each other the way we used to, and I am glad to see today it looks like we're probably about 90 to 95% of the members in the chamber. And yes, the last 2 weeks, I've had more conversations in the last 2 weeks with members on both sides of the aisle than I have had in the last 2 years. That speaks how poorly we have legislated and what a bad substitute Zoom legislation is for this body and for the people of this state. So yes, while this amendment is rather simple, pay your bill, it is a reflection of what we have had to try and endure, not only as legislators, but as individuals and just people of this state, whether you've lost your job, had your work cut out from under you, or a mask mandate or a vaccine mandate, or we as a legislator can't go and talk to each other. It is reflected, all of this whole COVID thing has reflected on everything we do in a state, and this amendment is just one small piece of all of that that we have all had to endure. And hopefully, when the bill gets paid, and now we get to after the next election, since we're in the last 2 weeks of this section, we can actually get back to business as usual, where we can go down the hall and talk to each other, and we can trade each other's phone numbers, and we can actually start working together as a body again, as opposed to trying to conduct business via text message, Zoom, and the media. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I ask for a green vote on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members that have not voted yet?
Bernardi.
Bernardi, no.
Bernardi, no. Damath.
Damath votes aye.
Damath, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Her.
Her votes no.
Her, no. Moran.
No.
Moran, no. Munson. 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 Schumacher. Schumacher. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Munson.
The clerk will close the roll.
Yeah, sorry.
There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 3669, as amended.
Third reading. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield?
He will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the chair, on page 54 of the bill, lines 54.26 through 54.28, and then again later in the bill, you've got provisions to effectively give money back to Minnesota citizens. And my question, and I'll give you a second to get there.
Representative Mark.
So the question, Mr. Chair, is the provision that you put into the bill to pay people, or to, I guess, I don't think you're calling it a Walls check. I certainly hope not. But perhaps a Marquart check or a House of Representatives check. My question is this, Mr. Chair. So people who have paid into the taxes and are receiving a refund, but it's pretty clear in your bill that there are also people who have not paid taxes that are going to be getting a refund. Can you confirm that for us?
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So Representative Nash, the rebate will go out to anyone that has dependents under 17, so up to $325. So if you're asking about income tax, that might be correct, but people pay property taxes, they pay sales taxes, they have withholdings on Social Security and Medicare and so forth. So I think that should answer your question.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Chair Marquardt, in line 54.27, it picks up, it says, though which a taxpayer who does not have an individual income tax filing requirement may file a return for the taxable years in which the credit is available. So folks who haven't paid into the taxes, and you just confirmed it for us, are going to be getting a refund. And members, I talked to people in my district, and they said they're very glad to have money going back. They would prefer that it is just programmatically. They don't want to check because the administration of that, excuse me, is costly. But they always stress that they feel strongly, I feel strongly, I would imagine people over here feel strongly that people who didn't pay taxes in should not be getting taxes or a refund. And certainly you said that they pay sales tax. We all get that. We understand that. That's a choice that they make to buy something. This refund that you're issuing should go only to people who actually have paid into taxes. I understand the largesse of this bill, and I understand that this is an attempt to sprinkle a little love out to everybody, but the bill's pretty clear that it's going to people who have not paid in. And I think that that's preposterous. I think that members over here should be considering that, because our folks who worked hard to put money into the system, they get that part, but you're giving money in your bill to people who didn't. So they didn't have a tax liability, they didn't pay, and yet they're getting, I don't remember the amount, and maybe you can clarify that for us, but that's not fair, Chair Marquardt. And I know you to be a fair person. You and I have a good relationship, we've worked well together, but this is crazy. This is crazy that people who did not pay in are now getting money back. So if the chair could once again clarify that, and I am asking him to yield, but can you, unless I'm wrong, and then we don't have to go further, but I read the bill in two places, lines 54.26 through 54.28, and then again on line 204.22 to 204.28. Both instances, very clear that folks who didn't pay in are going to get a refund.
Chair Marquart.
So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Representative Nash. So there are a lot of people who may not have an income tax liability. There are businesses, for example, that they see a loss, don't have an income tax liability. Senior citizens may not have an income tax liability. So, right, you don't have to have an income tax liability to be able to qualify for this.
Representative Nash. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, I actually didn't request to speak, but since I'm called on, I will say just a few words.
You're on the list. Go for it.
Oh, glory be to God. And may the 4th be with you. Well, do you blame me? Yes. Representative Marquart, it has been an honor and a privilege to be on your committee for the past 6 years. I think it's fair to say that every member in here would agree you're a gentleman and fair, especially to the minority, and you will be missed indeed. So thank you for your leadership. And some of your bill, I don't think it went far enough to help Minnesotans. We have it was about a $9.3 billion surplus. Now it's down to 7.5 approximately with the spending that the DFL is doing. And folks, you spend a lot of money, and some of it is good, of course, some of your provisions, you just can't help yourself to spend and spend and spend. This is a non-budget year. I've been very consistent in the 12 years that in a non-budget year, we stick to that principle. We don't spend, especially if we have a surplus or even a deficit. But spend is what you do. Spend, 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 and tax, tax, tax. You just can't help yourself. And again, some of your provisions are good, some are not good. Some don't help the businesses and the families in Minnesota, simply. What I have heard, and I'm sure you have heard it in your districts too, with a surplus like we had, it was up to us to give meaningful and permanent tax cuts. We have just witnessed 2 years of unspeakable things of our country. And Minnesota families and businesses, Main Street across our state, small businesses included, are continuing to struggle. They can't find workers. They're recovering from a pandemic of 2 years, 40-year high inflation rate, high taxes of gases. It's just unsustainable. And we really had an opportunity, and I think you missed it, Representative Marquart, to give a permanent and meaningful tax cut to Minnesotans. Minnesota is one of the highest tax states in the nation. Even our lowest bracket at 5.35 is the highest in the nation. We shouldn't be proud of that. Many of our surrounding states have been reducing the tax burdens on their families and businesses. A couple of examples. Nebraska, in 2021, 10 states have reduced individual income taxes, including Arizona, Idaho, Iowa, Louisiana, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, New Hampshire, Ohio, Oklahoma, and Wisconsin had tax reductions. Most of them all reduced their taxes. Other states like North Carolina are also talking about tax reductions. And Nebraska phases in a reduction in the highest individual income tax from 6.84 to 5.84. They're going from 6.84 to 5.84. Instead of offering a tax discount here, let's see, I got a talking point, I just want to mention this. Regarding I've lost my notes here. Hang on. Yes, here's what I wanted to mention. In your bill, Representative Marquart, you have a tax relief for illegal immigrants. Now, they may be fine and dandy, but they're not paying any tax liability, and yet you give them a tax reduction and a tax break instead of reducing the tax burden on Minnesotans. Our corporate tax rate is one of the highest in the nation. I think we're right below California. I had bills, this was actually the first year in the 6 years, thank you, Kelly, that I haven't had a bill heard in the tax committee, but I don't hold you harm on that, Representative Marquart. I still like you and you're a good man. And I'll come to your retirement party if I'm invited. But I had, in a $9.3 billion surplus, many of us, including myself, had a tax reduction on all income tax brackets. So we missed an opportunity to lower the tax burden on Minnesotans and make Minnesota competitive with our surrounding states. The state of Iowa is considering at this moment to reduce and get rid of their income tax and go to a flat tax. So you got Wisconsin, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Iowa, all lower. We're not even competitive. Here we had a $9.3 billion surplus, had an opportunity to be competitive for our families and businesses, and we missed the mark. Yet again. But we'll fix that next year. I know that is Representative Garofalo, he's not on the floor, so I can't ask him to yield for a question.
He's on the list, though.
He's on the list? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I won't belabor this. I know he has to get going here, but since you called on my name, again, Mr. Chair, thank you for the Social Security tax. Again, you missed a little bit of a mark on that. It should be a reduction of Social Security income tax on everyone. It's an unfair tax. It's a double tax. They paid it all their life. Think of this, members. All of us have paid in income tax, and when finally we get to draw on it, we have to pay taxes again. That's simply unfair, no matter if you make $75,000 or $250,000. If it's not fair for those who make $75,000 or less, it shouldn't be fair for those who make above that. That should be a reduction of all Social Security income tax. And I would safe to say that many of you agree with that. So we missed the opportunity on Social Security tax and an opportunity to lower the tax burden on Minnesotans. It's high. We're not competitive. People do move. I know in my small little district, Wright County and in Delano, over a handful of folks have moved in the last couple of years to states that have an income tax-free state, to keep money in their pockets, to have an opportunity to pass it on to their children, because they don't have in other states don't have a death tax and a state tax. So next year, Representative Marquart, we're going to have an opportunity to really reduce the tax burden and keep Minnesota sustainable and affordable and competitive with our surrounding states. Mr. Chair.
The representative from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad to see some of the money for housing in this bill, but I think that we're missing out. If you look at LGA, a large part of that LGA is for old housing. And we've been spending or sending hundreds of millions of dollars extra for old housing, and I haven't seen many cities do much with it. I'm assuming that's why there's such a discrepancy in LGA. Rochester is the third largest city, but there are, I believe, 15 or 16 cities that have greater LGA. In fact, Rochester's per capita is $45. Minneapolis is $190. St. Paul is $244, and Duluth, which is considerably smaller, $375 per capita in LGA. And I've been told in the past, over the years, it was because of the old housing in Duluth. Duluth receives tens of millions of dollars more in LGA annually, and why have they not done anything to help with that old housing for decade after decade after decade? When we do this, it's valid to say you've got old housing, you've got costs, expenses. You need to not become like what happened to Detroit, where whole neighborhoods are deserted. But over the years, there's been an effort to say you get this extra money because of the old housing, actually spend that money for low or no interest loans to fix up that housing, fix and improve the streets, fix and improve the parks. So instead of being a negative that the state sees as being a huge need to throw money to you, it's a positive. So affordable housing grows. So young families have a place to live and raise their children. So this bill spends a lot of money. And a lot of it's on the same old things that haven't gotten better because we haven't been appropriately targeting and then making sure that the money we spend on stuff actually gets used on it. I mean, we're not talking peanuts. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, probably billions of dollars by now. So if you're going to have a formula that's aimed at the funding to solve problems, have something in there that says you actually have to spend that money to solve those problems. Because we have other money we're throwing towards affordable housing and rent and et cetera. But until we say this money is meant for that and you're going to spend it on it and you're going to make progress and show that you're doing what your people need, we're going to continue to raise taxes and throw money at things that haven't shown results. Our citizens deserve to see results and not say, oh, we're spending all this money to fix a problem. That record plays over and over again. It's past time that we do better, and I'm sorry this bill comes up short.
The representative from Koochiching, Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Marquart and the Tax Committee for a terrific tax bill that will help the low and middle income families in the state of Minnesota especially. I want to just address one portion of the tax bill, and it's the PILT, Major Reform to the State's Payment in Lieu of Taxes, or the PILT provisions. It drastically reduces a serious inequity within our state's PILT program. 95% of the Minnesota's counties that have 8 million acres of public lands are located in northern Minnesota, yet today less than 10% of new PILT dollars are sent to the counties where 95% of the acres exist. That's wrong. Furthermore, PILT's geographic payment disparity exists in direct contradiction to the PILT's statutory purpose: to address the disproportionate impact of state land ownership on counties with a large proportion of state land and to compensate them for lost tax base. Fortunately, this bill restores sufficient PILT funding for northern Minnesota counties and lives up to the legislative purpose of PILT. It raises the per acre payment for 2 of the 3 major PILT categories by $1 an acre. It does so not by rating other PILT dollars, but instead using the state's surplus dollars. It creates a new category of PILT for counties with high concentration of PILT land. It indexes PILT to inflation. And finally, it requires a study of the adequacy of current PILT payments on state-owned lakeshore properties. Restoring equity, fairness, and balance to Minnesota's PILT program, long overdue, but it's finally here in House File 3669. Thank you, Chair Marquart, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Washington, Representative Jurgens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Must be lunchtime. It's kind of sparse in here right now. I want to talk about a bill that's not in, a provision that's not in this bill, House File 26, which would be a total elimination of state income tax on all Social Security benefits. This is something, I know we all hear from our constituents, from residents in our district. I actually hear from people all over the state on this. This is one of the most popular opinions in the entire state of Minnesota. people. It's popular not just for the seniors who it would directly benefit, but from all Minnesotans that always are asking me, when are we going to get rid of state income taxes on Social Security benefits? And I know that the income thresholds are being raised in this bill. I understand that. But it's unfortunate we didn't go all the way. It's the right thing to do. There's only 12 states, including Minnesota, that still tax Social Security benefits. The other 38 states have figured out a way to balance their budgets without it. What this would mean to Minnesotans is, on average, $1,300 would stay in the pockets of over 400,000 Minnesotans. I wonder what that would do to the economy. I wonder what they might do with that income if they had the opportunity to spend, on average, about $100 a month. I'm wondering, he's in conversation now, I wonder if Representative Hertaus would yield for a question. Representative Hertaus?
He will yield.
Representative Hertaus, I remember a conversation on the House floor a while back where you talked about the velocity of a dollar or the velocity of money. What do you think it might do to the economy if 1,300 or 410,000 Minnesotans would have an extra $1,300 a year to spend however they choose?
Representative Hertaus.
Well, thank you, Representative Jurgens. And velocity of money is kind of an abstract idea because it's largely dependent on how often that money changes hands. It's not just the $1,300 that you had mentioned, but we have a relatively low savings rate in this nation, considered to be 4% or less. And so the idea is that most people, if they have a dollar, if I spend it with you, you'll spend it with Representative Bowe, and Bowe will spend it with Representative Marquart, and that the money changes hands several times. Well, each time money changes hands, not in all cases, especially in Minnesota, there is a high incidence of sales tax rate collection. If somebody received a dollar, that means their income went up a dollar, so whatever their marginal tax rate would be an additional percentage. But if that money changed hands several times, it's very easy to see that given a marginal rate of 7% on sales tax and a mid rate in our income tax structure of 7%, each dollar could produce 14% of revenue. And it wouldn't take too often to have more than 100%. So the idea of velocity of money and keeping money in the private sector actually could grow state revenues rather than state collecting the money and then passing it out one time a year. Thank you.
Representative Jurgens.
Representative Hertaus. So there you have it. I mean, there's a pretty good reason right there. It's not a cost to the state of Minnesota. The state of Minnesota would not be losing this revenue. We might actually gain surplus dollars. So hopefully by the time the tax bill comes back from conference committee, I know that in the Senate bill, they do have, I believe, a full elimination of state income tax on Social Security benefits. I'm hopeful that when it comes back, we do the right thing for Minnesotans, right thing for Minnesota seniors, and do a full elimination of that tax, because that's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Marquart. It has been an absolute privilege and delight to get to know you and serve on your committee, and you will certainly be missed by all of us on both sides of the aisle, and we wish you all the best in your retirement. I do, before I go into my remarks, I do have a question for you, if you wouldn't mind yielding.
He will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chair Marquart. So going back to sort of the line of questioning Representative Nash was on, there on page 54 with this new credit or rebate for families. On the refundable part of it, there really is no parameters. And I don't recall hearing this in committee. Maybe I'm mistaken. Is this brand new language to the bill?
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Representative Robbins, no, there's no changes to the language as it left the tax committee.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, was this brought forward to committee as a bill?
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Representative Robbins. Now I know what the question is. This was in the governor's bill where he has the rebate. So it's not exactly, of course, word for word, but the rebate was in the governor's bill, which we heard in tax committee.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so in lines 54.26 down to 54.31, it basically says the commissioner can establish the process for the refundable credits when someone doesn't actually file income tax payments. And I'd like to get on the record just any parameters you have for that. Does it apply to Minnesota residents? Can people outside the state apply for it? Does it apply to only citizens, or do ITINs taxpayers qualify for it? How will you verify income eligibility? There's just no parameters in this, and I'm looking to see, that we establish on the record some sort of structure for who is going to be eligible for this.
Okay, Representative Robbins, are you asking Representative Marquart to yield?
I'm sorry, yes. If Representative Marquart could address the structure of how these refundable credits will work. Thank you.
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Representative Robbins. So first of all, the refundable credit means that, let's say you're going to get a credit of $650 per family, but your tax liability is $400. Of course, you will get the refund. It just isn't just with tax liability. And what the commissioner has the power to do here is if a person does not file for one reason or another, there may be several reasons why you would not, we want to make sure we get those refunds out to those families. And so the commissioner has the power to do that, to make sure there's some sort of a form or some way to get those refunds out to folks.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Marquart. So I think I'll just give you a couple more specific questions if you're available. Okay, thank you. So I actually did work on a refundable tax credit program back in the 90s, and we spelled out very carefully who was eligible, and that is not spelled out in this bill. So if you could address the question, if a taxpayer has no tax liability, and they are eligible for this, are they residents, and are there any other qualifications that would make them eligible for this? Or what would disqualify someone?
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Representative Robbins. So this sets up a way in which somebody can file. So if they haven't already filed, they can. Now, if you're asking and referring to those with ITINs, they would be able to do that, yes. So someone with an individual tax information number would be able to file, is my understanding, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just one more point of clarification, Chair Marquart. Does someone, as long as anyone has an eligible child in the state, they would qualify for this?
Representative Marquart.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Robbins. So, I mean, I don't know what all the situations could be, but you're right. I mean, if you don't have a tax liability, you could qualify if you file a form. And my understanding is, yes, if you have someone under the age of 17, you would qualify for $325 refundable rebate for each one of those children.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Marquart. I won't belabor it, but I hope that as this bill goes to conference, that we tighten up this section of the bill. I think it's very important to spell out exactly who is eligible and what the criteria are, and particularly that we make sure that people who are Minnesota residents are the ones who will be availing themselves of this credit. With that being said, members, I do want to just turn to some broader comments on the bill. Even though I have the utmost respect for Chair Marquart and his leadership, I do rise in opposition to this bill. And I want to focus my remarks on Minnesota's competitiveness. As some of our colleagues have already stated, Minnesota is not competitive in our taxes. We rank 45th out of 50th for state business tax climate. We have the 5th highest income tax in the country. We have the 4th highest corporate tax in the country. Members, our lowest tax rate of 5.3% is higher than 20 other states' highest tax rate. When you look at this, members, the state demographer, as we've all sat through, talks about how our population growth and the people entering the workforce is going to be flat to negative for the next 15 years. If we are going to be able to compete with other states and grow our economy, we have to get out of the top 5 and top 10 of tax brackets in the nation. And I just want to focus on a couple things. I'm very happy, by the way, to see the increase in the subtraction for Social Security. As has been already stated, I wish we had totally eliminated it, but I do think that's important. But all these tax expenditures and rebates and one-time use of tax money is not going to do anything to help us compete. And what we really need to do for the long-term economic growth of our state is attract more workers to our state. And I just have a couple points on this. Since COVID, as we all know, the world has drastically changed. We are struggling to compete for labor in a way we never have before. Geography is no longer the constraint it has been. People can work from home and work remotely, and they are choosing to move and work from lower tax states or maybe warmer states. We can't do anything about the weather, but we can make our tax rates more competitive. So I just have a couple points on this. The data is showing that higher tax states are losing more population from state to state migration, and Minnesota has been on the losing end of this for 20 years. In the states with the top tax rate, they have attracted 1/3 of the states, the states with the highest inbound migration have the lowest tax rates, while those states that are losing population are in the bottom third, where their average tax rate is 7.3%. Members, our average tax rate is 7.4%, and we are ranked number 10 for how much population we are losing as of last year. We have to get out of the top 10 for losing population, and part of that will be through making our tax code more competitive. We also really have to address these one-time tax expenditures. I appreciate that people are compassionate and want to help people, but what will help people most is driving investment and job creation in our state so that we can attract the best employers and have competitive wages and make the most innovation in our economy to drive future growth for our future workforce. And when we are in the top 5 of all these different tax brackets, we are losing. And members, one-time rebates and tax expenditures is not going to help that. It's a Band-Aid. If we are going to make ourselves competitive in the long run, we must address this by long-term permanent tax relief. This bill provides $1 in tax cuts for every $21 in new spending. That is not a formula for long-term success, members, and I hope we can make more permanent tax reductions as this bill moves through the process.
The member from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to share with you a story that I learned in the military. And in the military, we do a lot of acronyms, and this one is the 7 Ps. Proper prior planning prevents pretty poor performance. Now, in the military, we used a different word for one of those words, but I can't say that in our astute body here. What it means in the military is you take a look at all of the information that you have available to you, and you plan. And that's what our job creators are doing when they listen to us here on the floor and they take a look at the tax bill. We try to plan for the future. What is this going to mean to us And it has a lot of downstream implications, because as I take a look at the tax burden that we're going to have on our businesses, we have to take a look at how much of an increase we're going to be able to give to our workers. And that's really what we're interested in, is making sure that we hire and retain high-quality workers. And taxes has a very big implication that we look at as we're making our planning and properly planning for the future. I'd like to add another P to this discussion today, and that is prestidigitation. That is the art of magic, or also called the prestige. And what that is at some point, you wave something one way and you do something somewhere else. And that's a lot of what's happening here. So one of the questions that we've got to ask is, where's the relief? While it does provide several credits, it includes very little permanent tax relief. And that harms our ability to do that planning into the future. If I have to wait for the legislature and I have to wait for what's going to happen to us, then planning becomes more and more difficult. And what I hear from business owners across the state of Minnesota is, give us something that we can understand, give us something that we can plan for. We keep getting into these bills that are, I mean, they're massive, they're amazing. I heard something today that I didn't fully appreciate until Representative Nash brought it up. And I want to read this because it frankly gives me a little bit of a pause, yet another P. The Commissioner of Revenue must establish a simplified filing process through which a taxpayer who does not have an individual income tax filing requirement may file a return for the taxable years in which the credit is available. Wow. That's kind of hard for me to process. So what I was looking for are things that we can plan for, like eliminating more of the property taxes. In my county of Anoka, one of the things that I've heard over and over again is we need permanent elimination of the Social Security taxes. The population of Blaine is growing. It is getting larger. I don't know exactly what number we are right now, but we're in the top number of cities as far as growth is concerned. And that means we're also very concerned about our aging population. And that is something that we hear over and over again. And Chair Marquart, there's a lot of good. And as you opened up with today, a few hours ago, we are trying to be Minnesota nice. And it would be nice if our business owners and our job creators were able to plan for the future. And that's what we're looking for, is a solid base of understanding of what the government is going to do to us. It is very difficult, I'll tell you, as a business owner, signing the checks, and I sign the checks on the front and on the back. When I sign those checks, I don't just pay my taxes, I have to pay a portion of the taxes for each of the employees that we have. And as these disruptions in our planning process continue, it gives us pause, and it gives us an uncertainty. And what my constituents are begging for is consistency and the ability to plan for the future. There's lack of understanding on our tax codes. Back a few years ago, President Ronald Reagan formed something called the Rose Commission. And in the Rose Commission, they took a look at the income taxes across the United States of America. And I believe that there were 80 different CPA firms that prepared an income tax return on a standard set of information. It was the same information that was sent out to 80 different firms, CPA firms, in order to figure out the taxable amount for this one fictional family. And there were 80 different results from the records that I studied. What that means is, even the CPAs were not able to understand what was being required of them, what taxes were being paid. And that gives us pause. We're not able to plan for the future when that happens. And so what I would look for and what I would ask of us as a body is we need to take a look at all of the taxes. We need to take a look at how we're putting this together and how we are not only collecting those taxes, but the messages that we're telling our people of Minnesota. We need to reduce our taxes. We need to become competitive. It was just mentioned a few moments ago that we are no longer locked into the geographic area of Minnesota. We can have workers pretty much all over the United States. And in fact, we're encouraging that through the utilization of different technologies. I just read this morning that the President Biden, is going to be looking at some additional computing bills, or he's going to be putting out a memorandum, I believe, for quantum computing. It's coming. And what quantum computing is going to do to us, or do for us, I should say, is take us into the next level of technology. And that means throughout the entire United States, we're going to be competing on a global scale. We need to become a home of innovation. We are the home of the first corporation that hired me here in Minnesota, and that was Control Data. When I worked for Control Data, it was me and 80,000 of my closest friends. And what we looked at was the innovation that we were able to bring to the state of Minnesota. We formed some of the basis for how we're doing computing throughout the entire world. The division that I worked for, and I was in the next room, I wasn't in the room when it happened, but I was in the room next to it when the very first text message was sent from Minnesota to California. We were working with AT&T and Bell Labs. I was there in the same division that owned the patent on something called hyperlinking. You know it as being able to click on a link on the internet. That's how new a lot of this technology is. And so I understand that we're dealing with legacy taxes. I understand that we're still going back to what we used to do. We need to reimagine our future, and we need to take our tax and the way that we are putting this out to our people, and we need to encourage investment. And we want to make sure that people look at Minnesota as a friendly business state, not one that's going to continue to tax us into uncompetitive levels. And finally, the other thing I'd like to mention is a property tax shell game that's going on. We need to reduce our property taxes. But I know that that's a difficult area because like some of the cities that I represent, we're pretty much landlocked. You know, we don't have a lot of industry in our areas because, for example, Circle Pines, we're a residential area. And as property taxes increase, there's no way that we can relieve with increasing our industrial base. So we need to take a look at this as a holistic, from a holistic standpoint. And so I'm not going to be able to vote for this bill today based off of what I've read and truly taking a pause and looking at how this is constructed. And so thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to have this discussion today. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I want to thank Chair Marquart for the opportunity to serve on his Taxes Committee these last 2 years. I must admit that I found myself getting a little nostalgic listening to Representative Marquart deliver his opening speech to his last tax bill. And I think like a lot of members, once Representative Marquart speaks, you start to inch up in your chair, your back straightens up a little bit, and you turn and you listen. And I am just incredibly grateful, as I think is this body and this state, for your leadership, not just these past 2 years, but for decades. And so thank you. And I'm incredibly grateful to vote on this bill and want to offer a few comments specifically on the housing provisions and then generally to the bill. Members, you know, our tax code really is a reflection of our values, of the problems that we see and want to solve. It's to quote Chair Mariani, it's a muscular tool. And I am really appreciative that we're starting to use this tool more wisely to focus on the housing challenges facing us across the state. In particular, this bill includes a new housing aid that will put resources directly into our communities all across the state to address the affordable housing challenges that they know in their districts. And when we had this bill in committee, we had folks all across the state, from Cook County to Thief River Falls, that testified about the challenges they're having building the kinds of housing that they need, that their community needs. And this resource will give our local leaders the tool to address the challenges they need. As was mentioned by the chair, it also includes emergency rental assistance. We know that renters are still struggling mightily amidst this pandemic, and this will provide resources that will flow to our local governments to address those needs. And we're also going to use our tax bill to build more affordable homes for home ownership, a priority that I think we share across the aisle. And so in the area of housing, this bill will absolutely reduce the cost of housing and build more affordable housing in Minnesota. To the bill in its entirety, I really think this debate centers again on the question of, who is doing well and who isn't doing so well in our economy right now. And that is the question that we should concern ourselves with as we seek to utilize this $9 billion surplus, as we seek to pass a tax bill. And members, the big corporate interests in this country, in the state, they're doing quite well. Last year was the most profitable year for corporations in the last 50 years in our country, generating $2 trillion. In Minnesota, according to our last forecast, corporate profits were up more than 20%. And we want our businesses to succeed. That's an ingredient to our economic success. But we can't have a blind allegiance to those interests without let us shield us from the fact that while corporate profits are surging, Minnesotans are feeling squeezed with the high costs of gas, of food, of housing. And it's those Minnesotans that we should be prioritizing in this bill. And that's the reason why we should be incredibly wary of any plans that give blanket tax cuts to those at the very top. A few months ago, I read a story in the Star Tribune. A CEO of a Minnesota company is going to earn a 65% pay raise this year. 65%. And more power to you, but that CEO doesn't need a tax cut. The other body has a plan that would give a tax cut to that CEO and $1 billion in tax cuts to those at the very top. We are taking a different approach, one that is targeted, one that will deliver relief to the Minnesotans that are feeling squeezed. If you're a senior living on a fixed income that has seen their property taxes shoot up by double digits, you get a tax cut in this bill. If you're a student who's working 2 jobs but still drowning under a mountain of student debt, you'll get a tax cut in this bill. If you're a middle-class family and you're talking with your spouse and considering, well, does one of us have to leave the workforce so we can afford the crushing cost of childcare, you will get a tax cut in this bill. But if you're a CEO making over $1 million a year, you're not going to get a tax cut in this bill. And that's the right priority in this moment for Minnesotans. We shouldn't be providing blanket tax cuts, especially if we put all of our eggs in that basket, as the other body does. You're left with a plan that will defund public education. Our effort is targeted where it will do the most good. And just as an analogy, if there's a fire in the neighborhood, you don't send the fire truck to hose down every house on the block. That would be ill-advised. It would be inefficient. It would be irresponsible. We should target our relief to those who are in need, as our bill does. And members, that's the path to a stronger economic recovery. The strength of Minnesota's economy is our middle class, is our workers, the folks that have struggled over these last 2 years, who have persevered, who have put us in the place to have a $9 billion surplus. And so, members, in this bill, we say we have your back. You have delivered for us, and now we are going to deliver for you. Vote yes.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to address just a couple of issues briefly. from the tax bill. The first one being something that's in the tax bill that I think is a good move. It's not going to be one that makes me vote green on the bill, but it came out of the Property Tax Committee, and it has to do with Soil and Water Conservation District funding. For those of you that might be familiar with this issue, it's one that's been a bit of a political football over the last number of years, where we've, since the Clean Water Fund came into existence, soil and water conservation districts have been funded generally out of the Clean Water Fund with some complications. One year we passed the funding with an additional language that required those funds to be replaced out of the general fund. If there was a surplus, there was a surplus. So general fund went back into the Clean Water Fund to reimburse it for those funds that were expended for our soil and water conservation districts. Soil and water conservation districts and the staff that works for them do tremendous work across the state of Minnesota. There are people on the ground that actually get our conservation projects done. They have, in general, good relations with landowners, and that's very necessary for getting this work done. And we've been searching over the years for consistent funding. Putting these funds for these soil and water conservation districts into the budget is the right thing to do, and it's done in this bill. I'm hoping as this goes to conference that the conferees will realize this is important to negotiate a good deal with the Senate. The number is perhaps a little high at this point. It's quite a bit higher than where we've been, but it's something that should be done, and I strongly support that. The other issue I'd like to bring up is one that's not in the bill, one we talked about a bit in transportation, and that has to do with transportation funding and utilizing sales tax on auto parts and repairs to fund roads and bridges. It's something we started at a few years ago, and something that has broad support, broad bipartisan support, even in this body, as it passed out of a committee, out of the Transportation Committee, but ended up being passed over to the Tax Committee. Would the tax chair yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Marquart. We've talked about this a bit, but I'd like to talk about it a bit more. The sales tax revenue that could potentially be dedicated to transportation, generated by transportation uses, was sent to your committee from transportation. Can you give us a little more insight on just why this has not been incorporated into your bill?
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Representative Torkelson, it did reach the Tax Committee. I did not hear it because I don't like it, quite frankly. Here's my concern. It's just what you mentioned. It's a statutory dedicated fund out of our general fund. So it's protected. If we go into a recession where we have to cut parts in the budget, the transportation funding is protected, but our senior citizens in our nursing homes, their funding is not. The transportation is protected. Those services to those with disability are not. The transportation funding is protected. Money to our students are not. So the problem I have is I think transportation is really important, but I don't put transportation over our senior citizens and those with disability and our students. And so I just don't like the mechanism. And maybe if it was even part of something and not dedicated, where it's on kind of the same even ground as all these other important services. But the way I understand it right now, I just cannot support it.
Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Marquart, for those arguments that have been presented many times over the years. Transportation is critical to our senior citizens, to everyone. None of us survive in this society without transportation doing what it needs to do to get people to work. The people that work at those nursing homes have to get to work. The goods and services that are presented to them whether it be food or the doctor's care, whatever, has to have a transportation system to make it all happen. Transportation for too long has been languishing without a dedicated source of revenue, and this is a good one. It has had bipartisan support, and I would hope that as this issue comes up in conference committee, perhaps the tax chair would soften his stance a bit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member
And
from
members.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Do I have this on? Yeah. Okay, and Representative Marquart, a lot of the provisions have been covered in there already, and you get a lot of compliments from both sides of the aisle. So, you know, I see that the cost, or the so-called cost of this bill is about $1.6 billion, okay? I'm going to recommend that when you go to conference, you bring back a $7 billion tax cut, okay? Now, I know you'd like to do that, but I know you're working within a caucus that's hard to do. So I'm going to try and help you out a little bit, okay? Members, we need to think carefully about why cutting taxes actually creates higher tax revenue, okay? Now, you don't have to necessarily believe me. You can believe Democratic President John F. Kennedy. He proved that, okay? Also, President Ronald Reagan proved, President Kennedy cut taxes, revenues increased. And President Reagan cut taxes, revenues increased. President Donald Trump cut taxes, revenues increased. The thing you have to understand is you have to control spending for about a year or so to actually allow the private sector to grow under a more competitive tax and regulatory system. Members, think about this. Well, if you don't want to believe me, why don't you believe Governor Dayton's Minnesota Management Budget? They published a report under Governor Dayton that said it compared the drop in gas prices to a tax cut for families. And in their report, which I have a copy of right here, they said the average family in Minnesota had $900 more to spend because of the lower gas prices. The result was we had more private sector activity, and it contributed to a higher surplus. Think about that, members. Now, you want more tax surplus to grow government. We want tax surplus to reduce government, but we both want higher tax revenues. The goal is to have a competitive regulatory and tax system. So also keep in mind, members, and Representative Robbins said this, in the current overall DFL budget in the House, there's only $1 of tax cuts for every $21 of growing government. We need to reverse that, okay? And we have, thanks to Representative Garofalo, about $7 billion of surplus left. So when you go to conference committee, bring back a $7 billion tax cut and get us more competitive. And we will grow the private sector, and a lot of the problems you're trying to address will solve themselves. Because a lot of those problems have to do with high taxes and high regulatory system that is actually hurting Minnesotans and our businesses. Members, keep in mind, Bloomberg came out with an analysis right now, and they're a big financial organization out of New York. And they said because of inflation, higher gas taxes, and a number of other things, the average family has seen a $5,000 tax increase. Remember, inflation is taxation without legislation. If you want to help these people and lift up the lower class, we need to cut taxes dramatically. And we have a historic opportunity to do that if we can restrain our spending for just a little bit and allow the private sector to grow and respond. And we have a wonderful state to do that. Members, you also realize that a lot of the surplus is because of the one-time federal tax money, which is circulating through the economy. That's going to disappear. And if we grow government, and one analysis said that the House DFL wants to grow government at about 25%, we're setting ourselves up for a very, very huge deficit in the future. There are storm clouds on the horizon, members. We have 11 rate hikes by the Federal Reserve that they've indicated in the next 2 years to fight inflation. Okay? We also have higher electricity costs, higher food costs in almost every area. Give these people a break. Cut taxes dramatically, and you will cushion yourself from the next recession. Okay? More and more taxes is not going to cushion yourself. It's only going to aggravate the situation. Now, members, it's taken me a little while, but I finally figured out, Representative Marquart or Chair Marquart, what many of your people, your caucus believes. They believe in funding education, no matter how much. I gotta praise the Lord over there. And they believe that that will create innovation through our educational system and higher educational system, and it'll create more industries and jobs. And to a certain degree, that's true. There's two ways to grow the economy. One is by cutting taxes. The second one is by innovation and technology. In other words, if it takes 100 people to make 100 widgets, and with technology and innovation, it only takes 2 people to make the same amount of widgets, that's going to generate more tax revenue. So we have a historic opportunity here to not only, because we're a very innovative and technology-based state, we can also make our tax code competitive. And members, and if we do a little bit of mining, you won't believe the amount of tax revenue that's going to come in. And we can do it in an environmentally friendly way. But members, just more and more spending with very few tax cuts, especially in terms of income, we're going down the wrong road at a time where our economy is going to be facing strong headwinds. So Representative Marquart, I can't support this bill. But if you come back with a $7 billion tax cut, I think after my speech, if they listen to it several times, you could get a unanimous vote off here. Okay, we'll give you a $5 billion tax cut, okay? I mean, members, please come to your senses. We can't keep this up. It is not sustainable to spend like we're spending and keep a high tax rate, especially when we have the demographics changing. Believe it or not, I think I'm done. Anyway, think carefully about it. Let's help Minnesotans, and let's cut taxes dramatically. Thank you, Madam Chair and members.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So today I'm going to talk a little about, and it's been talked about a lot already, but property taxes. Obviously a very complicated issue. But before I start talking about that, I want to talk about my last month. So my last month as being the state representative for the people of Itasca and Cass County has been very, very challenging. And it's been very, very challenging because I have people calling me on the phone with shaking voices, tears, and concern over what their estimated market values are. And now my role here, and Chair Marquart, you already talked about it, rising property values doesn't mean your property taxes are going to go up. But my constituents, not all of them knew that, and some of them had warned concerns to do that. So we talked about today how statewide we're seeing property values go up 19%. Well, after talking to Itasca County is going up 31%. That's a concern. And it's not a concern for, the higher level incomes for people, the upper class. It's the lower class that's being affected. It's the retired folk. So the last month, I've spent countless hours on the phone, hundreds of emails. My voicemail is almost continually filled up. I'm having trouble returning calls, but I'm talking with people. I'm explaining the process to them. But their number one question to me is, what can we do? So last month, I've tried to work on that issue. What can we do? And first off, how did we get here? How did Itasca County have a 31% increase when the rest of the state's seeing on average about 19%? So I worked with, area officials, tried to talk about where did we get here in the formula. And I kind of came up with a little story to tell on it. So go back 2 years. The pandemic is reaching its heights, right? And we're trying to figure out how we're going to live in this world. And people realize we're going to go to a virtual world, which is great. So one, I'm very thankful that Itasca County has good broadband built out, because what it did is a lot of cabins and a lot of homes now turned into people's actual homes when they moved here from the Twin Cities up north to the greater Grand Rapids area, Itasca County. Because we have high-speed internet, they were able to work from home there. So now the thing that went along with that, however, was we had historically low interest rates. So money was very accessible for people, especially from the Twin Cities coming to more of a depressed area. So your average home that was, let's say $200,000, $225,000, because the market was as hot as it was, you had people that were buying homes that didn't want to get in a bidding war. And this happened many times. You would come to this property on a small lake outside Grand Rapids, and they'd say, "I'll give you $4.25 for it. I'll give you $450,000 for this house." House sold immediately. Who wouldn't take that money, right? So now fast forward 2 years, and this has been happening because money was accessible because of interest rates. And now the formulas, we get our assessments back. And I have a constituent calling me from Deer Lake, whose home was originally appraised at $350,000 for estimated market value. They get their yellow slip in the mail, $850,000. Went up $500,000. And that's because when we looked at what happened around that area, there's 2 properties that sold for $1.2 and $1.4 million because the demand was there. So no, I'm not arguing the fact that, we have a competitive housing market and people were buying and selling homes, but now we're faced with a very scary situation in northern Minnesota. And this goes back to what I've been dealing with for the last month. We are going to see people who are going to potentially have to sell their homes if these values, and we see property taxes rise. And we aren't going to have insurance is what's going to happen until the counties set their levies. We can't play in that. That's the difference between state and local government. And that was kind of the hardest part for me when being a legislator and trying to be the conduit between my constituents and their local government. But I tell you what, if we don't look at this bill, and I know there were some good steps taken today with the homestead exclusion and stuff, I think we could have went a little bit further on that to give my constituents and really the people of greater Minnesota a little bit more resolve. But what's going to happen is these market values are going to the estimated market values are going to be set. If they see a property tax increase, and I mean, I'm talking small amounts here, which I don't consider small amounts, but in this chamber it is. $50, $100 a month. That's the difference between groceries for 2 weeks for a lot of my constituents. Of course, with inflation right now, I don't know how much groceries you're going to buy. Costs are rising everywhere. And even if property taxes don't go up, we're probably going to see monthly insurance premiums go up for people's homes because the market values have went up. And yes, the market values will come back down. They'll stabilize here in a few years, maybe 3, 4, 5 years. But in the meantime, what happens? What happens is that people in my home are going to have to sell their homes. But I just looked up, what a 30-year average rate is for a mortgage right now. It's 5.4%. That's gone up 2% in less than a year already. And you're going to find that money isn't as accessible as it was. So then people are going to offer, they're going to list their house for what their estimated market value was. They're not going to get that price for it. It's going to come back down. The market will stabilize. That's how this thing works, right? But in the meantime, how many of my friends and family and elderly and low-income people in Itasca County are going to have to sell and leave their homes? We talk about all the time that we want to try and help and give that hand up to people across the state of Minnesota, but this isn't doing anything. This bill doesn't go to the lengths it needs to do. In fact, if we look at it here, how come we're giving $1.1 billion for renter credits, but only $75 million for homestead? Why is there such a disparity there? I don't understand that. We have to protect that right, that sacred right to homestead. I think that's part of what makes, our state, our country so great is the fact that we can own property and we hold that right very close to home. So this bill today, I just wanted to tell that story. And I don't think I'm alone when I'm getting those phone calls. And I know it's hard. And there's a lot of passion that comes from these phone calls. And I'm hoping that we can just do one thing, and that's work with our counties and try to keep that respectful tone. If there's one message that I try to leave every phone call with in this time of politics, is that please don't let your anger and passion come out when you're having these very hard conversations. Be respectful, listen, share valid points. And I think that's something that both sides of the aisle we have to get better at, especially going into this political cycle. But if we can do that and we can work with our counties, let's find a way to make sure Minnesotans have a hand up. So this bill today I will be a no on because I don't think we did give the hand up. I think it more or less was handouts here and there that are going to be that one-time tax relief. I don't think it's going to give the resolve that Minnesotans need. But I will continue to work on this issue. And Chair Marquart, thank you for the work you have done. And that is the story of my home. And I hope everyone takes that an understanding today when we're thinking about Metro versus Greater Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Dakota, Representative Breyer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I'm pleased to be here to also talk about the Soil and Water Conservation District legislation. It's a bill that I was proud to author and bring through the Property Tax Division. It is, I also want to thank Representative Torkelson for setting the table so nicely for it and for the bipartisan, bicameral support that this legislation has earned. It's really an important bill, and the SWCDs are an unsung hero of our local government system. There are 88 of them in our state. They partner with our counties, our cities, our watershed districts, and they provide valuable services to local landowners, including and especially local farmers. They're a resource for the boots on the ground to help people, to educate them, and to provide the resources they need to understand the best practices in conservation, water management, and soil health. They're individualized, they're local. In Dakota County, they're serving urban areas, suburban areas, and rural areas. Half of our county is agricultural. So the needs and the knowledge that they bring span the spectrum of the services that a community might want, from education to school kids to landscaping classes for suburban households like the one I had. In another county, I looked at Candy, Ohio, where my aunt and uncle lived for years. They have a different set of programs, and they're all tailored to what the needs of the community are. So the investment that we're looking for, the $22 million, is money well spent. In the past, it's been unstable funding coming from the Clean Water Act, as a Clean Water Fund, as the representative mentioned. But what you need to know is think about it. So many of us are business people in this chamber. And when we have unstable and unpredictable funding, we can't make decisions to run our businesses, to staff, to plan and do long-range projects. This funding will bring the Soil and Water Conservation District network to about half of what they estimate they need per year, but it will give them stability and the means to move forward in an intentional, careful, and productive way. I'm really proud, as you can tell, to author this legislation. I ask for your support on this and the rest of this fine tax bill, and ask for your green vote. Thank you.
The member from Lesueur, Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So while this bill provides several tax credits, I don't see that it provides much in the way of permanent tax cuts or exemptions. And I've heard a lot about it providing tax breaks for the Minnesota taxpayer. Again, the Minnesota taxpayer. So as I look at it, I just wonder if Chair Marquart would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Chair Marquart, I'm on 5426, but it talks about the Commissioner of Revenue must establish a process through which a taxpayer who does not have an individual tax income filing requirement may file a return for the taxable years which the credit is available. So those would be people that don't owe any taxes then, right?
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So These rebates are for tax year 2021. So there might be reasons why people did not file an income tax return for whatever that might be. Maybe they were under the standard deduction, whatever that might be. But this provides a way for that person still to be able to apply for that rebate this year, even though for one reason or the other, they didn't fill out and file a return. I think that should answer that.
Representative Farr.
Madam Speaker, if Chair Marquardt will continue to yield.
He will yield. Representative
So
Farr.
one of the reasons then could be, of those that you just mentioned, that they don't owe any taxes. Is that correct?
Representative Marquardt.
Madam Speaker and Representative, they may not have an income tax liability. Again, if you're a business and you lose, you're in loss, you don't have a tax liability. You're going to take a net operating loss into the future. But also, regardless of that, we know that many people are paying property taxes, we're paying sales taxes, we're paying, our Social Security and Medicare taxes. And I know sometimes the debate in here only gets focused on the income tax, and I was on my close going to talk a little bit about just the effective tax rates of taxpayers. In that, many of our taxpayers will pay much less an effective tax rate than many of the states that don't have an income tax at all, at least up through the 40th or 50th percentile, because you take property sales and all these other ones where all these other states are really high on. So it's complicated, let's put it that way.
Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So yeah, a great lead in. It's complicated, no question, Chair Marquardt. And so then, Madam Speaker, if Chair Marquardt would continue to yield. My next question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My next question. So when we get to then 20422, we start talking about a simplified process for filing for these individuals without a tax liability. So it looks as though we're going to create a simplified process for those individuals that don't have a tax liability. Are we creating any simplified process in our tax code for anyone else who does have a tax liability?
Representative Marquardt.
So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. One of the main reasons for this part of the bill is that right now it is a refund. So renters are used to applying for the refund and then getting it in August or September. So there may be cases where if you're not filing an income tax form, that you might not realize this law has taken effect if it goes into law. And so now the filing season is over to file your income taxes, but you still are eligible for a refund. This allows this person now still to work through a form that the Commissioner of Revenue could determine for that renter to properly get the renter's credit that they're eligible for.
Representative Farr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Marquardt. So I want to piggyback on something you said earlier in terms of think of it as a business. So, many of you know that when I'm not doing this, I'm a small community banker. And so to me, this is very similar to having somebody walk into the bank and wanting to take a withdrawal when they don't have an account at the bank. I mean, that's what this is, Minnesota. We've talked about tax breaks for Minnesota taxpayers, but it's not necessarily Minnesota taxpayers. It would be no different than any one of you who doesn't have an account walking into the bank and asking for a withdrawal. And then we're going to simplify that process for those individuals. So I struggle with the bill. We could talk about many other things, but we're giving money to those who didn't contribute to it, while we're failing to put in place permanent tax relief, particularly for our senior citizens. I'm disappointed with that. So that's all I have, Madam Speaker. I will be a red vote today. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And members, we've had a debate that's covered a lot of areas today. And Chair Joachim, I've enjoyed serving with you on the Property Tax Division. Well, she's not on the floor, but, well, there you are. Thank you. It's been a good committee, and I, too, want to add my support for the permanent funding for the SWCDs. Much has been said about it already, so I won't belabor the point, but having that sustained permanent funding is important for those folks out in really all 87 counties in Minnesota. The one area that I really wish the overall tax bill would have gone further was in the area, and Representative Igo explained it very well, was the homestead market value exclusion. And we are hearing from folks back home, a lot of them really worked up and concerned about, can I keep my home? I had a lady call me, and in my county, maybe the same in your counties too, but they mailed out the payable 2022 tax statements in the same envelope as the 2023 valuations, I guess to save postage, but it really caused a lot of confusion and almost fear by folks thinking, the lady that called me first was her valuation doubled. She said, my taxes are going to double. And you try to explain and walk them back from that real fear of, and she said, I can't keep my home. I'm going to have to sell my home because I'm on a fixed income, and I just can't pay my taxes when they double next year. And the really frustrating thing, and it's the same thing with farmland, that we're seeing the values go up, and we're wealthy on paper, for example. If you own a lot of land or your home, the value has gone up greatly, but you really can't use that increased value unless you sell it. And I think we're going to be seeing that in the future if valuations keep going up and taxes go up accordingly. A lot of folks, especially those on fixed incomes, won't be able to meet the obligations of paying their property taxes, and we're going to see folks trying to cash in, and unless they cash in on the increased valuation, and unless they buy another home, they're going to get hit by capital gains taxes if they sell their home for a great deal more than what they paid for it originally. And if my math is correct, it looks like we've increased the bottom tier and the top tier of the market value exclusion by about 5.5%, if my numbers are correct here. And yet we're seeing the values going up statewide by, as Chair Marquart said, 19%, and then in the case of around the Park Rapids area, 31%. We're going backward in terms of trying to help people manage the ability to pay their taxes and keep their local cities, townships, counties, and school districts operating. So this is an area I think we're going to really have to focus on to not make our taxes confiscatory and have people not able to make the obligations to pay their taxes and keep their homes and live there as long as they would care to. So because of that, Madam Speaker, I too will be a red vote on the tax bill today. Thank you.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair Marquart, for your leadership. I've enjoyed working with you over the years. You are a very good chair. You listen. You talk to a lot of people. You have a great demeanor. You understand. You're smart. I don't want to pop your head today, Representative Marquart, but it's a pleasure working with you, and this place is going to miss you. As we look at the bill, Madam Speaker and members, we have to, I think, look at where we are at in the fiscal reality of not only the government of the state of Minnesota, but the people of the state of Minnesota. We're in the middle of the biennium, and it doesn't take long to remember the fact that government is fully funded. We made that decision last July. So government has all the money it needs between now and June 30th of 2023. And so members, Madam Speaker, the people of Minnesota, your government has your money being collected here and over-collected at a rate that is providing for huge surpluses of your money that is piling up here in St. Paul. As a matter of fact, there's nearly $3 billion of it in the savings account of the state of Minnesota from past over-collections of your money. And the projection, Madam Speaker and members, is that another 9.2 or 9.3 billion more of the hardworking taxpayers of the people of Minnesota is going to be piling up here at the capital of the state of Minnesota. Their money piling up here, over $10 billion, could be said $12 billion of the people's money is here. That's, Madam Speaker and members, that's $6,000 per taxpayer, per income taxpayer. $6,000 of the people's money, or $12,000 per couple that works hard every day and pays their taxes. That money is accumulating here, and we have the Democrats coming forward with their proposal in the Minnesota House to spend nearly all of it on more government. A portion of that expenditure, Chair Marquart, is in your bill, $1.5 or $1.6 billion of tax expenditures, largely tax expenditures, which I know as a member of the tax committee in the past, we've talked about we need to get rid of these tax expenditures and stop doing them, but here in the bill we're doing more and we're expanding spending and increasing the categories and ways that we can spend in these areas. And these are the areas that Democrats like to spend the people's money, the $9.2 or $12 billion of their money that is here in an environment that the government doesn't need it. The government doesn't need this money. Our problem, Madam Speaker and members, is that we're overtaxing the people of Minnesota. The people of Minnesota have too much money being extracted from them, their families, and their futures. And unfortunately, this bill doesn't address it. And the budget doesn't address it. And Madam Speaker and members, if I could, I'm going to look at the budget targets and just share with the people of Minnesota what we have here. We've had a bunch of bills already go out, big, huge omnibus honkin' bills that have passed and are headed to the other chamber to die, hopefully. And I'm just going to go down the list. The agriculture area, a 43% increase in spending is proposed in the agriculture area by Minnesota House Democrats. That's what passed the House earlier here. Capital investment, paying the debt service on the borrow and spend behaviors of this legislature, a 13% increase in debt service. Climate and energy, I think we get to hear that one next. A whopping 312% increase in spending on top of the spending increase that was agreed upon last July 1st or June 30th. 312% increase, using that big pile of over-collected money from the taxpayers of Minnesota, the hardworking people that make this state go, that we want them to stay here. Members, Madam Speaker, we are exporting our wealth from this state. Sorry, Madam Speaker. We are exporting our wealth from this state in importing poverty, and that's what we're doing. The policy of House Democrats is to chase away the people that are working hard and having their money over-collected here and creating policies in this tax bill and other areas that encourage people to come from other places to get the many generous and numerous welfare programs that House Democrats want to take this huge amount of money extracted from overtaxed Minnesotans and send it out to attract more people to come here for our numerous and generous programs. Meanwhile, we're sending the job creators, the hard workers, the people who work and make this economy go, we're sending them to Texas, they're going to Florida, they're going to South Dakota, Wyoming, Tennessee, and other places to escape the oppressive taxation that the state of Minnesota places upon their endeavors current and future. So energy and climate was a 312% increase. The commerce area, 12.6% increase in spending on top of the increase that we agreed upon last year that provide for the fully funded budget we have. Early childhood, 51% increase in early childhood spending. Members, this member's opinion is we should get rid of the early childhood committee, and we should let parents raise their kids till they're 5 at least before government comes in with a school bus, backs it up to the maternity ward room door, and takes them to the government school. 51% increase in early childhood spending. Education, 5.7% increase in spending. Environment, a 60% increase in spending in the area of environment. I'm told to speed it up, members. Health and Human Services, 5.3%. Thank you, Representative Garofalo. Health and Human Services, a 5.3% increase. Higher Ed, 2.8% increase. Every area of government in the Democrats' bill is getting a huge increase in spending in order to spend the largesse that belongs to the hardworking people of Minnesota that's accumulating here in St. Paul. Housing, 183% increase in spending for government to pay for the houses for people in this state, to pay for the housing, while hardworking Minnesotans want that money back to pay for their own house. Industrial education, economic development, 56% increase in spending. Judiciary, 13% increase in spending. Labor, industry, vets, and military affairs, another huge omnibus multi-subject bill that is unconstitutional, 36% increase in spending. Public safety, 12.76% increase in spending. State government, 78% increase in spending on top of the huge increase in state government that was agreed to for the biennium last July 1st. The tax aids and credits area, which is covered in this bill, 39% increase in spending. Transportation, 47% increase in spending. Workforce and business development, 47% increase in spending. Members, you take the huge over 10% increase in biennial budget spending that was agreed upon last July 1st between the House, the Senate, and the governor, and that is now law, that has government fully funded, having all it needs. Add to that the 14.2% increase here. We're at a 25% increase in spending, Madam Speaker, that the budget, the collective budget of House Democrats that they have rammed through this process in the last week, and we'll finish off here today and tomorrow, 25% increase in government spending, and they're going to spend nearly all of that huge pile of the people's money extracted from the hardworking people of Minnesotans that is unnecessary for it to even be here. And that's what we have before us today. Madam Speaker, I don't have to remind everybody, but it's pertinent to know as we look at this bill that the policies that rob Peter to pay Paul are always supported by Paul. And you too, Mr. Chair. It's rather coincidental, Mr. Chair. But these are redistributionist policies in this bill, to take the money from the hardworking people of Minnesota that had it taken from them. It landed here. In this bill, Mr. Chair, and you do a good job a very good job putting your bill together. The policy is to take money from hardworking people that are way overtaxed and giving it to groups of people that your caucus wants to have the money. That's what's in this bill. I was going to talk about the renter's credit. I'll just mention statutorily the renter's credit has us reimbursing renters or giving them payments, tax expenditures, 17%. 17%, but the reality is the research was done in 2016, and actually the amount of the property tax that the renter pays with their rent ends up at 13.9%. It's a 22% increase over what the real number is that's already in here, and we're expanding that area more. That definitely, and I understand, Madam Speaker, that is Democrats' agenda, to redistribute wealth from people who we want to keep in this state, having their money taken from them unnecessarily. And this bill doesn't address that problem, but rather continues to spend and spend and spend. A full 25% increase in spending is what Minnesota Democrats want to do with the over-collected money of the hardworking people of Minnesota who just want to figure out how to afford to stay here in this beautiful state we have just a little bit longer. We've got to head a different direction, Madam Speaker. Chair Marquart, I know you don't support all the policies that rob from Peter to pay Paul, but I'm going to ask you, and hopefully this body can see as this bill goes over to the Senate, I hope we can come back with a tax bill that focuses on something like Representative Gruenhagen was talking about, realizing that bill too could be a compromise between some of these Democrat ideas, tax ideas, and a bunch of Republican ideas coming out of the Senate to give relief to those hardworking people who overtaxed so that we can keep them here in this state, generating the revenue that government needs to have, because if we don't keep them here, Madam Speaker, the people that are working to make this state go, everybody else that remains is going to be left with the burden that they've given up as they've gone to Florida, Texas, Tennessee, South Dakota, and elsewhere. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza Watun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chair Marquart, for your leadership and service to the state of Minnesota. Certainly, while we're all privileged and honored to have a seat in the chamber, and while I'm not on the floor today, I think that I have had the best seat in the House these past two biennium, and I've certainly learned a lot from sitting next to you. I appreciate your guidance and support, and for including the Great Start Child Care tax credit expansion as a featured provision in House File 3669. Members, while Chair Marquardt gave a brief overview of how the credit works earlier in the debate, I'd like to share a little bit more about what it does. I mentioned earlier this week that the parents of young children are struggling. A quick internet search brings up headlines like an impossible juggling act, and parents and caregivers of young children say they've hit pandemic rock bottom. Many families spend more on childcare than they do on their rent or mortgage payment. And childcare expenses hit most families near the beginning of their careers, so their earnings potential is likely at its lowest point. In other parts of the supplemental budget, and thanks to Chair Pinto's leadership on the very important and necessary Early Childhood Committee, we invest in our mini-SOTNs through early learning scholarships, childcare assistance, and other programs that are targeted toward low-income families. But it is important to recognize that affording childcare can still be a challenge even for families much further up the income scale, particularly those with more children. By expanding the income eligibility for the Great Start Childcare tax credit, we're able to reach 186,000 families across the state. That's in the metro area, throughout the suburbs, and all over greater Minnesota, significantly reducing the cost of childcare. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, we knew our childcare system was broken. And now we're facing a critical workforce shortage. These issues are closely connected. With roughly a quarter of workers that are missing from pre-pandemic levels, they're on the sidelines for caregiving reasons. The impact of the Great Start Childcare tax credit expansion isn't only in households, it's in workplaces too. When we help families access high-quality, affordable childcare, parents can choose to return to work, knowing that their kids are in a safe and supportive environment. Now, members, someone before me mentioned the increase in spending on early childhood programming. But we should know that until a child turns 5 and is eligible to begin kindergarten, public investment at either the state or federal level is marginal at best. So a 51% increase on what? A minimal investment. It's not doing a lot right now. We know that robust and targeted funding in early care and learning is the best possible return on investment that we can make as a state. Study after study after study shows this. And when we talk about attracting workers to Minnesota, it's not just about money, members. It's about outdoor exploration. It's about strong schools. It's about culture and community. It's about healthcare access. We all know that Minnesota is the place to be. That's why we're here in this room. And now the Minnesota legislature has the opportunity to do what no other state has done. I'll say that again. We have the opportunity to do what no other state has done, and tell the college graduates who are considering where to settle down, and to the young workers with young children, you're welcome in Minnesota. We want you to live, work, and raise your families here, and we will help you do it. This provision not only lifts up Minnesota children and families, but it provides a much needed support to our workforce and our economy as we rebound from the pandemic. This is how we build a brighter future for everyone. And it's just a piece of the incredible tax bill that Chair Marquart and Chair Joachim put together with their team. This bill puts money back into the hands of hardworking Minnesotans, and it helps people get back to work. Vote green. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're doing a great job today. Chair Marquart, the bill in front of us has some good stuff. I appreciate the sales tax work that you did for cities and that. I wish it would have been permanent, but I do believe that's a good first step. As Representative Torkelson mentioned, the lack of that potential investment into transportation, I believe, is a real missed opportunity. When we discuss potential transferring vehicles into other areas and auto part sales and the focus of those dollars to transportation really is a good opportunity for Minnesotans to invest where they honestly think those dollars are actually going. With that, oftentimes when we look at bills, you can catch a theme. And this bill doesn't necessarily give folks tax relief on who is paying, but it really addresses the fact of what a Biden-Walz economy is doing. And we heard over and over again that we're trying to put dollars back into people's pockets. And it's through tools like tax credits. It's tools with rebate checks. It's tools like that. And you ask yourself, why? Why does this bill, which is pretty big, and if it was real tax relief, I wish it was, as Representative Gruenhagen, billions more, but why does it do what it does? And it doesn't take you long to hop into the car and look at the signs that you see along the roadway and you see $5 diesel fuel, $5.50 diesel, $4 gas. Grocery stores that don't have price tags underneath the food shelf because the price is changing so quickly. And what that should tell all of us is that we've got a lack of leadership in Washington, D.C. We've got a president who, at any given time, the foreign minister of foreign relations said that President Biden has taken the opposite position on almost every single policy position that he should have in his career. And when it comes to domestic policy, we have a president and a governor who have absolutely failed us when it comes to public safety. We have a southern border that is being absolutely overrun by hundreds and thousands of people. And this bill actually encourages it. We've got great opportunity in the state of Minnesota to do good things with tax policy. And it's not always simple. It's not always straightforward. But tax policy is like a rudder on a giant ship. It's going to steer you where you're going to go. And there are many things on a ship. In this tax policy, this bill is not the rudder. This is more of a life preserver that you're throwing out to families that are hurting. And they are. They're hurting because prices are going up, the stock market's going down, and you're only going to get mugged when you go downtown. And that's a quote, if you might remember, from a song in the early 80s, Hank Williams Jr. And what happened in the early 80s? You had prices going up, the stock market going down, and you only get mugged when you go downtown. And I don't believe that this bill steers us in our economy, in our state, where it needs to go. We need to encourage business. We need to encourage families to succeed. And not just by throwing a lifeline, by throwing a life preserver to them. But we need to make sure that there is solid ground, that businesses and families can grow their lives, grow their personal economies, and grow their potential business right here in the state of Minnesota. This bill doesn't do that. This bill has some opportunity to improve. And I pray that the Senate, I pray that the chair over there, and Chair Marquart, can bring these bills. This bill is going to pass today, folks. And I would wish that it could have been bipartisan, but I don't believe it will. Representative Marquart, I believe that you're a good chair. You've done some great work here in the state of Minnesota. I wish this bill reflected more of that work. It reflected some. And it can do much better. And it can be much bigger. Because people need a firm rudder on the ship that's full of steam, that's going to carry us to the next and to the future. You know, we have a very competitive economy that we have to compete with. We've got globe, we've got markets, we've got issues of transportation, we've got energy prices going through the roof, we've got grocery stores that don't have what they need. Things are getting tougher. Our roads are getting bumpier, and our economy's potentially stumbling under this administration. And we need to help set the stage for the future with a bill, with a tax policy that's going to carry us forward, that's going to steer us away from the icebergs and bring us into port. Vote no.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Madam Speaker. So I don't know about many of you, but my charitable gambling organizations have really, over the last 2 years, just been coming to me and saying, Mary, we need relief. And then when the surplus became known of $9 billion, they really honestly thought that there would be relief in sight, right? Bills were offered up, and I had many saying, I'm so glad that this bill has been offered. It looks like it's going to get done this year. And I said, I don't see why we couldn't get any relief. There's $9 billion, supposedly, in the Treasury. So I'm just going to talk just a little bit about the Nelson Community Association. They have 2 bars. Nelson's a very small town. They've got Diamond Gyms, also known as DJs. And then they also have the Corral, where, you can play electronic pull tabs, maybe the paper pull tabs. I've been known once or twice to lose some money there. Once or twice, maybe win some money, if you can call it winning, right? But I always have a good time at those 2 places. So far, though, this year, the Nelson Community Association has paid roughly $180,000 to the state of Minnesota. I like to liken it to money laundering, right? So these individuals that do a lot of work, they have to hire staff, unless there's some places that have the machine where you can put your money in and get the tickets out. That's really not that fun to play pull tabs that way. It's not my method of playing pull tabs that way, because I like the human interaction where you can, exchange your money for what they call crack paper sometimes. Some people, they like to play a lot of pull tabs. Me, not so much, but I do play. But anyway, I prefer that human interaction. So they've got staff to pay. And then, of course, there is the rental that they have to pay for the booth to the bar. And then the bar also has to pay taxes on that, because that's also income, right? So I just really think it's kind of just a form of money laundering for the state. Where if you do engage in the charitable gambling, the state is like, well, you can keep a little bit of your money, money that you want to use to benefit your community or surrounding communities, but we're going to take a big chunk of it. So instead of using the $180,000 for local issues, that $180,000 is going to a bloated government whose appetite is insatiable for tax dollars. And it's all made possible because of Minnesota Democrats in the House. Apparently, government, the House Democrats are saying, they know better. And that's by when you're not supporting the local communities with their charitable gambling, you're telling the communities themselves that Minnesota government knows best on how to spend those dollars. Minnesota government, big government, is severely overweight people. And we are spending and spending and spending and adding to the problem that we have. And it's unsustainable. But I have to ask yourself, who is a better judge of spending those local dollars? I mean, do you not think that Kevin Hoovey, Jerry Gage Sr., Jerry Gay Jr., Sean Gay, Steve Rosengau, Jim Stevie, Daryl Medenwald of the Nelson Community Association, you don't think that they know what's happening in their community better than the bloated government of Minnesota? Nelson is a very low-income town. And the Nelson Community Association helps with local needs. In fact, this organization paid for a lawnmower for the city of Nelson and a skid loader and street lights in order to keep taxes down for the citizens of Nelson, Minnesota. They keep up with the ball field. They've even assisted the city of Osakis with some needs. So charitable gambling is a very important part of our local small towns. And so I ask that we do a better job of addressing this issue when the tax bill goes to the conference committee. Next up, I'm going to leave you with a tale of two states. You're going to want to listen to this one. So CARE 11, March 22nd, 2022, little article here where it says, a new survey of the state hospitality industry is giving us another look at the uneven impact of the pandemic has had on our restaurants, hotels, and resorts across the state. Overall, the industry continues to face a bleak reality. Restaurants, hotels, resorts, and campgrounds have now lost a combined $15 billion in revenue during the last 2 years. That's equivalent to 249 days of business. Meanwhile, the tale of the other state. You want to know about the other state? All right. Well, we're going to talk about the other state. The other state is Florida. Florida Business Journal, dated February 3rd, 2022. Tampa Bay's tourism industry came roaring back in 2021 with hotel revenue exceeding $758 million, shattering the previous record set in 2019 by $50 million. Tampa Bay Business Journal, March 24th, 2022. So 2 days after the CARE 11 article on the Minnesota hospital industry losing $15 billion in revenue, right? 249 days of lost work. In the past year alone, Florida has experienced an unprecedented demographic growth, increasing by more than 500,000 people between January 2020 and April of 2021. So many new individuals became the impetus for a surge in construction in both residential and commercial construction sectors in order to accommodate migrating residents. High levels of tourism and travel to Florida have also contributed to the growth of the hospitality industry in our state. Estimates from Visit Florida showed that 29 million domestic visitors traveled to Florida in just the fourth quarter of 2021, which reflects a 7% increase from before the pandemic. A little bit more of a tale between two states. Did you know the population of Florida is approximately 4 times that of Minnesota? Yet Minnesota's taxes are almost half of Florida. Minnesota's population, no, hold on. Florida's population is approximately 4 times that of Minnesota, yet Minnesota's taxes are almost half of Florida's, that's correct. Minnesota's population is growing, or Florida's population is growing, yet Minnesota's growth rate is flat. Our growth rate is stagnant. Florida's is growing. Florida's 2021-2022 budget is $101.5 billion. That is for a population 4 times that of Minnesota, right? Minnesota's 2021 to 2022 budget was $53.7 billion. almost half of Florida's budget with a quarter of Florida's population. Florida also has no income tax, state income tax, and their sales tax is 6%. Of course, that can vary due to local municipalities, while Minnesota's tax rate is 6.875%, which can also vary due to local municipalities. As far as property taxes go, Florida's property tax is slightly below the national average, while Minnesota's is slightly above the national average. Members, we have an issue here. For years, we've been saying that we are losing population to tax-friendly states, and that's the truth. I think it's become very apparent over the last 2 years. I know tons of individuals in my district that have now changed their residency. They are living in Florida. Some are actively shopping for homes in Florida, and they are getting out of this state. Recently, I was at a home show. Speaking, you know, I was actually working my other job there. But at this home show in Alexandria, Minnesota, the place that's easy to get to and hard to leave, the #1 topic was the tax rate of Minnesota and Social Security taxes. That's what they're wondering about. What are you doing about that? How's that looking? You got $9 billion in the Treasury. Are we going to see an elimination of the Social Security tax? Are we going to see tax cuts for the middle class? I had a lot of people saying, yep, just changed our residency. It could either be Florida, Texas, Arizona, places that are tax-friendly to their wallet, because they know that they are a better judge of character, of how to spend their money, than sometimes, or most likely, the state of Minnesota is. So as this bill goes into conference, I ask that the conferees take a look at their tax policy in the bills and reduce those taxes so that we keep our population here in Minnesota. I mean, we've got a great state. We love Minnesota. But there's a lot of people that still love Minnesota, but they love being able to pay their own bills, being able to have money in their wallets. And so, with that, Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Marquart, we're going to miss little Johnny. Nobody does it quite as well as you do. And speaking as one social studies teacher to another, we're not known for our grasp of the numbers, and yet you do it. And you do it extremely well, so thank you. The folks who don't know little Johnny, they'll have to ask. But I'm sure it'll be missed. Members, families today need us to be all hands on deck in supporting them. That's why this is such a good tax bill for Minnesota's families. It provides them with the supports they need and the tools they need so that all Minnesota families can thrive. I just think back to when my children were little, what the Great Start child care tax credit would have meant for us. When our oldest was in child care and her mom was in a graduate program at the university, and child care cost more than the tuition for a graduate degree at the University of Minnesota. And Chair Pinto has been extraordinarily articulate about what a crisis child care is today in Minnesota for providers and for families. So the state reaching out and supporting families at those critical early years is incredibly important. And Representative Igo was right. There are issues across the state with rising property valuations. The failure of the private sector to provide adequate housing starts in Minnesota and across the country. It's not just us. We've got a failure in the housing industry that's driving up property valuations and taxes for people across the country and across Minnesota. He was right. And you respond in this bill, Representative Joachim, Chair Joachim, with the largest property tax cut in decades. That's real money in real people's pockets. What's particularly important to me, however, is how the two of you, and Chair Joachim, I got to hand this one a little bit to you because it's Property Tax Division, and you know my soft spot for the Property Tax Division. You see all of Minnesota. The significant work you've done on the renter's credit. We have rising numbers of renters in Minnesota, and they deserve equal consideration with those of us who own our homes. And you make significant investments in the renter's credit, significant reforms, significant simplification for folks who pay their property taxes through their rent. That's critical. Especially when we remember that Minnesota has the largest gap, the largest racial gap in home ownership in the country. So who are renters in Minnesota? There's a lot of elders, but there's a significant and disproportionate number of people who rent their homes who are younger, who are people of color, and are lower income. And by balancing the property tax savings for homeowners with property tax savings for renters, we have a bill that meets the needs of all of Minnesota. So I just want you to take a moment. While we also recognize the reformed LGA formula, lower property taxes for homeowners, lower property taxes for renters, support for the municipal services that we all rely on. The police, the fire, the roads, the water, all that stuff that is the job of government to provide. Take a minute and think about what this package means. If you're a young family, you've got some student loans, you got a cute little one, and whether you're a renter or a homeowner, this bill speaks to those young families. Reaches out a hand with expanding these programs that have been available to older, whiter, wealthier Minnesota, and makes sure that all of Minnesota is captured in this bill. And I want to end with one particular thank you to you, Chair Marquart. Last week, this body passed and the governor signed a $2.7 billion tax cut to corporations in Minnesota, going disproportionately to the largest corporations in the state. And you have in this package Chair Stevenson's provision for those who received unemployment insurance compensation in 2021. It's huge to those who, through no fault of their own, found themselves unemployed for part of last year. But in contrast to $2.7 billion that we've given to corporations, it's small. But kind of like the Twins on their winning streak these days, some of it is hitting those homers out of the park, and some of it is small ball, where you get them on first, maybe you get them on second, and then you keep bringing them home. And home is a bit of the theme here, making sure that everyone can afford a place over their head. That's powerful. Thank you, Chair Marquart. Thank you, Chair Youakim. Members, I'll be a green vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Marquart, you were the first person across the aisle that I met when I came on the House floor in 2007. And we didn't talk about taxes. We talked about teaching and coaching and a lot of different things that we have in common. And I know that the work I've done with veterans issues across the state have, some of them have fallen into the tax committee. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for, in terms of the veterans surviving spouse, we had to make some changes. We had to tweak it a little bit, change some dates, and you included that in this year's tax bill. But members, the veteran population across the state is starting to speak with one voice. And last week we had the Vets on the Hill Day, and we had over 300 veterans in the rotunda. And two of the items that they spoke a lot about was eliminating the property tax on our American Legions and VFWs. We're losing a lot of our Legions and VFWs. They're closing shop and so forth. And the tax, property tax is an issue. I know it's a county issue, basically. And another area that we need to make some adjustments on for across the state is reducing the tax on charitable gambling. Because a lot of that money that is brought in by our VFWs, American Legions, goes back into our communities. But a lot of it comes back to the state. So, Madam Speaker, would Chair Marquart yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Marquart, we're both going out the door now after this session. What would be your recommendation to new chairs of the tax committees to solve this issue with the taxes on the property taxes on the VFWs, American Legions, as also the charitable gambling tax? What would be your advice?
Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Representative Detmer. First of all, I think it's very important that we provide tax relief for veterans, which actually the state of Minnesota has done over the years. As far as providing advice, I would leave that to my future chairs down the road.
Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Chair Marquart. That's probably good advice. But I know that today and the rest of the week, the veterans community around the state, they are watching what we're doing here in the Capitol. And again, two of their priorities are to reduce that tax on property taxes on the VFW American Legions and also do something with that charitable gambling, because that is something that's important to these organizations, not just these two organizations, but across the state. So, Madam Speaker, thank you.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, earlier we heard an analogy about why it's appropriate to pick winners and losers, and that we don't deal with taxes across the board. And I think the reference was if your house was on fire, you wouldn't ask a fire department, fire truck to come and hose down all of the houses around you. Well, I think the analogy is wrong. I think our tax policy and the taxes that we have in their state is actually in crisis mode. And so if you want to keep that analogy going, instead of thinking of a small fire coming towards your house, let's think of it as a forest fire coming over the hill, and you're living in all the houses along that first corridor. And we all are, whether we're low income or not. Then absolutely you would want a fire truck in every house hosing it down to keep it from burning. And I think that's important for us to remember, because so oftentimes here when we're dealing with policy, we deal with it in kind of a silo fashion in which all of us have this experience and expertise in certain areas. We aren't all experts in everything. So we come from that perspective as to what we see as important. This pot and this one, maybe that one is more important. And we all come from that piece. That's normal, that's common, for all of us to do that. And so I want you to keep that in mind as I talk about what I consider is the biggest missed opportunity that we have not in this bill that I think will have far-reaching implications into the future. And that has to do with transportation. That's my expertise, okay? But it is also a general activity that impacts every other agency and area in state government. All that paper up there, all the paper in front of you, comes across roads and bridges. Every medication that you get in Health and Human Services comes through transportation, through roads and bridges. Actually, every service that we get, even if we were to try to go to all green electricity, the wind turbines and the solar panels all come from roads and bridges. And so here we were with a situation where we had a $9.9 whatever it was billion surplus to begin with, and we had an opportunity to change some of the money that is already collected in taxes. It's already collected through sales tax to go towards roads and bridges. Now, the transportation chair actually got it passed out of his committee as he told me that I softened him up to the idea. And so the unfortunate part is I won't have another year to soften you up, Mr. Chair, towards that idea, because I think it's important to know that we have been told many times the amount of money that it needs to be invested in our infrastructure, roads and bridges, to go on into the future. And every dollar that we put into it today will pay off 2 and 3 times that into the future. But eventually we're going to have to pay that bill. Eventually that's going to come due. And we had an opportunity with this kind of surplus to have put about $200 million from sales tax collected for auto parts. And Representative Torkelson talked about this earlier, and so I'm just reinforcing what he said, something that would have a great impact into the future. And so why would I argue for that when people on low income and others are still struggling? Well, because you either pay it in benefits to them or they're going to pay it out in increased costs. Because unfortunately, people in transportation system don't just absorb that cost. They pass it on to the consumer. They pass it on to the people that provide services. They pass it on to the government that has to provide those services for them. So we had an opportunity of having a long-term benefit that exponentially will pay for itself into the future, or we can help reduce some of the costs today, but then pay for it more into the future. I think the investment gave us an opportunity to do that. And so rather than thinking about the silos of what we want to do, protect this and protect that, how do we look into the future for all of the future needs that we're going to have, and how do we provide for that into the future? And I think that the sales tax that was already collected, that would be going to transportation, would by far pay for itself, and I really think it was a missed opportunity that we didn't have. And so I'm hoping that'll come back in the transportation part of the state government finance bill, because it is in the Senate bill up over there. But I think we really want to consider how it impacted and what kind of investment that would have been into the future. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too wanted to express my appreciation to Representative Marquart. It's been a quick 10 years has gone by, and I wanted to thank you for our relationship and ability to work together, as well as Chair Joachim's. You know, Chair Marquart, when the session started, you talked about the tax bill and how we're going to go do really bold ideas. And boy, I was excited because I thought you were Captain Kirk and I was getting on the Starship Enterprise, and that we were going to actually go where no man or woman has gone before with the tax bill. Unfortunately, I think the Klingons got in the way of our course. You know, there are some good things in this bill, but I am really troubled by how unbalanced this bill is. And in particular, when I think about the $9.25 billion surplus that we have, then we got an update in last month of another $666 million. You add that in, that puts us at $10 billion. We've got a fully funded budget reserve account, and another $350 in the cash account. That's over $13 billion. That seems to be a great opportunity to have done some of those bold things that I erroneously surmised that we were going to maybe be able to do this year. It's unbalanced because less than 10% of this bill actually is spent on providing some of the hardest hit in our economy, the actual engine of economic activity, businesses which employ people, provide jobs, provide opportunities. And I only see such a small amount of the money in this bill going towards that effort of relief. The state general levy continues to generate more than $760 million a year to the general fund, and yet we use this money to redistribute it for some of the other things in this bill. There is plenty of opportunities for reform in that area. I talked to you about that and some other bills, but you did not want to hear them. And I won't expand on that conversation that we had because I don't want to put anyone in jeopardy in terms of what maybe I was reading between the lines. It's unbalanced because property taxes haven't been addressed. You talked about this bill as being the largest property tax cut, but I think you're inferring that the property tax relief is coming in the form of renter's credit. And that's not a tax cut. That's growing another program. It's growing a program and requiring funding of a program that's going to have to be dealt with in the future as you continue to grow government. The LGA formula. We had real opportunity this year to actually reform that. We've got about 27% of the state's population under the old current formula that gets or derives no benefit from that. And yes, I know I will hear rebuttals about stakeholders and the metrics in which we use to establish the LGA formula, but this is a formula that's been corrupted over many decades, and it's not being distributed equitably. If we really wanted to do something for property taxes as a policy, we could have done more with regard to LGA and making sure that all communities are receiving some of that assistance. It's unbalanced because of the renter's credit. As I mentioned, it's not a tax cut. It's a subsidy that encourages renting over owning. We have long had a tax policy of encouraging home ownership. Incenting home ownership encourages stable neighborhoods, stable communities. And we have had in the past some of the highest home ownership rates in the nation here in Minnesota. And our policies were working because that allows those people to build wealth. You don't build wealth renting an apartment. You build wealth in owning your own home. And it's something that's generational. You can pass it on. Incenting home ownership also drives about 16 to 20% of this state's revenues. It does so in the form of good construction jobs and the income taxes on that, through sales taxes for all of the materials to build those homes, not to mention mortgage registration tax, state deed tax, all of these things that are collected off of the housing industry, mortgage banking, finance jobs, real estate commissions, origination fees. It's a big part of this state's economic health is a vibrant housing industry. And we have done little in this tax bill to incent that new construction in the private sector. This bill is also unbalanced with regard to the Social Security issue. Here again, picking losers and winners. Members, the Social Security deduction you are taxed on your paycheck for that entire gross wage. It's a below-the-line deduction. So you're paying taxes on Social Security before you make that deposit in Social Security tax. And then when you receive the benefits, you're being taxed again. It's not right, it's unjust, and we should be joining the 38 other states that don't do this to their citizens. It shouldn't matter. Frankly, for those who are wage earners, they see a single deduction. For those who are the risk takers and the entrepreneurs, they're paying 50% more if you're a proprietorship, and you're paying double that. You're paying both sides of the Social Security contribution, yet your benefit doesn't change if you're self-employed. It doesn't change at all. This bill is also unbalanced because it provided no relief whatsoever for the landlords that never collected rent. There were opportunities to do that. Through no fault of any of the landlords, the moratorium eviction or eviction moratoria prohibited them being able to do anything about reimbursed for that. And despite the fact that ARPA and other federal assistance programs were intended to keep people in shelter, again, it wasn't the business's fault, it wasn't the landlord's fault, but suddenly these things, I've got constituents who are claiming to be hundreds of thousands of dollars of unpaid, uncollectible rents, yet there's no relief for them. It just seems that this tax bill has become more of a shell game of pushing money one direction at the expense of tug-of-war where people aren't getting relief in another. I just hate to see this looks like another election year bill in which you're getting plenty of money in the hands of constituents and broadening a constituent base of support with other people's money. It is unbalanced. I've said it 6 times. And I think we could do much better. And I hope that when it comes back from conference committee that we'll see a little bit more balance in a tax bill if we have one at all this year. So with that, members, I would encourage a red vote.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Madam Speaker and members, let me begin by first of all thanking Representative Marquart for his years of service. Definitely one of the good guys in the legislature, Representative Marquart. You are a role model for civility, excellence, temperament, and actually getting things done. I hope if you're ever in the Farmington area in the future, you stop down and say hi to me. And also, you're an encyclopedia of baseball statistics. So it's good to see it. It's good to see you, and I want to thank you for your years of service. Again, I can't say enough good things about you. We both have a shared background of chairing Ed Finance and working together on issues, and just good luck into the future, okay? I do want to say that this bill today is disappointing, but I don't want to overplay it. I don't want to go over the top and say it's like super disappointing. It's not like as disappointed as I was when I found out that Representative Winkler was moving back from Belgium. It's not like that level of disappointment. But it is disappointing. So I'd just like to highlight a couple of things, first of all, members. Members, we do have to do better, okay? So this bill is 272 pages. There's some good things and there's some bad things in there. And we have seen this happen at the legislature for many years under both DFL and Republican control, where we've seen more centralization and more consolidation of bills. And that's going to change next year. In 2023, you're going to have a new governing majority, and it's important that everybody in this chamber who's coming back hold people accountable for that promise to do things differently. Because we have reached a tipping point. We have reached a point at which the legislative branch is beginning to seize up and not be able to function as a co-equal branch of government, matched up with both the executive and judicial branches. And so hold us accountable. Hold us accountable on that, because, again, this is not a good way to make law. You can point plenty of fingers, but if we would have allowed Representative Marquardt the opportunity to pass this in chunks or as individual bills, we could have done a lot of good things. I do suspect, Representative Marquardt, that at the end of this session, this bill may be coming back as the bill, and it may have a lot of, it may be in a very dramatic, differently structured format than it is. So members, let's remember this today, and it's not a talking point. We got to do better. The House has to have more individual bills. Last session, during the regular session, only 31 bills were signed into law. You compare that with what happened over the last years and decades, it's a record low, and we have to do better. And so please hold people in the governing majority accountable for that next year. Our colleague, Representative Davids, is not here today. Usually he will put a name, a song he'll put on there to a bill to give it a name. I don't feel comfortable plagiarizing Representative Davids, so I don't think it's appropriate for me to give it a song name, but I did think that there's a movie title that would be appropriate to describe this bill. And that movie title, in 1997, it was Columbia Pictures. 1997, Columbia Pictures made a movie. And the title of it, I think, is very appropriate to my DFL colleagues. The title of that movie is, I Know What You Did Last Summer. And then the sequel, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. And so as these bills go forward, talking about cost, talking about concern for the taxpayer, it's important to know what you did last summer. That the DFL majority tried to raise taxes 20 cents a gallon across the state of Minnesota, or still do the previous session. You tried to raise income taxes. You tried to raise property taxes on every commercial industrial property tax owner across the state. And the fact of the matter is, Minnesota government right now is too big, it spends too much money, and it taxes too much. And what we need to be doing in this state is going the opposite direction. We need smaller government with less spending and lower taxes. That's the contrast we have today, members. Members, I would ask you to vote no on this bill today. It goes in the wrong direction for Minnesota. We need to be making Minnesota a more affordable state to live, play, and do business. Madam Speaker, please vote no. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Yoakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since I'm speaking, it must mean we're all closer to a little late lunch here, right? Thank you, members. Thank you for the interesting discussion on the floor today. And it did get quite interesting on one of our amendments. I'm sure wish the discussion on that amendment could have been a little more focused on the bill, but unfortunately that is how things go around here far too often. So thank you to all of those who have talked, and all of you that have talked on third reading and brought us back to the bill that's actually before us today. I would like to once again highlight and I'm going to sound like a broken record, the LJ formula fix that's in this bill and how important a need-based formula is. It is an analytical approach and not a political one. And if the political discussion on the floor hasn't shown you how important having an analytical formula is, I really don't know how much more I could say to convince you. In case you haven't had a chance to look at the fiscal runs for LGA while we have been chatting on the floor here today, I'll give you a few quick examples of the increase the cities right in maybe Anoka County will receive on this new formula. This number that I'm going to say is just the increase, not the total LGA that they receive. So the city of Anoka, 81,766, Coon Rapids, 791,724, Fridley, 169,417, Columbia Heights, 234,534, Soco Pines, 10,753, Ramsey, 36,548, and Ramsey, that one makes me happy because this formula fix allows them to receive LGA again. They're one of the cities that were dropped off the formula and now can be back on. So LGA, as I've said before, is here to help cities provide public services. It's not a tool to punish. It is provided through a formula so that the process can be fair and equitable. Members, there were 148 bills introduced that came to Property Tax Division last year, which was tough because we were a committee that only met once a week. So we were able to squeeze out, with the help of getting some tax time, 19 hours of hearings. So it really wasn't feasible to hear every bill. And chairs have to make choices. And I know a lot of the members in this chamber understand that, and I want to thank you for the discussions you all had with me on your bill. I am a very responsible and responsive person, and I think I have that reputation around here. I also might have a reputation of being a former staffer that gets very protective of their staff, so I checked with our committee administrator, and I hate to say that, Representative Barr, there was not a hearing request on the bill that you spoke about on the floor today. So, Members, I understand how frustrated we've all been about being virtual, but I want to thank again House Public Information for helping us make it possible, and just remind people that we really are in the 21st century. We're here, we're more accessible at this time in our lives than we ever have been in history. We have emails, we have cell phones, we have a variety of social media we can be reached on. We are very easy to get a hold of, and I am more than happy to have a conversation. You may not like what my answer is, but I'm more than willing to listen. I would like to thank Representative Marquart for including, I have to do the pitch on this, it's a program I really care about, the extension of the historic tax credit in this bill. This is a provision, someone had mentioned on the floor, I can't remember, that things in here aren't proven, but this is a provision that has been. The University of Minnesota Extension Services does a huge report every year to tell you how much this has spurred the economy. So over the 10 years that the Minnesota Historic Tax Credit's been in place, there's been $5 billion in economic activity generated, supported 28,000 jobs, and $1.9 billion in labor income. Additionally, 50% of the credit costs are repaid immediately after completed construction, and because the historic tax credit must be paired with the use of the federal historic tax credit, these projects also bring in to the state federal financial resources that would otherwise not be tapped. It is a program that has time and again proven to work. That is probably why it has such robust bipartisan support. So there are things in here that do work. Those of us on our House Tax Committee focus on the numbers. And we follow our chair, who does a great job of that, and the policy that go into the numbers. After all, that's what's expected. We are the tax committee. But members, the numbers on these spreadsheets do not ever tell the full story. Behind each one of those numbers is a Minnesotan. Behind each one of those numbers on our spreadsheet are people from across the state that live in all of our communities. You may have heard from some of those folks who just received their proposed assessed values in the mail last month, or who have just seen a jump in their rent. That is why I am so excited about the provisions in our tax bill to address property tax increases folks may see with an investment in programs like the homestead exclusion, property tax refund, senior deferral, targeted tax credits, even the school equalization portion we have. These programs will help address the spike in assessment values. They will help folks in our district, but you're right, we have to continue to work on that in conference committee because it doesn't address all of them. And as soon as we get a comprehensive tax bill out of the other body that includes property tax cuts, we can begin that discussion. The folks that we're talking about, the folks behind those numbers, they may be a young professional just starting out in the workforce, or a family who's trying to make ends meet with rising childcare costs or school loans. They may be someone who is trying to downsize and facing a really crazy housing market, or a senior just trying to age in place. The investments we make in this tax bill are a way to reach out and provide much needed assistance to people all over our state. This bill makes targeted investments in people who have been hit hardest by COVID and are trying to recover. In this bill, we invest in Minnesotans who work hard, are productive members of our communities, and those we count on to keep our economy going. This tax bill puts money back into Minnesota's pockets at the time when they need it the most. This bill is balanced. It's fiscally responsible and invests in our future. Members, I ask for a green vote.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Clay, Representative Marquart.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. And first of all, thank you for the good discussion on this bill, and thank you for the very generous comments. It's been an honor and privilege to serve with each and every one of you, and I truly will miss that. Members, this is a bipartisan bill. There's at least, that I counted, 24 Republican provisions, and that is one GOP provision every 11.2 pages of this bill. So, if you're counting. So, but I do want to correct a few things that were said on the House floor today. This is real tax cuts for folks where we can really provide the help. And into the next biennium, there are $1.6 billion in tax cuts. About $1.2 billion of it is permanent. And as Chair Joachim mentioned, this is balanced because it allows us, as you heard the other bills that came through in the last week and a half, to provide important, very crucial investments for our students and for our seniors in nursing homes and those with disabilities and public safety. It allows us to do that in a balanced way, to really move the state forward. And, you know, when you look at the bill and what we tried to do was, where can we make the most help? Where can we do the most good? Those are real tax cuts for our families, for our working families. And, you know, some were saying this was, you know, wouldn't make a difference. This would make a huge difference. Just $3,000 tax credit. Think about when you were raising a family and your children under 5 years of age and you've got those child care costs. $3,000 is huge. And if you have two, it's $6,000. Not counting the rebate checks and potentially having a student loan credit and the property tax relief we've put in there. I mean, in just the scenarios I gave you, it's $4,000 to $7,000 of tax cuts for our families. That is real. And to our senior citizens, it's $114 million just on a significant tax cuts on our Social Security benefits. That's huge. And then you put on top of that, again, the property tax cuts we have. That is really listening to our families and listening to our seniors out there who are saying, yes, we need to reduce costs, but I also want to stay independent in my home. There's a lot of talk about businesses. That is very important. That is very important for our economy. But I think the key to our economy and key to successful business is a strong middle class. Our strong, hard-working citizens of the state of Minnesota is the foundation to a strong economy, and that's what this tax bill does. It provides strategic, crucial tax cuts to our working families, which is going to be really, really important. Last thing I want to mention, we heard a lot about property taxes. It's a huge issue. I can't believe, and we heard from member after member, about the concern on property taxes going up. If you want to really address the property tax situation, vote for this bill. $250 million of direct dollar-for-dollar relief, and a lot of it goes to our renters in that reform. But remember, our renters pay property taxes too, through their rents. And 85% of those who live in rental units are our single seniors, our single parents, and our single individuals. That is, and I mentioned in the situation with a senior couple renting, almost $1,000 increase. But there's $80 million to homeowners. $80 million. So I heard Representative Igo, you mentioned your situation. You should be, anyone who had a situation should be voting for this bill, because the Homestead Credit State Refund increases the maximum by $200. You could at least get another $200. There's the targeting in there, which says that if property taxes go up by more than 10%, anything above that, the state covers 60% of that up to $2,000. What a huge safety valve, where I heard a lot about we're going to be forced out of our homes. We have put protections to homeowners in this bill to the tune of about $80 million. It's going to keep seniors in their homes, young families in their homes. It will do more than anything else to keep folks being able to afford their property taxes. Because you've heard it, these market values are going up. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to equate into a property tax increase, but homeowners are going to feel that. No matter what, there's going to be increases. This bill provides those property tax cuts and that protection. 15% increase on ag land. We've got $25 million of relief in this bill for farmland, including what Representative Drazkowski and others worked a lot on, an increase to the ag to school, that agricultural school bond credit. We're raising that from 70 to 85%. That's $21 million alone. So property taxes are huge. This, again, there has not been a bill since at least 2001 that has provided so much direct, and you notice I haven't even counted what goes to local government aid or county program aid. I'm talking about direct dollars through equalization and other things. And certainly through local government aid, CPA, we see a decrease there. But members, this bill really addresses that. So in sum, members, this bill says very strongly to our families, we have your back. It says to our senior citizens, we have your back. To our workers and small businesses, we have your back. And I just have one more thing. This bill doesn't, we're going to need another $200,000 if this bill becomes law. We're going to need another $200,000 because we're going to need that $200,000 to put all those billboards in North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa, and Wisconsin that's going to say, working families and seniors for lower taxes, great services, come to Minnesota. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members who haven't voted yet.
Bernardi.
Bernardi, aye.
Bernardi, aye. Damath.
Damath votes no.
Damath, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Kosnick.
Kosnick, no.
Kosnick, no. Moran.
Yes, aye.
Moran, aye. Morrison. Morrison, aye. Schumacher.
Schumacher, no.
Schumacher, no. Thompson.
The clerk will close.
Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll.
Thompson votes aye. Thompson, aye.
Thompson votes aye.
There being 69 ayes and 62 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Next bill on the calendar is House Senate File 4091. Oh, the clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 4091, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government, appropriating money for commerce, jobs, and economic growth, the fourth engrossment.
Representative Noor, would you like to put the House language in before you present your bill?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Noor moves to amend Senate File number 4091, the fourth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded DEA 4355.
To the amendment, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Chair Marquardt, the $200,000 that you asked for the billboards to welcome people from outside the state will be funded through the jobs bill. Madam Speaker and members, Minnesota is the first in the nation when it comes to 5-year business survival rate. Minnesota is also the first in the nation when it comes to Fortune 500 companies per capita among the top 30 metro areas. I think we are also the first in total labor participation. We are around at 68.1, and the goal is to go to 70% as it was pre-pandemic. We are the best state for families and children. The unemployment rate for the state of Minnesota at this point is below 2.5%. One of the lowest ever the unemployment data reported in the state. That's not the whole story. Many businesses and working families and workers took extraordinary measures to make ends meet. And they're still fighting to get back to where they were. Madam Speaker and members, it's clear no one, no worker, no business creator or job creators should be in that position. I would like to start by noting that today is part of the Small Business National Week. For that, we must continue to create an environment where small businesses, entrepreneurs, and startups can flourish, grow, create jobs. Simply put, small businesses are moving forward when we invest in small businesses, and our economy will continue to grow. Madam Speaker and members, small businesses and workers and families are valued in this bill. We must continue to invest in workers at the same time for families. This is essential and critical for our state. Madam Speaker and members, this bill provides an opportunity for equitable economic recovery. This bill establishes a revolving loan program to ignite economic growth. It provides a great opportunity to credit-worthy businesses or individuals who are unable to access conventional or traditional loan lending market. Madam Speaker and members, this program is at zero or low interest rate. This will allow small businesses to have access to capital which they do not have right now. Within this program, we establish community business so that employees, co-ops, and similar groups can have access to capital to create wealth. Madam Speaker and members, this is a great opportunity to invest our resources in communities that have been marginalized and left behind, such as low-income communities, BIPOC, women, veterans, and also people with disabilities. We also create a unique program for emerging developers, for so many who have been left behind when it comes to this industry. This is for the first time that we're saying we value you, we want you, and we want you to be part of our development in our state, for women, low-income individuals, and also for individuals with disabilities. We're providing a revolving loan program so that they can engage in an industry that is dominated mostly by white male. Likewise, we are investing in redevelopment program so that the local units can have access to funding to support small businesses. Madam Speaker and members, we continue to invest in communities through the Targeted Community Project Grant Program. We continue to fund the Main Street Revitalization Program. Madam Speaker and members, some businesses were impacted the most, such as hospitality industry, personal care industry, indoor recreational industry. So we provide a unique program, which you'll hear soon from my colleague. This is the Small Business Recovery Grant Program to provide grants for those small businesses who are in need at a time that we know we want them to continue to survive and thrive. Within this bill, we include the Canadian Border Relief Fund. Members, we know that when the border was shut down, many businesses along the border were not able to continue to do their businesses, so we continue with that funding. We also know that in order to have an equitable economic recovery, we also need to invest, particularly in women of color, by providing women of color economic security of $5 million. Likewise, some businesses need technical assistance, and this bill provides that help for those businesses who need to understand how to do business, how to grow their business. If you look at the data, we have seen a 10% increase in new businesses that are open in the state of Minnesota. This is not simple for somebody who is facing some challenges to start a business and grow, and this is a great opportunity to support them. As I noted, Minnesota is a great place to raise family, to learn, to play, and to work. With that prospect, as Chair Marquart had requested, the billboards that will go across different areas, we're creating a unique program to promote the state of Minnesota. I'm sure you have seen in different places when you hear people say, please join us, when you see the advertisement and the promotion from South Dakota, North Dakota, and Wisconsin, it's our time. It's our time to show that Minnesota is the best place to be. Within that process, we're also establishing Office of New Americans. We haven't invested in a way that we can show this place is a welcoming place. We have got Afghanistan refugees coming to the state. We have Ukrainians who are coming to the state. And there are many more who are coming. We have more than 200,000 jobs. I don't think the numbers we have here at 2.5%, we can close that gap. So we need to encourage people to come to the state. 2 days ago in Washington, I met Michael. Michael didn't know that I was from Minnesota. He was telling me that he wants to move to the state of Minnesota. So we need to encourage people like Michael to come to the state of Minnesota. We also want to encourage the families that we have seen who are resettling in the state of Minnesota to feel this is their place, their home, so that they can stay in this state. So with this new office, we will be able to establish that connection with the support of the VOLAGs. They're great organizations who do a great job in welcoming immigrants and refugees. The International Institute, the Catholic Charities, and so many. So we're investing resources that those newly arriving can hit the ground immediately and join the labor force. Members, Minnesota is ranked 50 out of 50. I know we are competitive, as I mentioned at the beginning, but when it comes to computer science, for those of us who value in getting a labor force that is more attuned to the technology industry, it's a time that we invest in tech, and this bill invests in tech training for careers in the technology industry for the youth. We also invest in workforce development to address the shortages that I just talked about by providing resources to the 16 regional local workforce boards. This will provide support to more than 50 career centers across the state so that we can allow and provide resources for reskilling, upskilling, and next skilling. This bill also creates the paid family medical leave. This is a broad-based, comprehensive, and inclusive program. Unlike many other programs, and I appreciate my colleagues for introducing a separate program, that shows that we made a progress. But now is the time. Now is the time for us to join many other states who have already established the program. The paid family medical leave will provide workers to bond with their newborn baby or adopted child, for pregnancy leave, to care for their loved one, for their own ailing or family members, as I noted, and also for safety leave. Members, this is a great program that will help many workers to stay in the labor force. This is a 12-week paid leave for the cost of less than a cup of coffee per week, which is covered by employers and also the workers. This enhances the family economic security. This improves retention and productivity for the workers. This will boost the labor force participation. Members, the paid family medical leave will address the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual care for many individuals, particularly for women. After having their baby, they need the time off, and we need to support them to get back to work. This reduces the infant mortality rates. This improves the health for all Minnesotans. Members, it's past time, and I believe we can do this. We do not want to be left behind by many other states. This is modeled out of the UI system, and for those who have been talking about IT systems that are not ready, I tell you this. We have seen how the system works, and we can really implement the new system. This is good for the small and also the small job creators that we've been hearing all over the day. Get this, if a small business provider or even a major business provider has got a unique program that provides the paid family medical leave, they can keep their program as long as it's better than the state of Minnesota or equal to the one which we are proposing.
I gotta go change clothes.
Members, please mute.
Members, this is a game changer for small businesses because it allows them to pool their resources with others so they can provide this great program for their workers. This bill also invests in childcare. We know the needs that exist. We know the families who are struggling to meet the needs for childcare. We're investing in Minnesotans. We're taking care of business. Members, this is a conversation that has been happening across the state. As I've noted previously, this bill is from the main street to the spreadsheets. As we know the needs for our constituents, we have asked them to join us. We've asked them to help us understand their needs. There are great programs in this bill. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will defer to my colleagues who partnered with me to develop this great bill. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Members, we will vote on the DEA 4355 to put in the language that the author would like. And with that, all those in favor of the DE, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion prevails and the DE amendment is adopted. To the bill, I recognize the member from Kuchicheng, Representative Eklund.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first off, I want to start off with just a couple thank yous to my committee administrator, Nick Stuma-Longer. I appreciate all your help and guidance through the year. My CLA, Kevin Petrie. Can't get through without a good CLA, so thank you, Kevin. To our partisan researchers, Dave Sullivan and Harry Kennedy, thank you for the good briefs. I like to kid with Mr. Kennedy and say, I don't see Sully yet, can I have yours? But he hasn't given me one yet, but I try anyway. So, nonpartisan staff, fiscal, Helen Roberts, she does a great job on her spreadsheets, and of course, Marta James. I don't know how we'd put a bill together without being go to those folks, so thank you. And then to the lead, Representative McDonald's not on the floor, but may the fourth be with you, Representative McDonald. I told you I'd say that. So, anyway, members, the labor and industry portion of the jobs bill it sends a strong signal to the working men and women of Minnesota that we are here to support them. I have made it clear throughout this session that the working people in our committee's concern is with supporting the workers who keep our state strong. The themes that our bill is built around include worker safety across a variety of industries, support for workers given our state's economic surplus, and encouraging a better environment for workers in the state of Minnesota. Worker safety. This bill ensures that Minnesota OSHA standards conform to the federal penalties, keeps Minnesota OSHA under local control, and it is the responsible thing to do. This bill protects agriculture and food processing workers by creating the Agriculture Worker Wellness Committee and charging the committee to address workplace health and safety as they affect agriculture and food processing workers in growing, harvesting, and processing the food that's produced in our state. Ensuring fair labor standards to strengthen protections for migrant workers and others across our food industry. And finally, the creation of an ombudsperson in the Department of Labor and Industry to assist agriculture and food processing workers with issues specific to their industry. This bill increases the Logger Safety Grant Program by $500,000 to extend a popular program from last session. This bill also includes the oil refinery safety provisions that ensure that all workers at oil refineries in the state are part of a skilled and trained workforce that will increase safety for refineries and their local communities. This bill includes the contents of the warehouse worker safety bill that passed off the floor earlier this session to ensure that warehouse workers are not subject to undue surveillance and quota pressure from their employers. Supporting workers and encouraging better environment for workers in the state. This bill includes earned sick and safe time policy, proposal as it passed off the House floor earlier this session to give all workers access to paid time off in order to keep our workplace healthy and safe. This bill includes funding a $2.9 million for a construction license fee holiday for workers fueling our state's economic recovery. This bill provides a $300,000 to build a stronger communities for a registered apprenticeship program that specifically focuses on BIPOC, women, and veterans to enter the building trades as a career. This bill includes 2 provisions to increase worker mobility and protect workers from restrictions on their ability to move jobs, including prohibiting non-compete agreements for most workers unless their former employer compensates them, prohibiting a no-poach clause in franchise agreements that prohibit a local franchise from hiring a worker who works at a different location of that corporation. This bill includes funding $747,000 to expand the youth skills training program at Department of Labor and Industry that brings together school districts, employers, and local organizations to provide paid employment opportunities for students 16 and older. This bill provides funding for the Public Employment Relations Board through the Bureau of Mediation Services to take up complaints of unfair labor practices, including public employers across the state. This bill creates a liaison for veterans in the Department of Labor and Industry to coordinate existing apprenticeship and career opportunities with veterans and recently discharged service members. In a nutshell, that's the labor portion of this bill. Madam Speaker, it's a good bill. I ask for your support, and I can stand for questions.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we're in a critical moment for our climate and energy policy, and this bill takes important steps forward to advance our clean energy economy. The clean energy transition will mean more energy affordability, and this bill invests in weatherization, which can save households hundreds of dollars per year while creating local jobs across Minnesota. In fact, 2/3 of our weatherization funding goes towards greater Minnesota. But at our current rate, it would take 300 years to weatherize all eligible homes. And thanks to Representative Bierman, this bill takes really important steps forward in making a substantial investment in weatherization, allowing us at least to match Wisconsin, which is currently doing 3 times as much as we are. We also include Representative Rasmussen's securitization bill to help gas consumers afford extreme weather costs. The clean energy transition also means health benefits. We know that air pollution contributed to 10% of all deaths in the metro area and in cities like Rochester and St. Cloud. Moving towards electric vehicles and buses will help save lives. We include Representative Stevenson's bill to create policy frameworks to support electric vehicles. We include several electric vehicle infrastructure bills, including Representative Bierman's bill for state parks, Representative Lippert's bill for rest stops, and Representative Bowe's bill for a county government. Today we have with us Jean, who's an electric vehicle driver and who sees a real need for additional EV charging stations, particularly across greater Minnesota. And our bill would help us expand that network to greater Minnesota even more than we are. We also invest in electric buses with Representative Holland's provision for electric school buses and Representative Lee's provision for electric metro buses. And these expanded transit options are particularly important to Eleanor, who is a University of Minnesota student who was here today because she's concerned about climate change as a young person and because she relies on transit to get around. We also are investing in more resilient infrastructure in communities. Representative Akam's bill is included in here to support extension investments for the University of Minnesota to help with our corn growers and other farmers to provide them better weather data. We include Representative Lippert's PACE loan expansion for innovative agricultural practices and Representative Lee's bill to study weather trends to help with future infrastructure design. Cities have also told us that they need help in planning for climate, both so they can do their part and so they can plan for future financial investments. And Representative Vang's bill that we include does that. We also know that climate change has disproportionate impacts on communities of color, and this bill takes climate justice seriously. It includes Representative Holland's bill to allow low-income advocates to be compensated at the Public Utilities Commission, Representative Richardson's bill to require utility reporting to ensure they are diversifying their workforces, Representative Holland's bill to require tribal consultation on energy policy, and it funds apprenticeship training with Unidos and the New Justice Project to help make sure we're diversifying our clean energy workforce, and includes Representative Holland's bill to help Minnesotans afford electric panel upgrades so they can be part of the clean energy economy. And finally, this clean energy transition means jobs. More than 55,000 Minnesotans work in energy efficiency and clean energy. One of those Minnesotans is here today, Daniel with the Future Builders Cooperative, who sees great potential for work in solar and weatherization. This bill will mean jobs across a wide range of skilled professions and industries, whether it's installing charging infrastructure, upgrading a building's energy efficiency, or installing energy storage systems. This bill expands clean energy deployment with Representative Ryer's Solar on State Infrastructure bill, more funding for Representative Akum's Solar on Schools program, Representative Pinto's bill for solar at the Ford site in St. Paul, and Representative Holland's package to promote energy storage. We also expand energy efficiency for buildings and including a stretch code provision for local cities and energy benchmarking provisions. We include Representative Stevenson's bill to remove outdated regulatory barriers to deploying clean energy, and we include Representative Christensen's provisions to help communities that have legacy fossil fuel plants supporting their transition and their economic development. And following Representative Lislegard's lead, we take the next step towards having our state create a Buy Clean and Buy Fair program to use public dollars to support companies doing the right thing by their workers and by the environment. We are making the right steps in this bill to advance our economy, to protect health, and to help Minnesotans afford their energy, and I look forward to the discussion today.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I'm going to briefly outline the provisions in the bill relating to the Commerce Department, but before I do that, I do want to say thank you very much to all the members of the Commerce Committee. I think we had this biennium a fantastic committee that worked really collaboratively, and I really appreciate that. A special thank you to the Republican lead on the committee, Representative O'Driscoll, who I've had a phenomenal working relationship with over the last 2 years. And I think the good working relationship we've had in the committee is reflected in the bill that's before the body today, because it includes a number of provisions authored by members of the committee from the minority, including Representative Farr's excellent bill on continuing education, Representative Rasmussen's bill that reforms some provisions around debt collection, Representative Haley's bill that we actually carried last year as well about the geographic ratings on health care, and Representative O'Driscoll's bill building upon the work he did last year on appraisals. So thank you to all members of the committee who worked on this bill. I also would like to thank our amazing staff. I know that when we have these large bills come through, we really have an opportunity to express to the public about how lucky we are to work with such talented and dedicated professionals that we have here at the legislature. And so a special thank you to our nonpartisan staff who worked on this bill, our fiscal analyst Ashley Eng and our House researcher Lori Pompu. Also, we have caucus staff who do excellent work helping us get prepared. Eric Anderson and Casey Peterson, excellent bill briefs, excellent work on both sides of the aisle. Our committee legislative assistant, Jack Dockendorf, a rising star here at the Capitol. Members, remember that name. He'll be around doing exciting things for a long time, I think. And then our essential Simon Brown, who I just can't say enough about how valuable and brilliant Simon is. And I'm really grateful for having had the opportunity to work with him these last 2 years. Members, this is a very good bill. It contains some important provisions designed to implement some great consumer protections. In particular, it builds upon the great work we did last year related to the Student Loan Borrowers' Bill of Rights. Student loan debt, of course, is crushing people around the country and around Minnesota. It's the second largest source of debt in the country now, behind only mortgage debt, more student loan debt than credit card debt. And we passed a Student Borrowers' Bill of Rights last year. This year, we include a provision to create a student loan advocate, to reach out to students, to educate them, to hopefully get them out of trouble before they get into trouble. And that's a great bill. We also include a phenomenal bill from Representative Cagle that we're going to have on the floor, I think, later as a standalone, but we do have it in the bill today related to structured settlements. Representative Cagle worked just in untiring fashion to achieve a compromise agreement that will protect people whose lives have been forever changed by accidents, and I'm very grateful for that. I do want to highlight a bill, another Republican bill that I think is one of my favorite bills of this session, actually, from Representative Robbins, dealing with the terrible impact that social media is having on our youth. This bill would ban social media companies from using algorithms to target content to youth, and in do so, hopefully stem the tide of eating disorders and other terrible mental illness that is afflicting our youth because of the impact of social media. And I've really enjoyed collaborating with Representative Robbins on that bill. Representative Richardson has a great bill continuing her work on catalytic converter theft. There was an article in the Star Tribune last week that I know a lot of members read, talking about how pernicious this problem has been around the metro. In my hometown of Coon Rapids, the Coon Rapids Police Department receives one report of catalytic converter theft every single day. And we have great reason to believe that oftentimes it goes unreported. So this is a real problem due to supply chain issues. If you have your catalytic converter stolen, oftentimes you can be without a car for 6 months. And for working families, that is a real barrier. Representative Richardson in this bill takes strong action that builds upon the great success we had last year in the Commerce Bill tackling this issue. We also, as a committee, devote substantial resources to tackling the broader issue of auto theft. We double the amount of money that goes into the Auto Theft Prevention Fund. We create a new equipment library that will allow smaller law enforcement departments outside of the core urban area to tackle this program with the most high-tech equipment that is available, and we fund overtime expenses related to auto theft as well. The last thing I do want to mention is the investments that we make in the Commerce Fraud Bureau, which is a very important agency inside the Commerce Department that is statutorily charged with investigating insurance fraud. Insurance fraud drives up the cost of insurance for everyone else, and it's very important that we do do the work that this department does. I talked to them in the interim and said, could you use more resources? They said that they could stand up a whole new unit to work on worker comp fraud and wage theft. Wouldn't you know it, there was an article in the Minnesota Reformer just today detailing a massive wage theft, worker comp insurance budding controversy crime, I think is maybe the way to put it, in the South Metro. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of lost wages for workers that were stolen from them. We need to hold the people who do that accountable, and that's what the Commerce Fraud Bureau is well suited to do. This bill gives them the tools to get the job done. It adds 5 new peace officer positions to the department and expands their jurisdiction so they can work also on financial crimes and not just insurance fraud. I think these are very important measures in today's world. So members, I think we have a very good common sense bill in front of you, and I look forward to answering questions.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Stevenson moves to amend Senate File number 4091, the fourth engrossment, as amended. The amendment is coded A17.
Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is an author's amendment that makes a number of technical changes to appropriations in the bill and also makes some modifications to a couple bills that Representative Katiza-Wattoon authored, mostly technical in nature, including adding enactment dates.
Discussion to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Robbins moves to amend Senate File number 4091, the fourth engrossment, as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. This amendment is a friendly amendment that Representative Stevens and I have spoken about. Basically, it just clarifies that the language in the bill affecting the social media algorithms does not apply to business-to-business technologies like WebEx and Teams that are not part of a publicly accessible platform.
The member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Robbins is correct. This is a friendly amendment. I urge members to vote green and thank Representative Robbins for her thoughtful work on the subject.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Richardson moves to amend Senate File number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A33.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I present the amendment, I'd like to request a roll call, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment takes additional steps to curb the rise in catalytic converter thefts in our state, and it reflects an approach that is supported by the International Association of Auto Theft Investigators, which includes law enforcement, the insurance industry, and other businesses who share a common goal of combating vehicle thefts, or vehicle crimes, rather. This amendment requires that in order to purchase a detached catalytic converter, they would need to be marked with a VIN number or some other alternative number that can be tracked by law enforcement, requires scrap dealers to train staff on additional catalytic converter transaction requirements, and also track which employees are completing transactions. There's a requirement that dealers retain records for catalytic converter transactions for 3 years and creates a holding period for 7 days. It directs auto dealers to mark catalytic converters and also has penalties for violations of this section. And finally, it gives permissive authority to the Commerce Department through its auto theft prevention program to conduct audits on scrap metal dealers to ensure compliance.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Rasmussen moves to amend the Richard Amendment to Senate File number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A35.
The member from Otter Tail, Representative Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a roll call vote on the amendment.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The rise in catalytic converter theft is a serious problem across all of Minnesota. And we need to focus on holding criminals accountable and not pushing costly regulations onto businesses that are doing their job. The Richardson Amendment focuses on punishing Minnesota businesses, not punishing the criminals who commit these crimes. For example, the Minnesota Auto Dealers Association estimates that Subdivision 14 alone will cost dealers and ultimately consumers at least $100 million per year in additional costs to comply. And just to put that in context, Madam Speaker and members, that's more than the estimated cost of catalytic converter theft in Minnesota currently. And just to make this real for members here in the room, just for example, in Representative Richardson's district, where there's a lot of auto dealers, this would cost auto dealers and consumers at least $1.6 million per year. In Representative Berg's district, which also has a lot of auto dealers, it would be about $1.5 million per year to comply with this new mandate. And in Leader Winkler's district, also a lot of auto dealers, and it would cost about $1.7 million per year just for the dealers in that district. So, Madam Speaker and members, this is going to result in a lot of costs for consumers that are unnecessary. In addition, the Richardson Amendment includes more regulations for scrap recyclers that don't improve safety. Minnesota already has very strict requirements for scrap recyclers, including having to record the face of everyone selling scrap and the vehicle and license plate with an HD camera, in addition to taking copies of IDs and an affidavit that this scrap being sold is theirs to sell. Catalytic converter thieves can and do go to other states without Minnesota's strict regulations. So adding more regulations on Minnesota businesses won't deter this crime. We need to focus on the criminals to stop this crime. The A35 amendment would remove the unnecessary and costly burdens on Minnesota businesses and instead would focus on punishing the criminals who commit these thefts. In addition to criminal penalties for unlawful possession of catalytic converters, my amendment would also require anyone convicted to provide restitution to victims. And I think we can all agree that that's the least that we can do as a legislature, is to ensure that restitution is given to the victims of this crime. So let's punish criminals, not Minnesota businesses and consumers. I would ask and encourage a yes vote on the amendment to the amendment.
The member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise in very strong opposition to the Rasmussen amendment to the amendment, which guts the Richardson amendment, takes out many of the most important tools we have to combat catalytic converter theft, and does nothing to help victims of catalytic converter theft whatsoever. I want to start with where Representative Rasmussen concluded by talking about adding restitution to the bill. I think, as members know, I'm a prosecutor. I want you to know that this language is not unnecessary and doesn't add anything. Victims of convicted crimes are entitled to restitution under Minnesota law. You don't have to take my word for it. You can look at Minnesota statute 611A.04, which says a victim of a crime has a right to receive restitution as part of a disposition of a criminal charge or juvenile delinquency proceeding against the offender if the offender is convicted or found delinquent. Victim of a crime has a right to restitution. So what this amendment does is it adds what I would call comfort language around restitution, and then takes away all of the burden, all of the responsibility on auto dealers and on scrap yards to actually do something about this problem. What we see here is that Representative Rasmussen is saying that there's already a lot of requirements on scrap dealers. So if you are comfortable with the status quo, if you believe enough is being done already to combat catalytic converter theft, and that enough is being done to dry up the market for stolen catalytic converters, then absolutely vote for this amendment. But if you want to protect your constituents and dry up the market and hold people who are purchasing stolen catalytic converters accountable for what they're doing, then you should vote no. So I'm very happy we have a roll call amendment on this, because I think it's very important that we send a clear message about what this House intends, and I'd ask members for a red vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Representative Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I just want to be clear that in this amendment, it provides more than simple comfort language. It explicitly points out that the costs and expenses of replacing a catalytic converter, which has been pointed out, is covered under the restitution costs under Minnesota law. And in addition to that, members, I was glad to hear that Representative Stevenson, did acknowledge that the Richardson amendment, without my amendment, is a burden on Minnesota businesses and consumers. And without adding this amendment to the amendment, it is at least $100 million in extra costs that will be paid by auto dealers and consumers across the state of Minnesota. And it's important to recognize that even if catalytic converters are stolen in Minnesota, they are not necessarily being sold to other people in Minnesota, but are going across state lines where states have fewer regulations than we already have in place. And so, Madam Speaker, I would request members to support the amendment to the amendment. Let's focus on punishing criminals who are committing crimes and having restitution for victims, instead of just adding unnecessary, burdensome costs on Minnesota businesses and consumers.
So typically the author speaks last. Okay. All right. There being no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk call the names of those members who have not yet voted?
Bernardi.
Bernardi, no.
Bernardi, no. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, aye. Damath.
Damath votes yes.
Damath, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Herr.
Her votes no.
Herr, no. Morrison. Morrison, no. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Ryer.
Ryer, no.
Ryer, no. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Back to the underlying amendment discussion. The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I got to say I'm a little dumbfounded by this, and thank you, Representative Rasmussen, for trying to fix what the Democrats have once again done. But we have been seeing a theme throughout our session here of finding any excuse to protect criminals, to protect the people who are actually the problem. And here we have another bill that we all know we've got a major problem with catalytic converter thefts in the state of Minnesota. I think the Democrats have finally recognized and admitted we've got a problem here, which is the good news. But their answer to this is to put an enormous onus on people selling cars instead of the criminals who are stealing the catalytic converters. Because guess what? Regardless of whether or not someone is ever found in possession or found in the act of stealing a catalytic converter, regardless, we are saying that auto dealers, scrap yards, they are responsible. They are responsible to spend tens of millions of dollars on identification. So we're putting this massive expense to our businesses instead of putting the onus on the criminals who are committing this behavior. This fits just right in line with all of the nonsense we have seen from our Democrat friends this entire session. This is absurd. Madam Speaker, I apologize, I was out of the speaker. Has a roll call been requested on this? Okay, good. I'm glad that we will at least be on the record, because this is wild. I mean, we have seen this over and over and over again. A public safety bill just a few days ago, not doing anything to actually deal with criminals and crime. And here we are in this bill, not dealing with criminals and crime. No, we're going to put more expensive regulations on businesses that frankly have nothing to do with the crime. The businesses that we are forcing accountability for this have nothing to do with the crime. And they're the ones we are making pay the bill. This is bizarre and nonsense. Members, I strongly encourage a no vote on this amendment.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Richardson yield for a question?
Representative Richardson, will you yield?
Yes.
She will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Representative Richardson, with the dawn of the internet and just the change of the business, auto dealers have really held the pressure. They've been small business owners, they're family-owned business owners. Some of them are larger, some of them are smaller. But one of the issues that we're seeing is kind of the onset of online sales, and particularly sites like Carvana, where you're essentially a dealer site that doesn't necessarily take possession of the deal, but they do sell it in the same manner as an auto dealer. How does this bill equate with that type of a sales system? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this bill would require that in Minnesota, prior to there being a sale, there would be a requirement that catalytic converters would be marked so that they would be able to be tracked. And so in terms of the way that the transactions would work, they would continue to be the same transactions. It would just require that there would be marking and records retention.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would Representative Richardson yield for another question?
She will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Richardson, just kind of, the uniqueness of a car being stowed potentially at home, never actually going to a dealer's lot, but potentially being brought together such as an eBay, but also, where that site is acting as the auto dealer. How will that relationship interact with the car and the dealer, which would be an online that maybe actually doesn't take physical possession of a vehicle?
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of the requirements within this bill, what it really does is it looks at the ability to be able to track, to ensure that law enforcement has the ability to be able to run through either VINs or some other alternative vehicle numbering system to track when there are transactions that occur. And it also ensures that there is documentation that is in place to ensure that there's compliance with the sections.
Representative Swedzinski.
Madam Speaker, it just seems like this potentially is going to be rife with problems if you were to use an online sales site where they don't physically actually take the vehicle, and that's a worry, folks. What have we seen in the vehicle market here in the state of Minnesota, but also nationally? We've seen used vehicles because of the Biden administration and its trade policies, the Biden administration and its complete dropping of the way economics work here in Minnesota and also the United States. Things are haywire, folks. Demands on auto manufacturers through the chip shortage, and now this, $100 million. Representative Rasmussen spoke a little bit that, these dealers are going to be paying this. Well, we know that's not true. It's the single mothers. It's the small business owners. That's the people that's going to be spending the $100 million to make this bill come forward, because it's going to get passed on. You look at the tax innocence, the Democrats just passed their tax bill. And when they looked at cigarette taxes, they said about 80 to 90% of them get passed on, any business tax gets passed on to the consumer. To the consumer. This bill, this Richardson amendment, will not only put our native Minnesotan auto dealers at a disadvantage, but it also adds additional costs to families. If that's your goal, Representative Rasmussen gave you an out. He really did. He was looking out for the mom and pop shops. He was looking out for that single mother just trying to get a car to drive. And sadly, I'm guessing that this is probably part of a bigger problem. It is a problem. Catalytic converter theft is a big issue. But raising the costs for everyday families isn't the answer. We need to go after the criminals. We need to put those folks in jail. We need to make sure that they pay when you're convicted of have 3, 4 of these things in your trunk or whatever, that you're buying 3 or 4 catalytic converter replacements. But we're not. It's not happening. I haven't heard of a single person having their Cadillac converter replaced when they've been convicted of this. And, I'm sad to say, but at the end of the day, the people are going to pay more. to be in Minnesota and put our auto dealers at a disadvantage. Thank you.
The member from Otter Tail, Representative Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I would ask for a no vote on the Richardson amendment. Again, this is focused on going after small businesses and not focused on punishing criminals. And it's, as Representative Swazinski mentioned, this is $100 million in additional inflation. It's going to be a tax on auto dealers and on consumers. And I know that in my area, we don't have as many auto dealers as in Leader Winkler's district. But even in the district that I represent, it would be an additional $210,000 per year that would have to be paid by auto dealers and consumers. In Representative Sandsted's district, it'd be about $240,000 per year. And in Representative Lislegard's district, it'd be about $340,000 per year for those auto dealers and the consumers. So this is an issue not just for the Metro, but across the state of Minnesota. And so members, why do we want to add to the cost of businesses that are not engaged in catalytic converter theft? And instead, we need to focus on the criminals and prosecuting them and holding them accountable for the crimes that they're committing. So I would ask for a no vote on the Richardson amendment.
The member from Asante, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. What order of business are we on? Oh, I'm sorry. This amendment, I agree with Representative Rasmussen and others that have spoken. This amendment is not helpful to actually solve the problem. And that's very consistent with what we've seen out of Democrats here on the House floor. They certainly don't want to do anything to punish any criminal. In fact, they want to reverse that and reduce punishments for criminals, let them out of jail, reduce sentences. They've been 1,000% consistent on that. And this amendment is absolutely the wrong approach and won't solve the problem. It just puts more undue cost on Minnesotans. We've seen their environmental policies where they literally don't want to mine here in the state of Minnesota, where we have the highest environmental standards in the world, but yet they still want to use their laptops and their iPhones, so they're creating a demand for products that create more mining jobs, frankly, by child slave labor in third world countries where they have zero environmental standards, and somehow they go home at night thinking they can sleep better because they're saving the world. And the reality is this is just more examples of Democrats not even understanding the problem, let alone even trying to solve it. So a no vote would be the appropriate one on this, and maybe we can take another try in the future at actually trying to solve the problem. Thanks.
The member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I actually think that I have a really good understanding of this issue because unlike, I'm guessing, any other member, perhaps, like Representative Pinto also, and maybe Representative Moeller, I have prosecuted people for catalytic converter theft, and I have talked to law enforcement about the problem of catalytic converter theft, and I have talked to scrap dealers about catalytic converter theft. In fact, I'm wondering if anyone else on the other side has toured a scrap dealer. Have you ever been to a scrap dealer? I'm seeing some hands up. And so what you know is what I know, is that when you see catalytic converters at the scrapyard, they have a big box of them at the one I went to, and they all sitting there, and you can't tell which one came from a legitimate car and which one came stolen. It's impossible. They all look, as soon as they're off the vehicle, they look exactly the same. And so what law enforcement will tell you is markings are important. That's why last year we passed a bill out of this House that provided $400,000 for a catalytic converter marking program. And people can't get those markings fast enough. When they show up at a police department right now, they are gone the same day. That's how much demand there are for these markings from your constituents. They understand the value of this. Law enforcement understands the value of this. I called my local police department to see if they would be interested in participating in the catalytic converter marking program. They were overjoyed. We can't wait to do that. It's important. It works. Because Representative Swazinski kind of hit the nail on the head. You get someone with a trunk that's got 3 or 4 catalytic converters, unmarked catalytic converters in it. How are we supposed to know where those came from? Are they stolen or not? Representative Pinto, Representative Moeller, no. It's hard to prosecute someone for stealing if you can't prove they actually stole something. It's hard to prosecute someone for receiving stolen property if you can't prove the property was stolen. So marking ends up being really important. What's also important is that this bill actually makes it a crime. The amendment that you are about to vote against, I guess, makes it criminal to possess a catalytic converter unless you can prove it's lawfully obtained. You want to talk about holding criminals accountable? This amendment closes a loophole in law that makes it difficult to get the person who's got 3 or 4 stolen catalytic converters in their trunk of their car. This is what solves the problem. We hear a lot of tough talk from the other side of this chamber about how serious they are about crime and how tough they are about crime, but apparently the moment there's a slightest burden on a business, whoop, nope, we don't want to do that, can't do that. That's too much, that's overboard. If you want to be serious about handling catalytic converter theft, you've got to take it at every step of the equation. Absolutely prosecute people who steal catalytic converters. I have done it, okay? Absolutely. Dry up the market. That's also very important. Go talk to a regular person about catalytic converter theft. They'll tell you, what are you guys doing about the scrap dealers? We got to stop the places where people can buy this stuff. And just one last thing about these big numbers you're hearing thrown around about the cost. There's a few problems with that. Number one, we had testimony in committee. Testifier came and said, this is very expensive. Marking one car costs $10. So we asked the Commerce Department, which is buying these markings, in the same hearing, how much are you guys paying for them? Because again, we appropriated money last year to pay for the markers, less than $3 a pop. So less than a third the cost of what was claimed. And remember what I just said a second ago? We just bought $400,000 worth of these stickers. I'm pretty sure we'd be willing to give them to the dealers if they asked. The costs are way out of proportion. They're not accurate. Catalytic converter thefts are happening 1 a day in the city of Coon Rapids, thousands a year across the state. People are demanding action. It is astonishing to me that there's a single member in this body who's about to vote no.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just shocked. I am shocked because I could replay everything you just said in the last 5 minutes, and I will ask you the question, where were you Friday night? Where were you Friday night when I was making those same arguments about people dying from fentanyl and now an increased penalty? And it's hard to, everybody, Representative Baker, we were talking about how hard it was to prove sale and possession's important. Where were you? That argument could be made. I'm sorry, I just can't believe I was sitting here listening to that after what we had to sit through Friday night. Going back to the issue of the catalytic converters, I talked to Commerce, and I guess I have to put out I'll put out my bona fides again. I've investigated catalytic converter thefts. It's hard to prove, kind of like sale of fentanyl. But anyway, yeah, it's hard to prove. And you know what the problem is now? They're just cracking the catalytic converters. The shell isn't the problem. The thing they're stealing the catalytic converters for isn't for the shell. That's like saying we're going to mark a walnut and make it highly illegal to possess the walnut. Well, if that's all we have to do, you know what they're going to do? They're going to do the same thing that they're doing with the catalytic converters. They crack the converters, they pull out the essential elements, tying into something Representative Doubt brought up. Some of the, depending on which manufacturer makes the catalytic converter, platinum, nickel that we could have here in a great supply, but we won't. So you know what you're doing? We can come up with a number, we can track. Representative Stevenson, I absolutely agree that it's a good idea to put VIN numbers on the catalytic converters. Will it help? Yes. Will it stop the sophisticated ones? No. All they'll do is just take the precious metals to the dealer. I had a bill that would, in here, we addressed it a little bit more. You had the bill last session or whenever it was when we have to keep track of who's selling the catalytic converters at these dealers, but it's not online. If Joe the catalytic converter theft goes down to a scrap yard in St. Paul and sells it, but he stole it in St. Cloud and they want to track it down, St. Cloud's got to go down and look at the records. I had a bill that would require to put them online. I didn't get a hearing. It's not in anybody's omnibus bills. I can't hear you.
Representative Novotny, you have the floor.
If you want to do something about catalytic converter thefts right now, we should have the ability to track, so we can put a number on it. Doesn't matter. That's a great thing. We're not going to catch the smart ones. We're not going to catch the smart ones with the improvements that we've made to the system. We need to have online monitoring of people selling precious metals, just like we do with pawn shops. That would solve it. Nobody wanted to hear my bill. Thank you.
The author of the amendment, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to be really clear that in terms of the work that has gone into this amendment, it is based on a resolution that was done by the International Association of Auto Theft Investigators. And this amendment centers the voices of law enforcement. It centers the voices of the insurance industry and other businesses who are working together to combat vehicle crimes. There was a statement made on the floor that people are just leaving Minnesota and going to other states to sell catalytic converters. And that's happening, but it's also happening here in Minnesota. Here in Ottertail County, there was an individual who stole more than 150 catalytic converters, and he went to the same scrap dealer in the same community multiple times. He was there 2 to 3 times a week selling these stolen catalytic converters to the tune of over $50,000. So it's happening here in Minnesota. And that happened here under the current laws that we have on the books. So the status quo is ensuring that we're continuing to see people continuing to steal hundreds of catalytic converters and making money on those sales. It's also really important to recognize as well, what we're hearing from law enforcement is they're pulling people over, and they have people who are driving around cars with lots of cut catalytic converters, but there's no mechanism, there's no method in the law for them to hold those folks accountable or to enforce the law. This amendment gives them that ability to do that. So members, we know that catalytic converter theft has been on the rise here in Minnesota and in other states as well. And here is an opportunity to ensure that we're doing something balanced that includes holding those accountable who are stealing them, but also ensuring those who are profiting off of these stolen catalytic converters also play a role in ensuring that we can curb this act. So with that, members, I would ask for a green vote.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of those members who have not yet voted?
Bernardi.
Bernardi, aye.
Bernardi, aye. Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss, no. Damath.
Damath, no.
Damath, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Houseman, aye. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Pearson. Pearson. Ryer.
Ryer, aye.
Ryer, aye. Schumacher.
Schumacher, no.
Schumacher, no. Thompson. Thompson.
Thompson, no. Thompson, aye. I'm sorry. Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, no.
Pearson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 62 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mecklen moves to amend Senate File number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A18.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, A18 is a pretty simple amendment. It's a product of 3 years of work. This would simply require the remaining 1/3 of rooftop residential solar installers to be licensed general contractors. Department of Labor is in agreement to this language. They actually helped put it together. I believe this is going to be considered a favorable amendment, I think, maybe. But nevertheless, that is the amendment. That's the kind of the nutshell of it. We've had a few incidents with some of these installers that has left a lot of homeowners with holding the bag on large bills that they never got any product in return a few years back. So we've been working on this since 2019, since I got here. And then we had another one last year where it was actually one of my neighbors. So I would hope for a green vote. Thank you.
The member from Koochiching, Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I'm going to urge a no vote on this. Department of Labor and Industry is in favor of this, but not all the advocates are. I've talked to Representative Mecklen about this at the start of session. We need to get agreement between the advocates, so I urge a no vote.
Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Munson moves to amend Senate File number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0457.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Munson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment is about wind turbines. I know we had a lot of discussion about this in the Energy Committee, and it's important that people down in southern Minnesota live wind turbines because it has this idea that you're saving the planet. But we see them going down the roads quite frequently as they're being decommissioned with these 150-foot-long wind turbine blades that are chopped into thirds, and they're actually hauled, most of them, out of state. We bring them out to other states that allow us to bury them, and they throw them in a landfill. Out in Casper, Wyoming, there are 8,000 wind turbine blades that are thrown in the landfill. And the frequent question comes up, and we talk about this in committee, is why aren't we recycling these blades? The honest truth is that they used to be recycled because we made them out of fiberglass, and you can melt it down. But these new blades were made out of glass-reinforced plastic, or GRP, which are these two materials melded together that have different melting points, and so they're not recyclable. And we have lots of discussions on environmental changes and regulations. We've discussed issues of banning plastic bags, banning plastic straws. These wind turbine blades that are primarily plastic weigh about 10 to 12,000 pounds apiece. And yet there are thousands, 8,000 of them currently out in Casper, Wyoming. So this amendment, members, simply says that when you decommission a wind turbine, that the blades have to be buried in our state as opposed to shifting our environmental burden onto other states, or the Commissioner of Deed can verify that they're actually going to be recycled. That's it. It's a requirement for Minnesotans to say, hey, either we're saving the environment or we're burying what is about 80 to 100 million pounds of plastic into the landfills every year, because there are going to be some 8,000 to 10,000 blades that are going to be disposed of every year, and it's growing as more and more of these wind turbines are put up, and they continue to not use only fiberglass, they use the GRP material. So this is just about us being honest in either taking care of our waste here or making sure they're recycled. And one of the options that was brought forward is to grind them into a powder and use them for concrete in our roads. But the people that work on the roads, that do the resurfacing, they don't want this stuff in the air and the plastic and glass. So we need to either bury them here in our state or recycle them, find some process to recycle them. There's some ideas that are being brought forward on how to take care of these blades, but they're not economical, and they don't want to put that cost on developers. But we shouldn't be marching forward and subsidizing these products with taxpayer dollars if we're not going to be doing something that's actually a net positive for the environment. So members, I would encourage a yes vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask members to oppose this amendment. I know that the anti-renewable energy set always wants to put burdens on renewable energy that are not there for any other industry. But if we look at the other energy sources that we have in our state, we don't have a requirement that we dispose of nuclear waste in our state, and that actually is radioactive for 10,000 years. We don't have a requirement that we dispose of coal ash in our state, which is toxic. Wind turbine blades are actually inert. You can put them in landfills permanently, and they're not dangerous, they're not toxic. And there is interest in recycling them, and that's continued research into doing that. GE is looking into doing this, but to put a burden on renewable energy that is not on other forms of energy doesn't make any sense, and I urge members to vote no.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drzkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Long, you're not correct. As a matter of fact, Xcel Energy is required to manage and have a trust specifically for the purpose of decommissioning their facilities, their nuclear facilities, upon them ending. And that's required by law, and they have them. I've seen proposals that we have before the House to require pipelines to have decommissioning plans. Why is it that wind and solar energy don't live to the same standards? Why is it that we are practicing policy in this state, Madam Speaker, that provides the ability for these developers of wind and solar to be able to develop their wind and solar developments and leave them to go throughout their life cycle, 20 years or more, for only the taxpayers to pick up in the end and clean up after them? They don't have a plan in place. They don't have a requirement law. We require it of baseload power, but we don't for these facilities. The double standard, members, is deafening. And that's what Representative Munson's amendment seeks to remedy. And members, I encourage your support of his amendment.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Miller.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The words spoken by Representative Long, I believe, were we do not want to put a burden on renewables because of all this plastic. If you remember, a week or two ago, we had to listen over and over again. If I heard the word plastic once, I heard the plastic 50 times from another member, and it was apparently enough and worthy to put a burden on our farmers, which, by the way, what was referred to as plastic 2 weeks ago is a polymer, which is at best questionable as to its effect on the environment. Here we're talking about something that we know. We know this is truly something that will not decompose. And saying we're putting a burden on renewables because we want to deal with our problems coming off of them instead of sending them to another state, what sort of message does that say? As long as we send it off to another state, bury the plastic in some other state, that's not a burden. Dealing with it here in the state of Minnesota, that is a burden. I think that's a bit hypocritical, and I think that this is more than reasonable what Representative Munson is bringing forward. And I would certainly say that if there is, he's leaving the door open. If there's a way to recycle this stuff, let's do that. But to just ignore, members, everyone in this room knows what's happening with those turbines. We know where they're going.
if we're going to put such a great burden on agriculture as to say they're going to have to fundamentally change the way they grow our crops, which I don't agree with, but if we're going to say that, it's more than reasonable to say that these machines, these inorganic machines that are being buried into our ground, that we can probably do better than that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Munson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Miller. Again, we made this argument many times on the floor about how green energy is creating an environmental burden, environmental destruction that is completely being ignored by the policymakers that are mandating and subsidizing these products. On the wind turbine alone, I mean, outside of the blades that we have a major environmental problem with, on the average wind turbine, there's 800 pounds of neodymium, which is this rare earth magnet that's mined almost exclusively in China, in the city of Batao, that has a 5.5-mile wide toxic slough. I would encourage you to go just Google, and you go to Google and type in BAOTOU, neodymium, and you'll see this dystopian lake that's being created by green energy, okay? The only thing green about green energy is the toxic slough that comes out the other side when we decommission and recycle these products and mine and manufacture them overseas where there's no environmental standards. We're kidding ourselves. All you're doing is destroying the environment in developing nations, using slavery, instead of working to improve the energy sources we have here. So members, I would encourage you to vote yes.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0458.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members, this amendment would require that before a site permit is offered for a solar energy installation, that it is required to have a plan in place for decommissioning and also recycling, and I encourage your support. Just to kind of similar to what Representative Munson was talking about on the earlier amendment, there are some very toxic chemicals in these photovoltaic cells. And just to read from you some of them that are inside of these, they're known carcinogens. They include cadmium telluride, copper indium selenide, cadmium gallium diselenide, copper indium gallium disenolide, hexafluoroethane, lead, and polyvinyl fluoride. Also silicon tetrachloride, which is a byproduct of producing crystalline silicon, is also highly toxic. Members, these are chemicals that are in these photovoltaic cells. There's no requirements in law for these developers to have a decommissioning plan in place. This amendment would require, like we do for baseload power, that in order to get a site permit to develop these installations, that they have a plan. They have a plan in place, like nuclear has to have a plan in place, like coal has to have a plan in place, that like there's efforts to require pipelines to have plans in place, that this plan is in place and the resources are set aside by the developer prior to them getting the permit to develop it, so that when the 20 or 30 or more years of its useful life are gone, that these developments aren't sitting there for the property taxpayers or the income taxpayers of a state or whoever is in place to have to pick up the pieces in the mess afterwards isn't responsible. Rather, it's the person developing or the company developing the development. Encourage your support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have good news for the Representative Drazkowski that the Public Utilities Commission already does require decommissioning plans for solar sites, and so this amendment is duplicative and unnecessary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, let's put it in law like we have other items in law for baseload power, and let's make certain that it's reflected here. It's developed through our representative republic that the people of Minnesota send us here to do, rather than an agency that seems to have grabbed some administrative authority in its administrative rulemaking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, say no. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A22-0459.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Igo moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A12.
It does not appear he is in the chamber.
Madam Speaker, what amendment was that again? Sorry.
A12. Do you want the Drazkowski one?
Representative Igo, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry for the delay there. So, with this amendment, I just want to start off with when everyone in this chamber goes to purchase a product, we do a little bit of market research, right? We look for, does that company have values that we like? Do they have good practices? You know, all those sorts of things. They American-made, veteran-owned. We all do those things. So this amendment is kind of getting on with that. So this amendment would be to make carbon sequestration, carbon mineralization, part of the state's policy for development. Now, the reason why this is important is we've talked a lot about in committee this year. In fact, most of us probably have conversations with our constituents about CO2 and what we're doing about that. Whether it be in energy policy, whether it be in manufacturing, CO2 is at front of mind right now. And that's not just what scientists are saying, that's what the free market wants, folks. So this amendment is going to kind of set up some standards for us to start looking at this as a policy of the state to really kind of set the benchmark and be leaders here. You know, to start, I want to talk about some people that support carbon sequestration and carbon mineralization, you know. Everyone from our president, Joe Biden, had it in his campaign platform that he was going to support carbon sequestration, carbon mineralization ideas. You know, we have the Department of Energy, the Federal Department of Energy is spending not millions, but billions of dollars into how we can sequester carbon, not only here in Minnesota, but in our country. You know, moving on from there too, we have both of our senators from the state of Minnesota, Senator Smith and Senator Klobuchar, have both jointly worked on carbon sequestration objectives. You know, on the other side of the aisle, I've mentioned much of Democrats, Republicans as well. Look to North Dakota. North Dakota has a whole delegation of Republicans that are working with carbon sequestration technology to reduce emissions from power plants, manufacturing, from their oil fields. This is happening, folks. So one of the exciting things going on with this right now, and I wanted to talk about why this amendment would be important today, is right now the Department of Energy has $3 billion set aside strictly for carbon sequestration. And what they're doing right now is they are touring the United States looking for states that can apply for those grants. And the grants are going to be up to the tune of $750 million. Well, Minnesota has a chance at getting some of those grants, you know, if we look at policy like this. Unfortunately, we're going to be behind some of the other states. Other states like Texas, Alabama, Louisiana, Alaska, a lot more carbon-intensive states that could get those funds. This amendment would bring us into the fold to try for those funds. And the reason why that's important is I want to talk about a project that's in Tamarack, Minnesota. So it's the Talon Metals Project. I'm sure you've all heard me talk about it before. It's home to one of the largest nickel deposits, not only in our country, but in the world. You know, we just heard about solar panels, wind turbines, need nickel, electric batteries. You guys have all heard it from me before. But here's the kicker. Not only did they find nickel, they found a deposit of something called olivine sand. And olivine sand can sequester carbon, not in the way of putting it in water, but when you put carbon with this sand, it forms a solid rock. It's henceforth taken out of the atmosphere. There's no monitoring. It is a very safe process. But members, they found enough of this in the site there in Tamarack to store 30 gigatons of CO2. I'll say that again for the chamber, 30 gigatons. To put that in perspective of the state of Minnesota, we put out 11.2 million tons of CO2 in the state a year, from manufacturing to just heating our homes. This deposit, as they're finding right now, and it could be a lot bigger, would be able to sequester the emissions for the state of Minnesota for the next 2,678 years. 2,678 years. We could sequester carbon right here in Minnesota. Now, why this is important is everything from mining industries, the timber industry, manufacturing, everything. CO2 is becoming something that, you know, companies want to get rid of. People want carbon neutral, carbon-free products. So this project here in northern Minnesota not only would be able to provide nickel, it would be able to provide nickel while having it be CO2 negative. That means that our electric cars, our phones, our computers would finally be on track to accomplish the goal that I like to stand up and fight for every day here and what I firmly believe in. That is responsible, right? It's talking about that global economy, the global environment. We can do it right here. So this kind of policy would not only incentivize companies to work with someone like Talon to sequester carbon, but it would also set up Minnesota to kind of be the benchmark, not only in our country, but the world, where we can mine it here, manufacture it here, produce it here, and ship it all out from here, carbon negative. And this technology is just groundbreaking. It's super exciting. I seriously, anyone that wants to learn more about it, I had a little hearing last Friday with a member from the Department of Energy and some of the company staff from Talon Metals. If you want to learn more, please reach out to me. I'd love to get you in touch with them or give you some fact sheets. This stuff is coming, and I really encourage members, let us be the leaders here. Let's set the benchmark for our country and show the world what we can do with carbon. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard in our committee from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and others who do agree that there is going to be a need for some carbon sequestration, particularly for difficult to decarbonize heavy industry. And so I do think this is an important conversation, but there are also real concerns about carbon capture being used for enhanced oil recovery, which would not help benefit our climate. It would just continue to use oil when we know we need to transition, and this amendment does not make any distinctions to the types of carbon capture that we would be prioritizing as a state. I would also just like to mention that in the underlying bill that we have the really important policy of Representative Lissegard on Buy Clean and Buy Fair, which would benefit from these types of carbon capture policies to make sure that we are prioritizing companies that are hard to decarbonize, that are taking the steps they need to try to move towards decarbonization. So I would urge members' support of our underlying bill if this is something they're concerned about as well.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Long yield to a series of questions?
He will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you go into any of the details of your differentiating between different approaches of sequestration? Are there any, can you go enlighten me a little bit farther? Because I have some background in that general area, and I'm trying to understand why you're differentiating specifically in this fashion.
Representative Long.
Sure, thank you for the question, Representative Quam. So I was differentiating between permanent storage, like Representative Igo was referring to, or using a carbon capture pipeline, for example, to move carbon to North Dakota for the purpose of enhanced oil recovery, which would just be using the product to get out more oil. And so that's the distinction I was making.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm more familiar with some of the hydroponic and accelerated growth projects that have been experimented with that would not require a pipeline out anywhere, and you could have specialized farming techniques and other cutting-edge things that would take care of, I think, a lot of the issues we're seeing. I believe the White House is doing in a few days something on food shortages, and that there's a crisis coming worldwide and apparently in parts of the U.S. about food scarcity. And would Representative Long yield to an additional question?
He will yield. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Representative Long. Have you looked at any of the applications that would be utilized? I'm sure the U of M would love to be able to be part of a program to work at the carbon being utilized in one of these new agricultural applications that I think would fit in well with the state.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not entirely sure what technologies you're referring to, Representative Quam, but the distinction I was trying to make was, I think, between the use of carbon that would be climate beneficial and uses of carbon that would not be. And since the amendment doesn't make that distinction, that was why I was asking members to vote no.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And frankly, there's a lot of new possibilities that are coming out of carbon sequestration and other approaches and technologies. And I think it would behoove us as a state to try and get some of that grant money and work for a better tomorrow by improving the technology and utilizing what are now considered waste products for enhancing our lives. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll just kind of wrap this up then. This geological feature we have found here in the state of Minnesota shouldn't exist. This is literally, we've been blessed, is how it's been expressed to me by geologists, because they didn't have words for it, because it shouldn't exist. This ability to sequester carbon here and mineralize it in the state of Minnesota has the ability to make us leaders on a scale we haven't seen before in industry and in manufacturing. I mean, I seriously want members to think about it as I close this. Imagine producing nickel for the electric cars of tomorrow. This company I mentioned, Talon, is already partnered with Tesla. It would be carbon negative nickel to produce the batteries for electric cars without the environmental destruction, without the breaking of labor laws. We could do it the best way in the world here, and that is the benchmark I think we all want to set as Minnesotans. That is why this policy is incredibly important. Chair Long, thank you for your positive comments. I hope we can work on this and get this stuff added in the bill in the future, because really, members, this is our chance right here to set the tone and show the rest of the world that we're not going to do it any other way than the right way. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Sosinski moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. The A13 amendment is a pretty straightforward amendment when it comes to the placement of solar farms. And whether they're large or small, if you have never seen one, just the basic construction is they have poles and they have the PV panels, and then they're surrounded by chain link. And it's not so much the panels that are the problem, but it's the way by law that these solar farms are surrounded. And that there's 8-foot chain link fence that surround most of these, whether they're 500 acres, whether they're 1,000 acres, whether they're 7 acres. And that's to both protect the panels, but also to just keep people out as well. And as you can imagine, a fence that's really good at keeping potential thieves or bad guys out from destroying these panels are also exceptionally good at keeping wildlife out, and especially the wildlife that cannot fly. And this amendment is really in reaction. If you've ever been up Highway 94 and you take the Osakis exit, And just outside of Osakis, if you take the tar road that runs from 94 into town, there's a large development of solar just off to the right. And there's a power station, and then there is a solar farm. And smack dab in the middle of that, right next to it, is WMA. And if you've ever hunted pheasants, if you've ever hunted deer, one of the biggest things they teach you when you're 12 years old and you're going through hunting classes is know what you're shooting at and know what's behind it. And if something is there, you shouldn't shoot. Well, what you have is essentially a fence line, which is an old barbed wire fence that was probably put there 60 years ago. And then usually about 20 feet past that is that 8-foot chain link fence with razor wire over the top. Now you can imagine if you're a young hunter and an old hunter and you're trying to utilize this WMA, which the state of Minnesota has put your hard tax dollars towards, if you're going to utilize that the way it was intended to hunt it, you've essentially been cut off. That whole property is now unusable. And you can imagine just being a deer. How does a deer get through a chain link fence? Well, it can't. And so we all know that deer just don't live in the WMAs. They go out into the cornfield, or they go into the neighbor's grove, or they go here, they run across the road, or they do whatever. And so this amendment really is, we're at the beginning side, whether you support solar or you don't support solar. This is just about if there's going to be solar built in the state of Minnesota. We today believe that you should protect that asset. And this also goes to whether or not, we're spending tens of millions of dollars buying tens of thousands of acres per year across the state to grow. Steve Green's shaking his head at me because he knows where that stands. But, we're growing that state ownership of state land as well. And these two things do not mix. Now, I believe under current state law that they ask that wind turbines have a setback of a half a mile for wind turbines from WMAs and state parks. And you can imagine state parks. That's where all the big deer are. That's where the animals hang out. That's where the turkeys and the pheasants. And we've all seen in the springtime, we've seen that fresh batch of chicks that are following that hen pheasant over the driveway or over the gravel road. And how does it work when you have right next to that WMA, you've got a chain link fence? Where does that pheasant go? Where do the chicks go? That pheasant has to either fly over and maybe wait for its chicks, and the predators wait on top of that solar panel. And what this does is just bring a little common sense to the future development. They're expecting over 100,000 acres, 100,000 acres of solar to potentially be built here in the state of Minnesota. And this amendment is just looking to get ahead of that. We're not looking to destroy the solar industry. We're not looking to cause this stuff not to be developed. We're just saying the state of Minnesota wants to protect the assets that it already has. It wants to make sure that deer can come and go from WMAs and state parks, pheasants and turkeys as well, unimpeded. And also just follow the law a little bit in the fact that, a little bit of distance just from the shooting sports perspective. You don't have to be pro-gun, you don't have to be a big hunter, but you have to be able to understand just the way a hunt is carried out in the state of Minnesota, that you have to know what's behind you. And that if that solar farm is right next to the WMA, now just imagine this wall of pillars right here is an 8-foot fence, and right behind it is solar panels. And you're walking in this WMA, and a rooster pheasant gets up, you can't shoot. Well, how far into the WMA do I have to be? Do I have to be at the front steps of the Capitol? Do I have to be down the street? Do I have to be almost halfway to the Veterans Building across the mall? I mean, those are real considerations to make, and that's what this amendment tries to address. MOA, which is the Minnesota Outdoor Heritage Alliance, has sent a letter to all of you members. You can open it up, and I think some of you may have a physical copy. Some of you may have a copy in your email. They support it because they understand whether you agree with it or not, the land that's being bought by the state of Minnesota, whether you're a state park or WMA, it's important. And it's important for shooting sports. It's important for wildlife. And that's why I believe that this amendment simply puts a 3/4 inch buffer between, I hate that word, buffer, but between that WMA or state park or county park and the development of a solar farm, just to protect that outdoor heritage, that hunting heritage that we all hold so dear here in the state of Minnesota. 3/4 of a mile, sorry, thank you. 3/4 of a mile, and that's essentially what the amendment does. And you know, this language has also been developed with the utilities. So Otter Tail Power supports this language, and the other utilities are also interested in the language as well. And I would like a roll call on this amendment. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The author spoke to only the second half of the amendment, but didn't describe the first half of the amendment at all. And the first half of the amendment is the bigger change. So the first half of the amendment would change the entirety of how we regulate solar in the state from being a locally regulated process to being one regulated at the Public Utilities Commission if it is 1 megawatt or above. So right now the threshold is 50 megawatts, and that's because we value local control as a state, and we want to put these decisions in the hands of counties and others to make those types of decisions about what the buffer should be and what the distance should be. But this would literally make for solar the only type of energy in the state that would have a standard of 1 megawatt, and everybody else would be 50 times more. And solar is a use that is much more compatible with agriculture, much more compatible with hunting, because at some point solar is going to be removed and you're going to have access to the land, whereas if you're talking about a diesel generator or a coal plant, you're taking a permanent part of land away. So I'd urge members to not vote for that, because we do value local control and because we want to leave permitting for these processes in the hands of local government. But even for the portion that Representative Swazinski spoke about, we should oppose it for those reasons as well, because while there is some value, I'm sure, to having appropriate buffers, that's a decision right now that's left at the local level, well, except for when this amendment takes place, that will be able to have appropriate buffers. But this is a one-size-fits-all that is far too large. We're talking about even applying to county parks. So there are plenty of county parks in my county where you can't hunt, but if there's a school next to it, apparently we can't put solar on the school anymore. So I'd urge members to vote no.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to that, you know, and I think that's one of the unfortunate parts that has happened this session, is that, you know, when this is not my bill, it is a bill that I've been working on very heavily, and I appreciate Representative Eklund for chief authoring it. But it's something that, you know, as you go about and you live your life, you know, one of the questions, we went out and toured that Osakis location. And I think some of that was just a small one, and some of them are bigger. It's a few different pieces that are out there. The WMA manager didn't even know it was going to go up until the fence was going up. And, you know, how do you engage in a process, whether you're a local unit of government? These are state assets. You know, Representative Long, you spoke to the county park. You know, if you want to get rid of the county park portion, I'd gladly orally amend it out. But the idea that the state of Minnesota is unwilling to protect state assets. This is not local asset. This is a state-owned asset. State parks are owned by the state. WMAs are owned by the state. And I do believe that locals have a big part in that. But the state does too. Do you believe that the state should help protect state assets from the heritage that we all hold dear, whether you hunt or not? We all appreciate wildlife. And it was said, well, the county parks, no one hunts in a county park. But you know what? Deer live in county parks. Turkeys live in county parks. And if you go on YouTube and you Google bucks or deer running into chain link fence, and there's a couple of videos in there where you have the county road running here, and you have a chain link fence on this side of the county road, and you have a chain link fence on this side. Do you think the deer or the wildlife care that it's a county park on this side or a solar farm on this side? They just don't know what the heck to do. Now, if you voted to buy more land in the state of Minnesota, which some of us did, some of us didn't, that has nothing to do with this bill. It's at least protecting what is coming before us, what is coming to us in the future. Because guess what? What happened in Osakis, you may not have heard about it, but you will. People are upset that their assets that are owned by the state are essentially being ruined. And I would say ruined because it's no longer usable in a vast big part of it for what it was intended for. Because the state was unwilling to step forward and say, hey, they're regulating solar in deserts in California. We're just looking for a little bit of common sense, folks. And I'm not sure who would be against that. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of those members who have not yet voted?
Bernardi.
Bernardi, no.
Bernardi, no. Bliss. Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss, aye. Burkle.
Burkle, aye.
Burkle, aye. Damath.
Damas, aye.
Damath, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Her.
Her, no.
Her, no. Moran.
No.
Moran, no. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mecklen moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A16.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the A16 amendment comes at an interesting time. So back in 2017, there was some statute put together that required or allowed Xcel Energy to build a combined cycle gas plant in Becker, Minnesota. In the current Omnibus energy bill, you have a repealer that removes that. What this amendment does is removes the removal, the repealer, and says that they must. Part of this comes to, as we discussed in energy, back in June, I believe 11th of last year, we went into a max gen warning or max gen, what do they call it, notification. What does that mean? It means we did not have enough power in the state of Minnesota to power all the basic needs. It means large industry gets told to shut down, send your people home. It means that they call places that have backup diesel generators and demand they switch over immediately. It happened numerous days last summer, as I have been told by one of our larger industries that gets told to send everybody home. Number two, in Xcel's IRP that they put forward last summer, when they changed their preferred modeling to not to do the gas plant in Becker by doing a large solar array of about 3,200 acres, 460 megawatts, And by putting two smaller gas plants, and one in Fargo and one in Lyon County, they would save $100 million. 2 weeks ago, we found out, we started to hear about this investigation being done by the United States Department of Commerce on China dumping solar panels to 4 neighboring countries to avoid the tariffs. What I have heard locally as well from the stakeholders in this large solar array in Becker, Minnesota, that this can conservatively make this one project, $200 to $300 million, more expensive. They are going to begin decommissioning the coal plants next year, I believe. We have to have baseload power backup. They don't build this stuff overnight. The solar thing is on a minimum of 5-month delay from what I'm reading in multiple things. I do believe you may have received a couple emails with some reading materials about this issue with the China dumping. This is a very, very important issue. I hope for your green vote. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a really mind-blowing amendment. So we are, as the legislature, deciding that we know better than not just the Public Utilities Commission, but than the actual private company utility itself that has decided not to move forward with this project. So we are essentially trying to write energy policy for a utility and ahead of the Public Utilities Commission, which if our side proposed that for any particular energy project, you would be up in arms over, but apparently when we're talking about fossil fuel generation, that's okay. So we, just members to back up on this, we, as Representative Mecklen mentioned, the Xcel utility has had their plan approved at the Public Utilities Commission, which does not include this gas plant. They did not ask for this gas plant. And why did they not ask for this gas plant? Because it would be more expensive to build the gas plant than to build solar. 140 million to 370 million was the range that they projected, more expensive. And if we look around the country at states that are more reliant on gas and less reliant on wind and solar, they are the ones that have seen the biggest price spikes recently because natural gas is a fuel that you have to pay for, and we have seen natural gas prices spike dramatically, whereas if we're talking about solar and wind, you don't have fuel costs, and that is one of the huge reasons why they are moving towards cheaper forms of energy like this. This amendment would require a private company to spend $1.5 billion that they don't want to spend. So members, I ask for your no vote.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't believe what I just heard, or Madam Speaker, I can't believe what I just heard, that we, as the legislature, have the audacity, something to the effect of the audacity to create energy policy. Energy policy is completely politicized due to the Democrats. Just like the tax code, they're attempting to use the force of government to push a political agenda. I've been the chief author, Madam Speaker, multiple years to remove the current prohibition in state statute that would allow for the building of more nuclear power plants. I can't even get bill hearings in a Democrat majority because of a political decision on their side that they don't like nuclear, in defiance of a multitude of logical reasons to be in favor of it. Asia, Europe, and others are building nuclear power plants, but we can't because energy policy in Minnesota has been politicized. What an absurd argument I just heard from Representative Long. Second, would Representative Mecklen yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Representative Mecklen. Can you remind, you made a reference to the requirement in current state statute to build the natural gas plant in replacement of the coal fire. Can you just remind the body who was the chief author of that provision at the time, if you recall?
Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lucero, that would be my predecessor, Representative Newberger.
Representative Lucero.
Well, thank you for the reminder, Representative Mecklen. And my memory serves. I did not have the time in the course of this conversation to look it up to confirm, but I'm 99% certain that I was a chief author of that bill. I'm sorry, not chief, co-author. A co-author of that bill. And I co-authored that bill that we now have law because at the time, it was a very good decision. One of the things that I've learned from Representative Garofalo, clean, cheap, and reliable energy is what we need. And this would help to ensure that. And there were a whole host of very good reasons to move that, and there still is. Talk about politicizing energy policy. I am not an energy guru at all, but I've heard numerous times from numerous sources, from those that are, that the United States is one of the, if not, I think it's the largest natural gas suppliers in the world if we could only tap into it. But we're not able to tap into it because of politics. And so, Madam Speaker, we need to vote in favor of the Mecklen amendment here to ensure the current integrity of state law that would construct a replacement for the coal-fired power plant that I've had the pleasure of touring, by the way. I've toured the Sherco coal-fired power plants. I think it was boiler 1 and 2 maybe at the time. I can't, if I recall, there's 3 boilers. And they create incredibly high-paying jobs. It's incredibly positive on the economy. And so I wasn't prepared to even engage in this particular topic, so I don't have the whole list of reasons why it is beneficial for Minnesota and Minnesotans to keep this provision in law. And again, we need to vote green on the Mecklen amendment. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And apparently the one representative wasn't here back in the 13-14 term. The legislature voided a legal contract between, I believe it was Xcel and some biomass facilities because they negotiated a price range, for paying for it. But what happened is the biomass facilities were short of materials and we're having to ship it over from northern Wisconsin by the trucks. So the cost of transportation was the largest portion of the cost of the fuel. That contract was voided out, and you forced a pass-through of the cost of the fuel. And that cost of the electricity from that facility, or actually it was a couple of facilities, was many times the cost of any other source in the state. And that was voiding a legal contract. And frankly, that was somebody in your leadership was a chair of the Energy Commission, or a chair of the Energy Committee at that time, and probably could enlighten you on some of the history and background of this state and the evolution. Now, I would like to see, since we're moving towards more electric vehicles, I'd like to see the plan that shows if we went to a third of the vehicles being electric, what effect does that have on the power grid, the total power consumption of the state, and what sort of need of baseline power would we have a requirement for then? And then also, to increase on that, what the different forms of energy that we'd produce with. So how many thousands of acres do we have to convert over to solar panels? How many acres would be taken up by windmills? What would be the impact on wildlife and birds, and et cetera? So it's trivial to just say, we're going to go to this and not be the adults that say, how do we get there? And how do we assure that we don't have the mistakes that California has had with brownouts and energy issues because they're moving towards a goal and they're making mistakes every step of the way. California is lucky they don't have 20 below winters. But we do. And so we need to think and plan and be intelligent how we move forward. This is adding baseline power that where if it's you've got snow and ice covering your solar panels from a blizzard, and the produced electricity is down. You have below a certain temperature and you're idling your wind. We need baseline, and we need a certain amount of baseline in the state. And frankly, this amendment addresses that. So unless someone more intelligent than me can lay down your plan with specifics and details, I have concerns. And I'm going to support this amendment because, I don't know, the math doesn't add up without this amendment and other things being done. And I want my kids to have heat and power and not be hiding in the dark and the cold because we didn't plan well enough for the future. Thank you.
The member from Sibley, Representative Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, members. And I rise in support of Representative Mecklen's amendment. Members, I think most of you know my position on the scam of climate change and global warming, which I've articulated. I also gave you books by scientists, well qualified, exposing the lies and deceit behind this theory, and then also thousands of U.S. scientists who signed a petition saying that an increase in CO2 is actually good for the climate, much less how the PUC and the Commerce Department, which I had verified from a lobbyist last year, is artificially inflating the price of solar gardens and enriching people outside our state, including Warren Buffett and foreigners, at the expense of Minnesota ratepayers. But members, given all that, this is an additional consequence. You know who's demonizing our fossil fuel industry here in the U.S. and supporting the Green New Deal? Russia. And I encourage you to Google that or do a search, and you'll find articles like how Putin made the Green New Deal great again here in the U.S. and the EU. And then the Biden administration has a war on our fossil fuel industry, driving up the cost artificially, and that makes his fossil fuels worth a lot more. He makes billions of dollars in sales, and guess what he does with it? He invades Ukraine. So the blood of the Ukrainians, men, women, and children, are on the hands of the people who support this nonsense. Come to your senses. It doesn't provide baseload electricity. And some people are actually saying, people who support this Green New Deal and this alternative energy nonsense are actually colluding with Russia. That's what you're doing, members. And the Biden administration is cooperating with that. I don't know if they understand what they're doing or not. Again, check the articles. Even Politico has an article implicating this. Think of what you're doing by driving up the cost of fossil fuels for countries like Russia and giving them the money to carry out terrorist and war on innocent men, women, children. So give baseload electricity a chance. This is cleaner than alternative energy, which is going to be an environmental disaster to get rid of, whether we keep it in this state or move it out elsewhere, costing taxpayers in Minnesota millions and billions of dollars to clean up one day. I don't want my electricity going out when it's 20, 30 below. And even the Star Tribune had an article that when it was 30 below polar vortex, only 4% of electricity was generated by alternative energy. Think, members, for your children and your grandchildren. We can have clean energy. It's not found in alternative energy. Vote for this amendment and vote against Representative Long's bill that takes us even further down the road of damaging our electric grids and driving up our cost. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion. Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kind of an interesting debate and being told that I'm telling a company what they can or can't do. In 3.5 years of sitting on energy, it's all I've heard so far, and telling them what they can and can't do. You know, the current IRP shows like about a 2,000 megawatt black hole, and they're planning, they're going to figure it out. That black hole is going to turn into blackouts, I guarantee you. Please vote green. Thank you.
All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Opposed, say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A24.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment makes a slight change to the bill and just really redirects the funds to send any money from the RDA fund, the $40 million, and the next $40 million back to the XL ratepayers. As you know, the RDA fund is raised by a tax that is levied onto XL ratepayers that fill this account, and then it's turned around and spent in different ways. And this just sends those dollars back. We know, we talked a little bit about that polar vortex. We talked about the spike in energy prices. If anyone has either filled up their gas tank, bought propane, or put electricity in their homes, they understand that the price of everything is going up. And this amendment deletes a vast majority of the bill and puts it back in the pockets of taxpayers through the polar vortex program, and puts it back into the pockets of XL ratepayers. And folks, I think this is probably one of the best votes that you'll be able to take, and I ask for a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Swazinski.
Is actually giving back the money to where it's needed. And the nice part of this amendment that it'll go back into pockets as they spent it. So if it goes to a small business, the amount that they spent, it goes back so that they can either hire employees or give raises to attract more employees. If it goes to a family, they can put it back to where they need to put it. They can use it to buy more gasoline so they can go to work, or they buy more baby formula when they go to the grocery store. And the price of everything is going up. This amendment is a clear line in the sand. Do you stand with special interests and the projects that they're looking to do across the state, which some of them have some validity, some of them do. But at the end of the day, we are in a crisis when it comes to cost here in the state of Minnesota and here in America. And most of it's caused by the Biden administration. And a lot of this bill will put the dollars back into people's pockets, back into the ratepayers' pockets, so that they, not us, not here in this room, you know, we have a lot of good ideas here in the legislature. Representative Igo, Representative Green, Representative Mariani, we all have ideas. And are our ideas better than a family's idea of where they can put the money? I think not. And this amendment puts dollars back into the pockets so that they can spend the money, and they're going to spend the money best. It's whether or not you feel we as legislators spend the money best, or you feel that families spend the money best. Thank you, and ask for a green vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the comment that this was a minor change to the bill was tongue-in-cheek. This deletes the entirety of the bill in terms of our spending and redirects it all to one source. And it's an important source. We're talking about funding to help replace the costs of individuals who are impacted by the polar vortex. But we have bills that are working on that are separate from this. Representative Sandstead has been working hard on that for municipal utilities, and that was in the tax bill that you all voted against just before this came up. So if that was something you really cared about, you maybe would have wanted to support that. And we also have passed out of our committee a provision that would deal with this for investor-owned utilities. But for investor-owned customers to even see an impact on their bills, it would need to be 3 to 4 times the size of what we have as our budget target. So that's something that I'm hoping that we can have as part of the broader leadership discussion as we're going into this end of session conversation. But our target really isn't going to support being able to make a meaningful impact for ratepayers given the large costs that we've seen And this would delete everything else we do in the bill, including weatherization spending, which will permanently help Minnesotans save money. So I'd ask members to vote no.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, and I appreciate Representative Long for bringing up that last point. Yes, it does delete that last portion for the RDA fund. And I think that's important. We talked a little bit about, just in the last bill, the $100 million that's not, if this bill passes, this bill here, if the $100 million that gets put on the auto industry for the regulation of catalytic converters, where does that go? It doesn't get paid by the business. Businesses are tax-throughs. So they pass that extra cost onto the consumer. And we can say, well, the cast storage tax, that gets after nuclear, and that sticks it to Xcel. That sticks it to them. Does Xcel pay that tax? No. You know what they do? They rise the cost of electricity, and they pass it on to the consumer. So it's even better that we're getting rid of that off into the future. Because what it's going to do is permanently get rid of that tax so that families who know best, not us here in the legislature, families know best on how to spend those dollars. And you can say this is about evil nuclear, this is about this and that, getting even with those folks that have that stuff down there. It's people that pay that. It's you. It's me. It's the state of Minnesota. It's the great staff at the front desk. They pay that. Let's put dollars back in their pocket. Let's vote green. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of those members who have not yet voted?
Bernardi.
Bernardi, no.
Bernardi, no. Damath. Damath. Hassan.
Hassan, no.
Hassan, no. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Her.
Her, no.
Her, no. Lee. Lee. Moran.
No, Moran.
Moran, no. Nelson N. Nelson N. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, I. Schumacher.
Schumacher.
Did you get that? Schumacher. Schumacher, I. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Damath. Damath. Lee. Lee. Nelson N. Nelson N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson N. I.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mecklen moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth and gross one as amended. The amendment is coded A25.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This actual amendment is, well, I just touched on this in the previous one to a certain extent. This prohibits the utility companies from passing on to ratepayers these potential fees should they become up about from the tariffs for the China dumping into the 4 neighboring countries of Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. This could be, from what I've been reading and even talking to some of the Excel people, this could be a 200% to 300% tax. And it's retroactive to 2021. So there's going to be a lot of money owed to somebody somewhere, and it certainly should not fall on the backs of the ratepayers. They're not the ones who intentionally made all of these decisions on their own. It should fall on those that choose to participate in these programs and those that choose to sell it, not on everybody else. Madam Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all these different costs and all these unintentional consequences we constantly see, I think this is a very, very important amendment. Please vote green. Thank you.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, of all the anti-renewable energy amendments today, this one's the most creative. So we are currently facing a dumping challenge, as Representative Meckland mentioned, and utilities are responding appropriately, which is they're waiting to see what happens with the challenge, which is currently working its way through the process. And we have a Public Utilities Commission that is going to be looking out for ratepayers and making sure that inappropriate costs are not passed on. And so that's where this discussion should be had and not in a legislative requirement. So I would urge members to vote no.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just going to speak to the Meckland Amendment. You know, this is a really, really big deal. You know, a lot of us, I think Representative Meckland, did you send out some sheets of paper for folks to read? You know, there's some great amendments out there, or some great articles out there that's written about this subject. And it's exceptionally important. You know, we talked about, since this began, we talked about Made in Minnesota. We talked about all these issues in the years past. And I remember Representative Matt Dean standing in the back corner here, and he was telling us a story how he went over to Taiwan, and it said they went to the factory, and there was literally someone in front of them taking a Made in the USA sticker and putting it on the solar panel. I think it was 2013 that we had that discussion. And yes, China is dumping. They dump a lot of stuff. They dump steel, they dump solar, they dump this, so they dump that. This amendment is great. Because we were just told that, you know what, let's just leave it up to these appointed bureaucrats at the PUC, and they'll protect ratepayers. You know, I appreciate the fact that when I look at my neighbors and I say, could I have your vote? Could you vote for me? I'll stand up for you. That means something. Not some bureaucrat hidden away in some office on the other side of town. You and me. Some wear glasses, some don't. But we all have election certificates. Let's use them. Let's stand up for ratepayers. Let's keep the buck where it belongs, right here. Vote green.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank Representative Meckland for this amendment. You know, this is more than just taking care of ratepayers, something like this. This is, again, I mentioned it last week. We took a stand in this chamber that we're going to start thinking globally about where we get things from. This investigation was launched because of dumping, because of extreme human rights violations and environmental destruction. If you look at the handout that Representative Meckland handed out, 78% of the supply coming to this country is being made with this type of horrible labor and environmental standards. $52 billion is being invested overseas. My challenge to this chamber, and the challenge I try to bring to all of us, is that we need to be talking about how to bring this investment here to Minnesota and to our country, but we don't do that. I asked this chamber, when are we actually going to stand up and make a difference? This is not anti-green energy or clean energy. This is about having some morality, and I'm tired of hearing that argument. Vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Long, you're right, there is a process, but there's nothing to say we can't put it in statute as well. Vote green, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam. Okay. Okay, thank you. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will call the names of those members who have not yet voted.
Bernardi.
Bernardi, no.
Bernardi, no. Damath. Damath. Hassan.
No.
Hassan, no. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Her.
Her, no.
Her, no. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, aye. Scott. Scott. Thompson. Scott, aye. Thompson. Thompson. Damath. Damath. Thompson. Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A34.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for your indulgence on this amendment. The A34 amendment prohibits community solar gardens from being developed in more than a half acre of farmland per megawatt of net generating capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment is not quite the language I was looking for, but it's exceptionally important conversation to have. And land use and farmland use and what it is and what it could do are awfully important. We talked earlier in one of the past amendments that over 100,000 acres are looking to be developed. And we've seen over a course of time, if you go to the grocery store, if you go up to Aldi, or if you go to any grocery place, we have a big issue with the cost of groceries and the cost of food. And they're estimating that over 187 million people worldwide are on the edge of starvation. One, because we have decreased ag production, and we have decreased ability to grow. One, because of the war in Ukraine, and two, we just have a lot of fertilizer issues and shortages across the globe. And what this amendment I was hoping to get after is really focus on not allowing solar development on prime farmland. And if you talk to a lot of folks, that is a big issue, because there's, whether you're competing for renting land or whatnot, but this amendment was not quite what I was looking for, but I just wanted to bring that up as issue, and I would like to withdraw that amendment. Thank you.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Petersburg moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is what I would call getting us back to our job amendment. This really, what I want to do is take you back to in high school when you learned about the three branches of government, right? We had the legislative branch, which developed the rules and regulations and laws that we all live by, the executive branch that was responsible for enforcing and implementing them, and then the judiciary branch that was there to determine whether or not it was constitutional for both branches to follow. Okay, so now I think we all remember that, right? That's just basic history and civics. But I want to take you back to the first day you came into this chamber and raised your hands and took the oath. Remember, we said we were going to support the Constitution and provide the laws for the betterment of our community. But you know what? I don't think any of us, when we took that oath, thought we would be a rubber stamp. I don't think any of us thought we would be just saying, okay, executive branch, you tell us what you want us to do, and we're okay with it. We don't really need to do our job. At least I didn't do that. And this amendment really says that exact same thing, that we should be dealing with rules and regulations. Specifically, this amendment deals with the Clean Fuels Act, sometimes referred to as California Clean Fuels, but it's dealing with how we deal with the makeup of our fuels that drive our cars and everything else that is movable upon here, and that we believe it's time for the legislature to make those rules up and to determine that issue. Now, yes, we do give agencies ability to do rulemaking. Almost always it's with some sort of parameters, giving them what parameters they can do, what they can't do, etc. What this amendment says is that an agency may not make rules against this fuel standard unless it can do two things. One is that it shows that it won't raise costs, and two, that there is authority from the legislature for them to do so. It's really about time for us to say, hey, look, the governor and the administration has great ideas. They need to bring it to us, just like normal. We debate it and we look at it and say this is a good idea or not a good idea, or we want more information. So that is the amendment, and I ask for your support in that amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, this is out of order under Rule 3.21A. It introduces a new subject. There is nothing about fuel emissions regulations in the underlying bill.
Advice.
Madam Speaker?
Representative Petersburg.
Advice. If you look on the very first page of your bill, on line 1.37, it lists statute 239 twice. That's what this amendment is dealing with, is Minnesota statute 239. It deals with exactly those particular pieces that deal with weights and measures, fuels, especially in that particular area of statute. 239, 7.5 and above deals specifically with petroleum. Remember, folks, that this amendment is dealing with your responsibility. This amendment is just as germane as a lot of other bills that have been passed over the last 2 or 3 weeks that have expanded and increased the scope. We really need to have this amendment as legitimate and germane, and I ask for you to not find that point of order well taken.
I have studied the amendment. I have listened to your advice, and I am ruling that the point of order is well taken.
Madam Speaker?
Representative Petersburg.
I wish to appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Petersburg.
Again, I want you to know that this vote, you may think it's about ruling this out of order, and I'm not sure exactly why you don't want to vote on this particular amendment, but this amendment and what you're doing to vote is not about whether or not this is in order. It is about whether or not you want to give the governor the responsibility and his agency the responsibility for directing the rules and regulations that are impacting what should be done through committee. And so we could talk about the fact whether or not this is germane or not. Obviously, in my opinion, it's more germane than some of the other amendments that have been presented by the DFL at this point. But furthermore, this is really the responsibility that we have. And if this isn't the place to put it, where else would it be? So I ask for a red vote saying that the Speaker made a mistake. It's okay to make a mistake once in a while. That's what makes us vulnerable. That's what makes us true and real to other people. You made a mistake on this one. Please vote red.
Further discussion. The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So what's happening here is that this bill is so horrible, or the fuel standards issue is so absolutely horrible. It is going to raise costs of fuel. This issue is so bad that when Representative Long held an informational hearing, April 4th, the only individuals that were allowed to testify on this proposal were those that were in favor of the proposal. Anyone who was opposed and had differing viewpoints were told that no public testimony would be taken and that they could send in their letter. Absolutely. In fact, Isaac Orr from the Center of American Experiment wanted to testify and give his viewpoints on what this fuel standard would do to our constituents who are already struggling to fill up the fuel in their tank so that they can go to work, bring their kids to school, bring their kids to childcare, go to sporting events, go to the grocery store, go to church, you name it. Citizens of the state of Minnesota, the Democrats are trying to fool you. They do not want to have this discussion, and instead, they plan on having this, the governor of Minnesota put it in through rulemaking, just like the state governor did when it came to implementing the California car standards, the clean car standards. Wanted to bypass the legislature. And you know why they want to bypass the legislature on the clean fuels? Because it would never pass. Instead, they want to use the rulemaking. And they do not want to have a vote on this particular piece of legislation because they know that it would hurt them in their own district. So shame on you. Shame on you, Representative Long, for holding a sham of a hearing on April 4th. You should have done better. And next year, members, I promise you that the Energy Committee will be run much better and with transparency. Thank you.
I will remind the body that the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes vote supports the ruling of the Speaker, and a no vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yeah, I'm hoping we can vote red on this one. This is an omnibus bill that has commerce and energy lumped into one. Representative Petersburg, you did a great job talking about that this section is actually mentioned on the first page of this gigantic omnibus bill. But there's a line that I just want us all to stick to. This is not the only part that we need to think about this amendment is that it will not increase fuel prices. And in a time where inflation's 8.5%, and I have families in my district that are wondering how they're going to pay for gas to drive their kids to school, why are we even having this conversation? We should be adding this sort of thing to the bill today because we want accountability and transparency for all Minnesotans. Simple as that, plain as that. We don't need to beat around the bush. Vote red, let's appeal this thing and add it to the bill.
The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just remind you again, please vote red so that we can do our job here. If you vote green, you're actually reassigning your responsibility to the governor and agencies. That's not what you agreed to do when you raised your hand. That's not what I did. Please vote red.
The clerk will take the roll on the question before the body, which is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes vote supports the ruling of the Speaker, and a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of those members who have not yet voted.
Bernardi.
Bernardi, aye.
Bernardi, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. Moran.
Aye.
Moran, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, no.
Pearson, no. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye. Schumacher.
Schumacher, no.
Schumacher, no. Thompson.
Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye. Damath.
Damath, no.
Damath, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 62 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Davney moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A27.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Members, we are in challenging economic times for many of our families here in Minnesota. Certainly much better than they were 2 years ago when unemployment was at record levels. Today, unemployment is at record low levels, but still, wages have not kept up, and too many families are feeling squeezed. Too often, those families are forced to turn to predatory payday loans, structured to trap the borrowers into a cycle of loans that removes millions of dollars across the state from family pocketbooks, from local communities, and deposits them instead in the pockets of predatory lenders. The A27 amendment would institute a 36% rate cap on payday loans. Now, you may have heard of that, because if you're an active duty member of the military or their family in Minnesota today, that's the rate that you receive if you choose a predatory payday loan. If you're a resident of South Dakota, that's the rate you pay. Colorado, that's the rate you pay. Ohio, that's the rate you pay. Arizona, that's the rate you pay. Montana, that's the rate you pay. Why do members of the military have the protection of a 36% rate cap on payday loans? Because the federal government, under a Republican president, George W. Bush, looked at the impact of payday loans on members of the military and found that predatory lending undermines our national defense and military readiness. Why do Colorado, South Dakota, Ohio, Arizona, and Montana protect their citizens with the same level of protection? Because in each of those states, it was put to a referendum of the voters, and in every one of those states, the referendum passed. In our neighbor, South Dakota, over 70% of voters supported a 36% rate cap on predatory payday loans. They're often presented as an opportunity for somebody who had a car repair, a hiccup in their employment that maybe they missed a few days or something. That's not, members, what the data about Minnesota tells us. The average payday borrower takes out 7 payday loans a year. That's a cycle they are trapped in. And all to the benefit, not of those families, but of the payday lending industry, the industry, 75% of their revenue comes from borrowers who borrow 10 times or more a year. The house always wins. And with payday loans, the borrower always loses. That's particularly true in greater Minnesota, where more of the loans are made. And the implications of those loans, the impact of the loans and the money that is extracted from those families and those communities is folks get behind on other bills, they experience late fees at the bank, even bankruptcy. Members, it's past time that we listen to the people of Minnesota and less to the special interests behind payday lending, especially in this difficult time for too many of our families. But, Madam Speaker, I recognize the will of this body as expressed in the last vote. I recognize that this amendment is out of order on this bill, and I recognize that this body, the majority in this body, passed this very same language in the Commerce Committee bill last year. We've established a position in favor of Minnesota families. With that, Madam Speaker, I withdraw the amendment.
Representative Dabney withdraws his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Greenman moves to amend Senate File Number 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A30.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment, the A30, is the same provision that eliminates the unfair exclusion of hourly school workers from our unemployment system. It allows them to collect unemployment between the terms. It's the provision, and I will not bore you with the details. We had a long conversation about this last Monday, but it is the provision that expands the eligibility. It sets up a special revenue account and includes data provision sharing so that DEED can compute, certify, and increase the costs share the costs of the school districts so that MDE can reimburse those school districts. We've talked about this provision a lot here on the House floor last week. We discussed it in the conference committee that happened last week. We have been talking about it, and out of that, we have been talking about it in the jobs bill. We are amending it to the jobs bill. I'm offering it as an amendment to the jobs bill so we can continue this conversation with the Senate and continue working on it. With that, Madam Chair, I ask for your support.
Any discussion on the Greenman amendment? The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order under Rule 3.21. This amendment is clearly not germane to the underlying bill. Just yesterday, Representative Greenman said this: a subject matter which is different from under consideration must not be admitted under the guise of being an amendment. Well, this amendment clearly is a subject matter which is different from under what is under consideration, and therefore it must not be admitted under the guise of being an amendment. And in fact, this is pretty egregious. The amendment that Representative Greenman stood on a point of order for yesterday was regarding licensing, and there were, my goodness, a number of licensing provisions in the bill. This amendment is nowhere to be found. This subject matter is nowhere to be found in the underlying bill. It is entirely new subject matter, and this amendment is being offered to introduce a new subject area, and it is clearly out of order, and I would ask the Speaker to rule in that favor. Thank you.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My advice is that this bill is germane. If you look on this is germane because it includes not just the same chapter, not just chapter 268, which is our unemployment chapter, or it includes right there, you can see it on the front of the bill, 268.19 subdivision 1. It also includes the same language as are in the bill. So in the amendment, if you look on 4, 268.19 subdivision 1 is in the bill, and on 51 of the underlying bill, you see on 51.27, 268.19, it includes the same language, modifying the important data provisions that deed is allowed to share the information. In our amendment, that is critical to being able to share so that the reimbursement can happen. It is in both the underlying bill as well as amending the section and the subsection in the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rock, paper, scissors. The member from Isanti apparently stood first. Representative Dowd.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what a pleasure it is to rise to this point of order to offer you advice. I know that you don't need advice because you and I have personally had conversations numerous times, and you were very clear with me, Madam Speaker, that you were going to call these exactly the same and you were going to be consistent. And it is fun that it was Representative Greenman because she has been the one standing to rise to point of orders the last few days. And yesterday she rose to a point of order on a licensing provision when the bill had over 1,000 different licensing provisions or sections in the bill. 1,000 times in the bill, but that was not germane. This one, Representative Greenman, and I know that you know it well, while it does reference that little data section that you mentioned, it introduces a whole bunch of other sections which are not in this bill at all. It touches all kinds of statute that is the chapters, not just the verses, but the chapters are not in this bill at all. So I know, Madam Speaker, because you've been very clear with me that you will be consistent. There's no need to kick this to the body either to try to cover anything up. You can simply rule on this one just like you have so many in the past. And if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. So, Representative Greenman, if ours are not germane, then you don't get to stand up and try to convince the body that this one, which is far less germane, somehow gets to skate by. So if the rules are going to be good for us, they're also going to be good for you. So, Madam Speaker, I would recommend that you find this point of order well taken. This is much less germane than many, many, many amendments that have been ruled out of order, many of them raised by Representative Greenman herself over the last few days. So I look forward to your consistency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Greenman, while I appreciate the creativity, it is a stretch to say that because 268.19 is in the bill, that therefore this is clearly germane. Just to explain, Section 268.19 is regarding data. And in this bill, it is regarding data for an entirely different provision, a new provision being introduced into law. And so while it touches tangentially that section of law, this is an entirely new language that is going into 126C.43, which doesn't, Section 126 is nowhere in this bill. It does not exist in this bill. It is entirely new language, and this is subject matter which is different from under consideration, and it is being admitted under the guise of being an amendment, and it is wrong. Madam Speaker, I would ask that the point of order be well taken.
I've studied the amendment. I have reviewed the bill. I have considered the advice that I received from Representative Greenman, Representative New, and Representative Doubt, and I find the point of order is not well taken.
Madam Speaker,
Representative Doubt.
I'd like to appeal the ruling of the Speaker, and I request a roll call vote.
Representative Doubt requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, or no thank you, maybe I should say. I do remember our conversations where you said you were going to be very consistent, and unfortunately, this one has not been consistent. Or maybe I misunderstood you, and the consistency is if Democrats want to do it, they get to do it, but if Republicans want to do it, no, you cannot. So if Democrats want it, it's in order. If Republicans want it, it's out of order. But members, no one at home is fooled. Okay? The reality is, you have the votes in this chamber. You have the majority. If you want to fire this bill up as a standalone bill and run it through committee, which you already did, I assume, put it on the calendar and pass it. You don't need to flagrantly break the rules of the House to do it. But I just want you to know that if you vote to uphold the ruling of the Speaker right now, not only has she shown that she's inconsistent, but you are literally making a mockery of this chamber. What kind of clown show do you want to run here? People at home aren't fooled. At what point do you actually show respect to this institution? At what point do you respect the rules? Or are we just throwing those out? One of your members the other day threw the rules up in the air. I've done that many times on the House floor. There's a great story, I think it's maybe from the late 80s, maybe early 90s, that Steve Sviggum, they must have used to have metal garbage cans on the floor, but he took the House rules and lit them on fire on the House floor and held them up. On fire on the House floor and dropped them into the garbage can. We might as well do that. They don't mean anything. You're not going to follow them. Representative Greenman, it's been you. You're the one yesterday that stood up to a point of order and said, this is out of order. This introduces new subject. It was a licensing provision. There were over 1,000 licensing provisions in the bill, 1,000 of them, which means that amendment yesterday was 1,000 times more germane than the one right now. So why don't we, in Rules Committee, amend our rules and bring them back to the floor? And the suggested amendment that I have for you is if Democrats offer an amendment, it's germane. And if Republicans offer an amendment, it's not germane. And then that way we can save the Speaker from having to rule at all and embarrass herself by being inconsistent. And we can save you from having to vote to uphold that inconsistency. And it can just be automatic in the rules. So let's do that. Let's go to the Rules Committee, and we'll amend the House rules. We'll bring them back here to the floor, and we'll pass them. And we'll just say, if Democrats want to make an amendment, it's germane, always. Doesn't matter what it is, it's germane, always. And if Republicans want an amendment, it's never germane, never. Because that way, then you don't have to break the rules every day on the House floor. Every day on the House floor. Every day. I can't remember a day that you didn't break the House rules. I can't remember one now. Every day on the House floor, you break the rules. And you just vote, it's okay, we broke the rules, it's okay. Yep, we had enough votes, we broke the rules. No, you know what? You don't even have to have enough votes anymore. It can tie and still break the rules. That's no problem. So let's just change the rules. Then just one time you have to look like a fool instead of every day. And one time you'll look like a fool when you just write the rules to say that anything you want to do is okay and anything we want to do is not okay. Out of order. Then you only look like a fool one day. And then in the future, you can just say, well, we're following the rules. The rules clearly say that if we offer an amendment, that it's in order. That's what it says in the rules. But if you offer an amendment, it's clearly out of order, because that's what we changed the rules to say. It's what they might as well say. It's how you act. And how do you expect Minnesotans to act? If you can't set an example, we've already talked about the fact that we can't have debates on issues that people care about here in the chamber because it's uncomfortable for you to want to talk about those things. You know what? I don't care. You want to know why the world is polarized right now? Because you can't have a respectful debate in here. Everything's out of order that you don't want to talk about. It's inconvenient. You want to know what? There's an election coming up. And you can't hide from your stance on these issues. Voters are going to figure out that you're the ones who are responsible for inflation, that you're the ones who are responsible for the $4.50 gasoline, that you're the ones who are responsible for the $7 dozen eggs. And you know what? Minnesotans can't afford you. You talk about wanting to make the tax code fair, and we want to make sure that the wealthy pay their fair share, when at every opportunity, you've made low-income Minnesotans pay more. You did that yesterday too, I think. But it wasn't inconsistent with your previous action. Raise the gas tax, raise the tax on cigarettes, raise tax on health care. Look down, look at your papers, look at your computers. I'm inconvenient too. You know what? You know why I stand here and tell you these things? Because you deserve a little bit of shame. You deserve to have to wallow in the mud that you're in right now, just for a little bit. And you know what? I know that you're not even fooling yourselves. I guarantee you you're not fooling us. And I also guarantee you you're not fooling the people at home. But don't even pretend like a second that you're fooling yourself. You know exactly what you're doing. So you know what? Let's take the rules back to Rules Committee and let's just write them the way you act. An amendment by Democrats, always in order. An amendment by Republicans, never in order. Then you don't have to wallow in the mud every day. You don't have to break the rules every single day. I will tell you, Madam Speaker, I am disappointed in you. We'll get over it. But you did tell me you were going to be consistent. You did tell me you were going to call the balls and strikes. 2 times, I think, you've told me that. So I do want to tell you I'm personally disappointed that you've been inconsistent and you broke your word, because this one is absolutely out of order. I don't expect that this body is going to overturn the ruling of the Speaker. I don't have any fantasy or fallacy about that. But the reality is, you deserve to just spend a little time being shamed for your bad behavior. Because that's exactly what it is. And you deserve this. You actually deserve more than this, but that you're going to get in the next election. But for right now, this is what you're going to have to live through. And I know you're going to do this a few more times before the end of session, and you'll get this again. Unless we change the rules. If you want to go to the Rules Committee and change those rules, and we'll just make them say, you can do whatever you want, and anything we want to do is out of order, then I won't be able to shame you anymore. But the reality is, you deserve more than this. So don't look down your nose at me as if I'm doing something bad, because I think we all know who the naughty little kid is right now that deserves to sit at the table until all their vegetables are gone. So consider me your vegetables, and this is your punishment. It's not your final punishment. You're going to get grounded for a little bit, but that one's coming in November. I look forward to that one, because you don't deserve to be in the majority. And it's actions like this that prove that. So you want to add your bill on, you're going to do it. You know what? You could have actually just followed the rules. This is your bill. It's your omnibus bill. If you wanted this provision in it, put it in committee. You have the votes to do that. What are we doing here? I do give credit to you, Representative Dabney, because I was ready with the 3.21 to stand up. That was my assignment. But I figured when you were talking that you were going to withdraw yours, because you knew it was not germane. and this one's not germane. This one's not germane either. So I appreciate you withdrawing yours. You were deserve to be commended for that. I'll look forward to you being consistent, though. I'm going to watch how you vote on this one. So I know that you knew that one wasn't germane, so I also know you know this one's not germane. So I look forward to you being consistent and voting with me, which is this vote. All right, it's a red vote I'm looking for. But folks, it's just easier to do it the right way. Then you don't have to listen to me. I know you guys don't really like me, that's fine. Sometime I hope you get to know me a little bit outside of this place because I'm actually a pretty good person and I'm kind of fun to be around. That's why my caucus votes me to be leader. And I'm entertaining. They enjoy this. So they don't mind doing this because they like when I shame you. But it is a lot more fun and a lot easier if you actually just do it the right way, okay? So we've talked about this a lot over the last 2 weeks. It's just easier to follow the rules. And if you're not gonna follow them, change them. I'm joking a little bit about the broad change, but you know what? You get to set the rules, you have the majority. If you don't like our amendments, change the rules so we can't offer them. But what you can't do is rule ours out of order that are more germane and take yours as if it's just supposed to be. Because you're not fooling anyone. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling my colleagues on this side of the aisle. You're not fooling anybody at home. And you're not fooling each other. And you're most certainly not fooling yourselves. You know exactly what you're doing. So if you don't like me standing up and saying these things, don't do these things. All right? It's a lot easier. Just do things the right way. I'm not sure you can do it, but I bet you can. I sort of believe in you, all right? Trying to see the best in you right now, and it's difficult. But I want you to vote red on this. And if nobody else does, Davney, they still have enough votes to do it without you. I want your vote, all right? Because I want you to be consistent. So please vote red.
The clerk will take the roll on the issue of germaneness. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the speaker. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Remind your neighbor to vote if your neighbor has not voted. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who've not yet voted?
Bernardi.
Bernardi, aye.
Bernardi, aye. Damath.
Damath votes no.
Damath, no. Hausman. Hausman. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Moran.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Moran, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, no.
Pearson, no. Schumacher.
Schumacher, no.
Schumacher, no. Thompson.
Oh,
Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye. Hausman.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 62 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. Oh. Thank you. So we're on the Greenman amendment. Any further discussion on the Greenman amendment? Seeing none, the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the amendment itself is definitely worth discussing. So, it's really transparent. What we're doing here right now is pretty transparent. The reality is the Democrats failed their friends. They failed their interest group. They failed the people who pay for their elections. And so here we are taking another bite at the apple. That's what happens here, unfortunately. But this bill today is just as bad as it was when we voted on it last week. It's just as bad. Was it even last week? I've lost track of time. Just some highlights. First of all, the Democrats tell us that this program is going to be funded for 5 years. Of course, the fiscal note says something very, very different. I have the fiscal note here, and the fiscal note shows that, and this is the mid-level estimate, is that this bill is actually going to cost $148 million per year. Per year. This isn't going to pay for 5 years. And in fact, that's the mid-level. This bill, this language could cost as much as $190 million. It doesn't even cover a year. And this isn't my opinion. This is the fiscal note. When the Democrats speak to this bill in a minute, they're going to tell you, no, it covers 5 years. Well, I promise you that is their opinion. That is their opinion. Because we have a fiscal note that shows it's going to cost $148 million, maybe even $190 million. That's what this shows. Now, just a very short time ago, we were discussing the tax bill, and our Democrat friends were really bragging about this $90 million in school aid in the tax bill. They're doing such a great job for schools. Well, that's negated in the first year. That's gone. That is wiped out. That does not exist. Because this $161 million will maybe last 1 year. 1 year. Well, the $90 million they just passed in the tax bill is for 2 years. It is entirely wiped out. And not only is it wiped out, we're actually taxing Minnesotans even more. We're taxing them probably in the ballpark of $148 to $190 million per year. That's not per biennium, that is per year. That's what Minnesotans are going to be hit with as soon as this $161 million runs out, which again, maybe a year. And not only that, I suspect all of you hear a lot from constituents about property taxes. Property taxes are a big problem. It's a huge expense, and it's especially a massive expense when you look at our seniors who are on fixed incomes. Their income's not going up, but their property taxes sure are. And we squeeze our seniors here in Minnesota. We squeeze our seniors, and this bill is going to drive up their property taxes, and they don't get to have a say in that. They don't have to go to the voters for this levy. They can just do it. So this $90 million in school aid that you were bragging about an hour ago, well then, you probably shouldn't vote for this bill if you're really pleased with that $90 million in aid, because you're wiping it out. It's gone. And you're not just wiping it out, you're adding to it. It's terrible. And of course, let's not forget the fact that of this $161 million, what are we giving to the Department of Education? Is it $1.61 million? 1.61 million. And I looked pretty thoroughly through the fiscal note again. I had asked Representative Greenman about this the other night when she was carrying this. There is not a single additional employee at the Department of Education. So I don't know what this $1.6 million is paying for. All we're doing is giving additional slush fund to the Department of Education. And incidentally, we're doing that when this is literally the statutory responsibility of the Commissioner of Education. The Commissioner shall supervise distribution of school aids and grants in accordance with the law. It is literally, statutorily, her job. And we are giving the Department of Education $1.61 million to do her job. Like, this is such nonsense. This is such nonsense. So, you know, we've already voted on this. It's no surprise. We've already voted on this. Our entire caucus voted no because it's a bad bill. It is not well thought out. It's going to be a massive tax increase on Minnesotans. But the Democrats got to make sure that they try to make it right with their friends. They have to make sure that they pretend that they're going to get something done for the people who pay for their elections. But guess what? You already lost. You already lost this issue. No one believes that we should be raising taxes on Minnesotans right now. No one. And I guarantee the Senate is not going to agree to raise taxes. And that's what this bill does. Almost a $10 billion surplus, and the Democrats are raising taxes. Shocker. Vote no.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the Ways and Means Chair yield for a question?
Representative Moran, would you yield for a question? She must have stepped away. Representative Dowd.
Is there another, if somebody is on the Ways and Means Committee on the Democrat side could I just have a question. Who's the vice chair, or just Representative Olson? Yeah, if she'd yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Olson. It's my understanding that that potentially today, maybe this morning, the Ways and Means Committee adjusted the budget resolution to allow for the spending in this amendment. Is that correct?
Representative Olson will yield. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Representative Dowd, we did amend the budget resolution to take in account for the spending in this.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It appears you knew you were going to do this. So while you were in Ways and Means, why didn't you just amend it onto the bill instead of come here and break the House rules flagrantly? And then you got Representative Greenman doing it. I mean, I appreciate you doing that because that's the comical part, right? She's been the one standing up yesterday. 1,000 references in the bill to licensing. 1,000 times it was in the bill, more than 1,000. I think it was 1,050. But an amendment we wanted to offer about licensing, out of order. 1,000 times Representative Greenman stood with a straight face on this House floor and raised a point of order that was out of order. And now this. Nothing in this bill to do with this. But they knew they were going to do it because they went to the Ways and Means Committee to adjust the budget resolution so that this wouldn't be out of order on 4.03. What is it? Is that it? Whatever it is. 4.05. So you knew maybe breaking 2 House rules at once was just too much for you, and you decided, well, we'll go back to Ways and Means, or maybe you just got too much on your plate and you didn't realize. You thought, well, we'll fix this one, and you forgot there was 2, right? You forgot this isn't even germane to this bill at all. You might as well have offered this on the environment bill or on the transportation bill. You might as well have offered on the claims bill or the reviser's bill. You might as well put everything in the reviser's bill. because you don't pay any attention to the House rules, but you knew you were doing it. You knew you were doing it. So that aside, your bad behavior aside, your inconsistency and your desire to break the rules, your addiction to breaking the rules, that aside, this is bad policy. Okay? This is a tax increase. If you vote for this, you are voting for a property tax increase in a year that no one wants to vote for a tax increase. You're voting for a property tax increase. So go in eyes wide open. And then maybe what we should do after this amendment is recess and go back to rules and change those rules so we can be consistent. I guess Representative Winkler's not here, but I can make the motion. I've done that numerous times. It's easy to make a motion to recess, and then we can go to rules and fix the rules so that you don't have to break them every day, every single day. So this is bad policy. You're causing an automatic property tax increase, and you're actually going to create a job shortage at schools, okay? You're going to create a shortage of workers. You're going to create a workforce crisis for hourly workers at school, because we all know what happens when you incentivize people not to work. They don't work. So you're going to pay people not to work, and then you're going to wonder why we don't have workers, right? Which is the problem that our economy in the state of Minnesota is in right now. And I stood on this House floor in this place over the last 2 years, and I encouraged Governor Walz not to opt out of the federal supplement on unemployment. But he couldn't do it. You know, $600 a week we were paying people on top of their state unemployment, $2,400 a month, not to work. So we paid people not to work. Did we exempt that income now from state income tax in the tax bill? Did we do that today? We did? I thought so, yeah, because I mean, you know, $2,400 on top of their state unemployment, which was probably $1,800 a month. Those people were making 20 to 40% more than they do working. And we're exempting them on tax now, so they're not going to pay tax on that money either. Of course, right? So don't come back to us next year and wonder why there's a workforce shortage in our schools and why they don't have hourly workers, why they can't find bus drivers, why they can't find lunch ladies, okay? Because I'm going to stand here and remind you that you paid them not to work. Of course, we know this isn't going to pass, but it's an exercise in futility, apparently. You just have to do this for some reason. Break the rules, do it. There's no chance this is getting through the Senate. I think we already know that. We already tried that, and we know the Senate's not taking this. So why are we wasting everybody's time? I mean, how long have we been spending just on this one issue right now? So when you get home at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, after we're done passing this bill, and you wonder, gosh, I would have felt, you know, and tomorrow morning when you feel like you have a hangover, and then I want you to think to yourself, gosh, wouldn't it have been so much nicer if we could have gone to bed at 3 o'clock last night instead of 4 o'clock? Wouldn't we feel so much better? So that's not my fault. I just want you to know that. Because you asked for this by breaking the rules and bringing policy that you know is dead. It's not going anywhere. There's zero chance this is going to become law. Zero. You know why? It's bad policy. It's an automatic tax increase on property taxes. Bad policy. But thank you. Thanks for voting for it, because we're going to talk to the voters about the fact that you're raising taxes. In this year, when we have a record surplus, you guys are raising taxes. So good on you for being consistent. But after this amendment, and we can make it quick. I think we can probably do Rules Committee, and I spelled out the changes that need to be in the rules. So we could probably do that in 5 minutes. I mean, we're going to vote against that because it's actually obnoxious, but we should do it just so you're consistent. But I think we could be back here in 10 minutes. Probably not that big of a deal. So anyways, we can do that right after this, but let's vote this one down. We'll go to rules quick, come back in 10 minutes. Maybe we can take a bathroom break and we'll fire this back up. Should be done by 4:10 then at least.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How could you forget about me, Madam Speaker? I've even got a slightly brighter jacket on. But in all seriousness, Madam Speaker, in all seriousness, last week we debated the majority's education supplemental spending bill. And Madam Speaker, members, if you recall, I offered an amendment to that bill. That was defeated. And the reason I offered an amendment to that bill was because one of the several school districts that I represent, the privilege of representing, is STMA, St. Michael Albertville. And they're ranked 325, just as a quick reminder, 325 out of 327 school districts in the state. I have spoken to parents, teachers, students, school board members, the superintendent, and some of those in this group that I've spoken to are incredibly distraught. Some of them are crying because we've already laid off dozens of good teachers, dozens, because we're at the bottom. And our taxpayers, as you recall what I discussed last week, we lack the commercial industrial property, so the tax burden disproportionately falls on residential. And so if this were to become law, this is only going to further exacerbate the issue that residents in my community, and not just mine, right? We're 325 out of 327. So that means there's a 326 and a 327. But let's just take the bottom 20% of school districts. I can guarantee that's both sides of the aisle. And so to increase the property taxes, of my school district, it would only be a further slap in the face. But let me add one other issue, Madam Speaker. I drove a school bus back in the late 90s. I was a school bus driver. And when I got hired, I knew when I got hired that the job would end around the early part of June. And so do you know what I did? Madam Speaker, would Representative Wolgamott yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Wolgamott. I know you're so involved in what I'm speaking about here and highly interested. Do you know what I did as a school bus driver, knowing when June would come?
Representative Wolgamott.
Madam Speaker, Representative Lucero, I love your lengthy floor speeches here. It's hard to keep track of everything that you've done and all the many, many jobs you have. And I wish I could ask him to yield back because I really do love listening to all the litany of jobs that Representative Lucero has had. So it's hard to keep track of it, Representative Lucero. You've done a lot in your storied career. But Madam Speaker, I hope that members will vote green on this amendment. We have fought so hard for hourly school workers. They have been through so much throughout this pandemic. And just today I was talking to some hourly school workers from my district who are grateful that we're putting this forward, are grateful that we're fighting for them. Madam Speaker and members, I hope all of us in this chamber will vote green on this amendment to have the backs of our hourly school workers. And I don't know if I can ask a member to yield, but I would also just be interested to hear Representative Lucero, all the things that he's done in his career. I'm sorry I can't keep track of it, Madam Speaker, and Representative Lucero.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that was a good comeback. Quick on your feet, because he wasn't paying attention. He wasn't paying attention, but I love the answer. The fact is, the school staff are very important. They all do very important jobs, regardless of what they do. A school bus driver, lunch staff member, and any of the other multitude of staff members. But the reality is, when you get hired, as I got hired, I knew that my job would come to an end. And so it's not rocket science to create a contingency knowing that you're not going to be employed. And so you can get another job, as they do now, rather than, if this were to pass, put the burden on my taxpayers and taxpayers across the state. That would only incentivize people not to do the due diligence to get that summer job to make up the gap. Or here's another brilliant idea. If that is too much of a hardship on your family, then guess what? Don't go into that profession. Go into a profession. That's why I chose not to continue on as a school bus driver. I went into a profession that had year-round employment. So that is also an option. So members, vote red on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to encourage members to vote green. It's true we left some folks behind, but it wasn't just our friends. It was 62,000 bus drivers, paras, food service techs in all of our districts. And these are folks, Representative Lucero, if you're telling people that they should get another job if they want the economic security of unemployment insurance, that also applies to folks who work at resorts, for construction workers. All of those folks are currently eligible for unemployment. So if what you're saying is you want to take unemployment insurance away from the vast majority of Minnesotans who get it and rely on it, 1 in 5 Minnesotans relied on unemployment insurance in the last 2 years. So I hope that's not the conversation we're having. What we should be talking about is ensuring that workers have the economic security. And we should, this bill pays for it. And I really hope when we talk about fully funding education that we are talking about our state investment in education and doing that. We have a $10 billion surplus. And so Representative Dowd, Representative New Brindley, I'd love to talk to you about spending more on our hourly school workers and frankly on education in general. Members, these are workers who've been left behind for far too long. This is our unfinished business of session. I'd encourage you to vote green.
The clerk will take the roll. No. All those in favor of the Greenman amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lilly moves to amend Senate File 4091, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A21.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Just to change gears for a few seconds here, this amendment would appropriate $100 million to deed for grants and cultural organizations that suffered financial losses during the pandemic. So this is going to help with our arts and cultural community that suffered during the COVID, the last couple of years, these times that we've been going through. And this is a bipartisan effort. We have GOP Senate offers that are working with me on this. And this money comes from the federal COVID relief funds. And so we're hoping to spend this. The federal money, the federal effort was to help in these situations, to help with our recovery of our state. The arts and cultural groups certainly are a key part of Minnesota, one of the parts that make it a great state. There's over 95,000 jobs that are related to the industry, and shockingly, I was surprised to learn that there's more people that work in arts and culture than even with our agricultural area. So prior to the pandemic, many of these folks had jobs, and these were photographers like McDonald and, of course, the actors and people that we see on the stages, the performers, but also the behind-the-scenes folks that are so vital in these industries. And these are real jobs with a real contribution to our society and make Minnesota such a great place to live. So it's our hope that we could help with this recovery and spend it on these organizations. It would go statewide from one end of the state to the other. And it's kind of written so that it would go to smaller organizations. And so it's weighted a little bit that direction. There's about 62,000 people have lost jobs during this last couple of years in this area, and about the economic impact is about $2.2 billion. So this would do roughly about 1,400 grants statewide to help with this effort. And so we're hoping that this is considered as the leaders put together things towards the end of session. And, you know, because it is a significant part of our economy and our quality of life, and this would help, you know, these organizations as we work through the COVID situation and then the recovery. So again, thank you for your time. I think I'm going to withdraw this amendment at this time, but I appreciate your time and switching gears as we did from this last few minutes of fun. But please, Kevin's, anyways, thank you, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Representative Lilly withdraws his amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 4091, as amended.
Third reading, as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I'm here to speak on the climate portion of the bill. I think this is an excellent bill addressing climate and energy crises. I'm really incredibly proud of our team and what we've been able to accomplish, how we very purposefully focused our efforts to serve the poorest and most vulnerable individuals, groups that have been and will continue to be disproportionately impacted by climate change. Weatherization, electrical panel upgrades, EV charging stations, electric school buses, and energy storage are all sound, responsible investments for our state to make. And it moves us towards a clean energy economy to protect our air, our water, and our citizens. Despite what a lot of folks assume, I actually came to the legislature to do this work. Climate change is the existential threat that motivated me to run for office and to champion these causes. So I find it incredibly heartbreaking that this conversation has devolved into a culture war dominated by talking points. Climate change is real, and it affects all of us. And all of our constituents deserve to know that. They deserve to know that the wildfires and the flooding and the droughts that they are experiencing are part of a larger system of changes. And it's a system that we could have an impact on if we're willing to acknowledge the science and stand together and do the work. We're at this beautiful point where the easy thing to do and the right thing to do are the same thing. Wind and solar are more affordable than coal and natural gas. Business leaders are asking us to make investments in these infrastructures to attract quality employees. Carbon-free energy and conservation projects are job creators, good union jobs that will help power our communities going forward. The market has changed, and industry's changing along with it, from auto manufacturers going to electric vehicles to utilities investing in solar projects. Businesses are adjusting to the new normal. The free market is changing, and yet we, the legislature, are dragging our feet. A couple of weeks ago, I spoke to a number of young people from across the state. Climate was their #1 priority. #1. And you know why that is? Because they will inherit the outcomes of the decisions we make in this big, beautiful building. And by the way, they are all eligible voters. The rhetoric on the floor makes it seem impossible, but I know that we as Minnesotans can come together across partisan divides. We've done it before. We can put aside our differences, acknowledge the science, and work together to build a better, greener Minnesota. That's exactly what this bill does, and I encourage you to vote green. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's a couple provisions in this bill that I want to speak to that have not been addressed in the amendments we've heard so far. The first one I want to bring to members' attention here is on page 259. And Madam Speaker, I do not know who authored this provision, but I'm guessing it's probably Representative Long, so I would ask Representative Long to yield.
He will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Long, I am looking at line 259.29. and it's in regards to electric vehicle charging. I'm actually looking at the whole page. And if this is not you, if this is not your provision, if you just want to let me know who it is, they're starting on line 259.6, it says an electric vehicle capable space means a designated automobile parking space that has electrical infrastructure, including but not limited to raceways, cables, electric capacity, and a panel board or other electrical distribution space. And then the next subdivision down, electric vehicle charging station, means a designated automobile space that has a dedicated connection for charging an electric vehicle. And it goes down further, electric vehicle ready space, electrical vehicle ready space means a designated automobile parking space that has a branch circuit capable of supporting the installation of an electric vehicle charging station. So with all that said, Madam Speaker, then I get down to the very bottom of the page, and it says that these requirements then are going to be applicable to new construction that includes residential structures with fewer than 4 dwelling units are exempt from this subdivision. So fewer than 4, which means if it has exactly 4 residential units, it's going to be in scope. So my question for Representative Long, Madam Speaker, is how did you come up with this requirement of residential units?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, Representative Lucero. So the goal here is to allow the technical advisory group at the Department of Labor and Industry to make decisions about electric vehicle ready spaces. It's a lot cheaper to do it up front than to do it on the back end. And 4 units, I believe, is what the Department of Labor and Industry recommended to meet the multifamily definition.
Representative Lucero.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And so I do not know what the cost is of all of that infrastructure that I just read. To lay down, it said circuit boards, electrical cables, electrical capacity, et cetera, et cetera. But Madam Speaker, members, what's important about 4 is that the definition in Minnesota statute is that a residential building is considered 4 and less. If it's more than 4, so if it's an apartment complex that has 5 or more, it's commercial. So what's happening here in this language is we are now requiring new construction buildings, multi-unit buildings that are residential by definition. Not just commercial, but residential construction. And so the reason I read all the other infrastructure parts is I can guarantee it will cost tens of thousands of dollars to install that infrastructure. And so just last week, and the entirety of this year, and every day in the headlines, Madam Speaker, we're seeing the incredible rise in rents. We just heard that today, as a matter of fact, with the tax bill and the credits they want to do. And I love Representative Hertaus's point that it's not a tax cut. It's just a new program that's subsidizing the increasing cost, the increasing rise in cost. And this is going to create more of the same problem. So a residential constructed unit is going to require this. And as we heard from Representative Swedzinski earlier, I think it was Representative Swedzinski, businesses don't pay. And building contractors don't pay. They don't absorb the cost. They just pass it along. And so if this provision becomes law that mandates in residential construction of 4 units, that's going to drive up the cost, tens of thousands of dollars with that infrastructure. And where's that cost going to get passed on to? If that 4-plex is rented out, it's going to be higher rents. If it is sold, it's going to be a higher cost. Do we care about that, Madam Speaker? I hope we do, because we keep hearing how rents and the cost of home ownership is getting more expensive. Okay. So I will get to the next one that is very concerning, incredibly concerning to me. And I see Representative Barr is on the floor here, and Representative Franzen is also on the floor, because the 3 of us have had conversations, and others, on what I'm about to bring up here. So members, I would draw your attention to Article 25. Starts on page 291. The Article 25 does, but I'm going to flip forward here to page 294, and I'm going to read something. If you recall, members, a couple weeks back, I introduced an amendment on the topic of ESG. And I'm going to remind the body what I read then. I'm going to reread what I read. ESG supporters plan to enact radical changes by using ESG schemes to alter how businesses and investments are evaluated, so that instead of focusing on the quality of goods and services, profits, and other traditional economic metrics, companies, including financial institutions, are evaluated largely on their commitment to social justice. Social justice. Currently, there are numerous ESG models in place. However, they all share a common purpose for advancing causes elites or their left-wing allies favor. For example, the metrics developed by the International Business Council rank businesses in part on the percentage of employees per employee category or age group, gender, and other indicators of diversity. In other words, a company with the wrong ratio of Asians to Hispanic workers would be penalized. So with that background, Madam Speaker, let's look at page 294. The existing law, existing statute reads the following. In the process of determining request for proposal scope and subject in the evaluating responses to requests for proposals, the advisory group must strongly consider where reasonable potential benefit to Minnesota citizens and businesses and utility ratepayers. Okay, there we go. Do we agree with that? That's existing law. We would agree with that. But look at what the new language is adding. In addition to solely evaluating the potential benefit to Minnesota citizens and businesses and the utilities ratepayers, in addition to that criteria, look what the majority is seeking to add. The proposers' commitment to increasing the diversity of the proposers' workforce and vendors. They want to evaluate not only how good will that be to Minnesotans, but what is the proposal that's been received, what's their commitment to social justice. If you flip the page, members, my pages got misplaced here, but if you flip the page, it goes on to speak about utility diversity reporting on page 301. It is the new language in this bill reads the following. It is the policy of the state of Minnesota to encourage each utility that serves Minnesota residents to focus on and improve diversity of the utilities, workforce, and suppliers. Members, that's codifying discrimination. As a licensed real estate agent, we are told over and over again, we are reminded of Minnesota's current human rights statute, which prohibits discrimination based on color, among other things, color of skin, sex, sexual orientation, religion, marital status, age, familial status, or a person's public assistance status. What this is seeking to do is to deliberately focus on somebody's religion or sexual orientation in order to discriminate. And so this language wants us to discriminate as a consideration in addition to what's going to be the benefit for the ratepayers. That is not the path we want to go down. So, Madam Speaker, members, I'm highlighting this because ESG is happening now, right now. And lastly, Madam Speaker, lastly, I'm going to bring up one more provision of the bill. And I so wish Representative Gomez was on the floor. I so wish she was on the floor. Because there's a provision that talks about bullion in here. Bullion. And I would just draw members' attention that we're seeking to change this. And I'm hoping that the chair is maybe going to get her to see if she is back there in the retiring room. But perhaps not. So
I wouldn't hold your breath, Representative Lucero.
There we go. So, well, members, bullion for those, this is a nuanced issue. This is a nuanced issue. But for those who haven't followed this, bullion is gold and silver. Can't find her? Oh, well. Madam Speaker, I was going to ask the chief author of this provision what her favorite bullion was or is. But unfortunately, she's not here, so I can't ask her. But with that, Madam Speaker, this, in all seriousness on the previous things, this is very important that we vote this down. If only to prohibit the ESG that the Democrat majority is attempting to codify into law that would statutorily require discrimination. And I do not want to discriminate, and I certainly don't want our statutes to discriminate, and that's what it seeks to do. So members, vote red to this bill. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also want to address the climate portion of the bill and start by thanking Chair Long and Vice Chair Acom and all the committee members for putting together an excellent bill that we desperately need in this critical moment for our climate. Earlier this year, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a report indicating climate change is accelerating and the window for action to address this issue is closing quickly. They wrote, and I quote, "This report is a dire warning about the consequences of inaction. It shows that climate change is a grave and mounting threat to our well-being and a healthy planet." And as chair of the Transportation Committee, I want to remind the body that transportation is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Minnesota. And if we are to follow the IPCC recommendations that this moment requires, then we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. And electrifying the transportation system is one of our most important tools in our toolbox to address this issue. This bill provides for electric vehicle infrastructure, electric transit buses, and electric school buses. Now, earlier today, we had members of the Isaiah organization's Young Adult Coalition in the gallery. And for them, addressing the climate emergency is a high priority. Two transit riders were here, Eleanor Muzzy and Zena N., and they're both transit riders who witnessed this debate. They're watching us, and they're telling us in no uncertain terms that the time to act on climate is now, and it is their lives and future generations that will judge us in this moment. That is why I'm casting my green vote on this bill for Eleanor, Zena, and their generation who deserve to live on a healthy planet now and in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I am rising sadly to not support the final passage of the bill, but I did want to take this opportunity to thank Chair Stevenson for allowing my provisions of HF 3724, the algorithm bill, to be brought forward in this bill. And I just want to take a couple moments while I have the opportunity to discuss those provisions for those of you who weren't in committee and for sort of laying the groundwork for any future legal challenge. So I will try to be brief, but this is the only time I'm going to have to speak on the provisions of this bill, and so I just want to lay out the case as best I can. During the interim, I read 2 articles in the Wall Street Journal that I have passed out on the floor today, and I do hope members you'll take them home and take the time to read them. I've always been aware of the dangers of social media for kids and was actually quite strict with phone use for my own daughters when they still lived at home. These articles, however, brought into stark relief how harmful these algorithms are, which are driving unsolicited content to our children. In the 2 different studies, automated accounts registered to 13 to 15-year-olds were served tens of thousands of videos and posts about eating disorders, self-harm, sex, and drugs. In the Corpse Bride article I handed out on from the Wall Street Journal, they created 12 automated accounts registered to 13-year-olds to see what would happen to them from early October to early December last fall. For those 2 months, those 12 bots were shown 32,000 weight loss videos on TikTok. And once TikTok determined that those bots would rewatch the videos, it, quote, speedily served more until weight loss and fitness content made up more than half of their feeds, even if the bot never sought it out. 1/3 of the weight loss videos were about eating disorders, and of those, nearly 40% contained texts promoting making eating disorders appear normal, a violation of TikTok's own policies. The provisions from HF 3724 in this bill provide a simple but powerful solution to address this problem. It bans social media platforms from using algorithms to target content to kids under 18. Children can still have accounts and like or follow friends or other pages, but they will no longer be fed unsolicited content based on what they like, follow, or even linger over for a few seconds, or based on mirroring, which feeds them curated content based on what others in their age, sex, or geographic location like. I have had dozens of calls from Minnesota parents, and we have heard powerful testimony in committee from experts across the country in Minnesota who are studying the negative impacts of social media on our children's physical and mental health. We have also heard from therapists who work tirelessly with clients who claim they have fallen into eating disorders, suicide or self-harm, drug addiction, anxiety, or depression because they were, quote, sent into a rabbit hole and they couldn't stop watching, even when they knew it was bad for them. A dietitian referenced in one of the articles noted, this algorithm is too freaking strong in how it rapidly defines a person's interest and sends kids into harmful streams of content that can tip them into unhealthy behavior or trigger a relapse. Expert witnesses included Dr. Bryn Austin from Harvard School of Public Health, Dr. Stephanie Zerwas, Associate Professor of Psychiatry at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and Katie Bell from the Healthy Teen Project in the San Francisco Bay Area. Ms. Bell testified while she was actually conducting clinic hours, and she came to the Zoom meeting telling us how fired up her patients were that we were taking this step in Minnesota after they had gone through so much trauma firsthand, and they were thrilled that we were taking this step. We also received a letter of support from NAMI Minnesota and testimony in the Senate from the founders of Live More, Screen Less, a Minnesota-based nonprofit that addresses the effects of social media and screen time overuse and misuse on student mental health. Of course, we also heard from the opponents of the bill, big tech companies and their tech associations. I met with everyone who reached out to me, and we have included amendments along the way to address some of their concerns, such as clarifying statutory definitions and specifying that it applies to Minnesotans while they are in the state of Minnesota. To ensure we do not run afoul of the Dormant Commerce Clause, this does not apply to children when they are traveling to other states. I also want to make clear that the language does not affect the ability of families or soccer teams or other groups to participate in group chats. Big tech tried to lay out all the things they are already doing through parental controls and other new safeguards, but they did not offer any concrete proposals that would actually help stop driving content to our kids, because that is what their entire business model is based on, engagement. the longer they capture the user's attention, the more money they make. Indeed, the algorithms are intended to maximize screen time through built-in features such as autoplay and endless scroll, which means that once children start watching, they are automatically served video after video with no additional action required. In addition, these algorithms quantify and display the popularity of individuals and posts, which drives users to post more, which is essential for maximizing engagement. According to Josh Golan, Executive Director of Fair Play, children and teens quickly learn that the way to improve metrics is to post frequently and to post particularly provocative or risque content. Pursuit of external quantified popularity also encourages children and teens to attempt dangerous viral challenges. These algorithms are also collecting vast amounts of data on our kids, which is used again to drive additional content. They collect data on each user's likes, shares, comments, interests, geolocations, the video each user watches, and for how long. A New York Times article by Ben Smith said that TikTok, quote, optimizes for time spent on the app, indicating its algorithms incentivize users to remain on TikTok for as long as possible. According to a former YouTube engineer in the article in Wired in 2018, quote, recommendations are designed to optimize watch time. There is no reason that the content it shows is actually good for kids. If it is sometimes, it is just coincidence. When I met with Meta last month, they were celebrating their new parent controls, but they required the teens and the parents to opt in together. If the teen doesn't agree to it, the parent cannot see who they are following or when they report harmful interactions on the platform. The parents' controls do not really allow for parent control. Meta was also very proud of a new safety center they are creating, which creates safety hubs for women and children, and they plan to create an administrator for suicide and self-harm. Think about that. They know their platform is unsafe for kids and women and is leading to suicide and self-harm. And they are creating all these tools, but they will not stop using algorithms to shovel content at our kids. Instead, they pour millions of dollars into, quote, protecting our kids, but they don't do the one thing that would really help: stop the endless engagement. The provisions of my bill take a strong first-in-the-nation stand against this epidemic of targeting kids with content by banning it in Minnesota for kids under 18 and creating a civil penalty up to $1,000 per violation. Members, every year we get more data on the negative impact of social media on our kids, and we do not do anything. We have been told that states can't do it. We have to wait for the federal government to act. While some in the federal government are trying to do something, including Senator Klobuchar and Senator Blackburn and many others, they have not made any real progress. Their bills, which I have reviewed, don't actually stop the algorithms. They require studies, create boards, have opt-outs, and require that terms and conditions are set out in clear and accessible, easy-to-understand manner. But the algorithms will continue to serve up content to our kids. I and many of you in this body have decided we are done waiting for the federal government to act. The state of Minnesota has a compelling interest to protect our children, and we are not going to wait for someone else to do it. I want to quickly address the four most common arguments against the bill. This is important to get on the record for any future courts that look at this bill. First, HF 3724 does not violate the Constitution's First Amendment protections for free speech. The bill is content neutral. Let me say that again. This bill is content neutral. We do not say that any content is good or bad, or say that any type of content has to be taken down. Instead, we say that all algorithm-driven content cannot be targeted at kids under the age of 18 who are physically located in Minnesota. The bill draws a distinction between algorithms that merely host content and those that proactively drive it to kids. Legal scholarship is beginning to catch up with the reality of how social media's roles have changed since the Communications Decency Act was passed in 1996. It's changed from mere publisher to active participant in shaping the user experience. In an article in the Pace Law Review in September of 2018, Sofia Granfinaki argued that we must differentiate between the functions of algorithms. She makes the distinction between content targeting algorithms and algorithms that curate speech. Quote, a distinction is drawn between algorithms that curate speech for hosting purposes and those that curate for navigation purposes, and it is argued that content navigation algorithms, because of their function, deserve separate constitutional treatment. They, the content navigation algorithms, undermine the notion of autonomous choice in the selection and consumption of content, and their role in today's information environment is not aligned with a functioning marketplace of ideas. My proposal doesn't address algorithms that curate speech. It simply says that curated speech cannot then be targeted at kids through algorithms. The second objection is that I want to address is that HF 3724 does not violate federal liability protections of Section 230 in the Federal Communications Decency Act. It is important here to point out a bit of history. The Communications Decency Act was passed in 1996 to protect children from harmful material. Specifically and currently, it protects children from material that the, quote, provider or user considers to be obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or otherwise objectionable, whether or not such material is constitutionally protected. The debate at that time was whether the federal government would regulate content on the internet, as they did with broadcast networks through the FCC, or whether they would allow companies to develop technologies to, quote, maximize user control over what information is received by individuals, families, and schools who use the internet and other interactive computer services. Basically, Congress allowed companies to set up their own safeguards so that innovation and development of the internet would continue unhindered. As we have discussed, this self-regulation has not proved adequate. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act gives companies immunity from liability in two particular instances: when they act as publisher of third-party content and when they act in good faith to restrict access to the objectionable material outlined above. My proposal does not violate these immunity protections because social media networks are only liable for violations when they are using algorithms to target content to kids. It does not in any way restrict a platform from publishing user-created content or from taking actions to restrict access to objectionable materials. When social media platforms use algorithms to drive content to kids, they are no longer acting as a neutral publisher of information. Instead, they are proactively generating suggestions for friends, events, and groups that they believe to be in the user's interests based on immense amounts of data they have proactively acquired. To quote the Chief Judge of the Second Circuit in his dissent in Force v. Facebook from 2019, while those algorithms do end up showing user profile, group, or event pages written by other users under the publisher function, it strains the English language to say that in targeting and recommending these writings to users, and thereby forging connections and developing networks, that Facebook is acting as the publisher of information provided by another content provider. Members, Section 230 was intended as a shield to protect minors from harm on the internet. It is now being used as a sword, which allows unchecked harm against minors and instead protects big tech companies from any responsibility for the real harm that their algorithms are causing. The third objection to this proposal is that states cannot regulate big tech because they are preempted in federal law by Section 230 from creating civil liability. This is false. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act specifically states, quote, Nothing in this section shall be construed to prevent any state from enforcing any state law that is consistent with this section. No cause of action may be brought and no liability imposed under any state or local law that is inconsistent with this section. As long as this bill is consistent with 230, state laws are not preempted. Indeed, other states have already taken small steps in that direction, and they have been upheld. According to an exhaustive examination of these issues by the Congressional Research Service in April of last year, quote, in limited circumstances, courts have concluded that a particular claim does not treat a defendant as a publisher or speaker and is not barred by Section 230. In another case, claims founded on economic regulations of online services have also survived Section 230 preemption. In a concurring opinion of FTC versus AccuSearch, Judge Timkovich wrote that, quote, the cause of action sought to hold the defendant liable for its own conduct rather than for third-party conduct, and thus the defendant was not being treated as a publisher or speaker. In FTC versus LeadClick Media, the Second Circuit agreed with Judge Timkovich's concurrence and determined that the claim brought under Section 5 of the FTC Act depended on the defendant's own deceptive acts or practices, and therefore did not treat defendants as a publisher or speaker. State laws that do not violate the provisions of Section 230 are not prohibited, and my bill meets that test. Finally, big tech claims that they cannot possibly comply without getting a lot of additional private information on our children to prove they are under age 18. This is simply not true. The United Kingdom has a much more robust law protecting minors on social media called the Age-Appropriate Design Code, which, among other things, requires privacy settings to be set high by default for children who are defined to be under the age of 18. It requires platforms to collect and retain only the minimum amount of data on users, requires geolocation to be switched off and as an opt-in, not an opt-out option. It also bans so-called nudge techniques, which encourage children to counter any of these settings when they encounter them. In response to this code and the accompanying hefty fines that are given to violators, TikTok has now instituted major changes for direct messaging for those under 18, and Instagram has begun to ask users their age. Members, that is all that is needed to comply with the provisions of my proposal. If a platform asks an account holder if they are 18 and they say yes, they will be treated as they currently are. If they are under 18, then they will be treated with as a minor account and will not be targeted by the algorithms. It's a very simple, elegant solution to this problem. The provisions of my proposal are very narrow. They are content neutral, and they ban the type of algorithm which targets content to minors. It does not run afoul of the First Amendment or Section 230 and is well within the state's interest in protecting the children of Minnesota. Members, I appreciate your indulgence in letting me lay out the case for this bill. As I said before, I'm particularly grateful to Chair Stevenson for giving it a hearing and including it in the Omnibus bill, and to all the bipartisan members of the House Commerce and Judiciary Committees who passed it out with strong support. I'd also like to thank Callie Lehman and Mary Mullen, who took my calls last fall and thought through every iteration of this bill to make it in the best shape possible for potential court challenge. Members, we have the opportunity to stop the madness assaulting our kids and provide a measure of protection to them from being targeted by algorithms that drive ceaseless content at them. I hope you will all join me in supporting keeping the provisions of this bill going forward to final passage, either in the conference or in a standalone bill by the end of the session. Thank you, members.
The member from Dakota, Representative Bierman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A little bit of subject whiplash. I'm going to move you back to climate and energy now after that one. I too want to thank Representative Long, or Chair Long, and Vice Chair Acom, and also Minority Leader Swedzinski, and all the members who are on the Climate and Energy Committee. We had a robust discussion and a deep dive in a lot of different areas. And not surprisingly, we disagreed on a lot of the issues in committee, as we have here today on the floor. I do want to thank the committee, though, for an array of bills that have acted on climate and move us further toward the use of more clean and sustainable energy resources. And I'll comment on two areas of the climate and energy provisions: electric vehicle charging stations and weatherization. The growth of electric vehicles, members, will be accelerating on our roadways year after year for the next decades. And we need to meet that challenge and help foster the growth of infrastructure across our state. We heard in committee about the needs of rural areas to have accessible charging stations right now. And this bill promotes that build-out for tourists, for locals, for government entities. County government buildings will receive funding for charging stations with Representative Bowe's bill. Rural rest areas will receive build-out with Representative Lippert's bill. And state parks and the DNR will benefit from my bill, providing plug-in at some of our most popular destinations in the state. This bill represents just one phase of the electric charging station build-out that we will need to expand and connect our entire state grid. The other item that I wish to speak on in the bill is the weatherization provision included. Last fall, the Commerce Department convened a bipartisan weatherization task force to examine our state's progress in meeting our weatherization goals. Since 1976, the U.S. Department of Energy has provided funding for states to assist low-income persons with homes having high energy burden. Priority is given to elderly, persons with disabilities, and families with children. 2/3 of that funding, as was mentioned by Chair Long, goes to rural areas of our state. The Weatherization Assistance Program is a comprehensive whole house approach that averages 20 to 30% reduction of energy use per unit. Weatherization provides a more permanent solution to energy burden. It is an upstream approach, so that instead of just energy assistance, which covers some of the heating expense year after year, we actually reduce the energy consumption. As the task force revealed, by all measures, we in Minnesota lag far behind our northern states in assisting those in need in our own economic well-being for weatherization activity. We reach only 8 to 12% of the eligible applicants that apply for the program in your counties. It was noted previously that we have nearly a 300-year backlog of eligible homes across the counties of Minnesota in need of weatherization right now. Now we know what a robust weatherization program will do. Weatherization has a 3-to-1 return on investment. It will create local jobs and add economic activity in all of our communities. It will lower utility bills by conserving energy. It will reduce stress on the grid. It will increase energy equity, helping those Minnesotans most in need in all our districts. It will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and make homes more resilient to the changes in our weather patterns. Weatherization, members, is good policy. A vote yes today will help activate resources for tens of thousands of Minnesotans in your district and mine. Please vote yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Members, Madam Speaker, thank you. You know, the weatherization, thank you for bringing that up. So during the Energy Committee, many of us would always talk about the fact that we're doing nothing to lower the cost of energy for individuals. We are driving up the costs, and we were always met with, but we've got this weatherization stuff in our committee that we've heard, and families can save up to $200. That's their answer. Yep, that's their answer. So one of the Biden administrations recently said, her name is Samantha Power, Fertilizer shortages are real because Russia is a big exporter of fertilizer, blah, blah, blah. As a result, we are working with countries to look at natural solutions such as manure and compost, and this may hasten transitions that would have been in the interest of farmers to make eventually anyway. Never let a crisis go to waste, okay? So we get a lot of our fertilizer from Russia, okay? And with the war in Ukraine, that has put a major crimp on fertilizer, and it is driving up the cost of fertilizer, and the food shortage issue is very real. A topic that is not being discussed now, but I anticipate this fall it will become a campaign topic, okay? So Powerline blog had an article just the other day talking about the sellout to China in progress, right? So we know now we have this fertilizer issue because we're very dependent on Russia, the war in Ukraine, driving up the costs of fertilizer, which is leading to some major issues with farmers being able to afford fertilizer and the U.S. government saying, oh, never let a crisis go to waste. We've wanted to go back to manure anyway, so here's our chance. In this article, it also says, there's a quote, "To go green is to literally turn our economy over to the Chinese Communist Party." Okay, this is really interesting and important because much like our fertilizer issue where we seem to get a lot of our fertilizer from Russia, and we know how that's working out, guess who dominates the processing of key minerals for green energy? China, okay? China. So, the Communist Party of China, 68% of our nickel comes from there. Only 10% from the US. Cobalt, 73% of that comes from China. 15% of that comes from the US. Graphite, 100% of graphite comes from China. 0, because we can only go to 100%. 0% comes from the US. Lithium is 59%. How much comes from the US? Still 0%, okay? Because the other percentage there of the lithium comes from the EU, and it doesn't say where the rest of it comes from. Okay, so then we have manganese, 93% China, 5% from the US, and that is a major issue. Then we have the production. Let's see, I think I'm pronouncing this cathode. 80% of that comes from China, 1% from the US. This is in the production area. Anode is 89%, comes from China, 0% from the US. And then the lithium-ion battery cell manufacturing, which is extremely important in the green energy field. We have 79% of that comes from China. 7% of that comes from the US. So we have a major, major issue of relying on a country, a communist country, who hates us, is not our friend, that relies on slave labor to produce these materials, which then they sell back to us to implement here their green energy items here, solar panels, all that good stuff here in the US. But what happens when China decides to turn the key off? Where are we going to get our materials for your green energy dreams? Especially since we can't seem to get them here in the United States. So we have a problem. This bill, this energy bill, is dependent on China. not on US workers, on China and slave labor. Shameful. So, members, we have some misplaced priorities in this bill. Funding grants, climate change grants, electric buses for the Met Council, more EV charging stations for housing providers. And we are doing absolutely nothing to lower the energy costs for our constituents, except weatherization, saving up to $200 for those that qualify. China wins, we lose, while the Biden and Walz inflation continues to go up. So members, I'm going to ask you to vote no on this bill, because we can do a lot better. And we need to listen to the ideas that Representative Igo has with mining, doing it here ethically, being dependent on the United States for our energy needs, and not supporting countries that utilize slave labor and at any time can turn that key off and lead us into energy shortages, much like depending on fertilizer from other countries who are now at war. And now we are wondering how our farmers are going to be able to get fertilizer. So members, vote no, and let's get a better bill, or not a bill at all, because that would be okay, from conference committee. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It's been a long day debating here on the House floor. I rise in support of the climate and energy provisions within the bill. You know, in our debates over the last many days, I've been heartened to hear from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that they do recognize that our climate is changing. They recognize that we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I think that that's important as we look at this work, this climate crisis, and how we need to approach it in a bipartisan way. And, you know, while I wasn't here back in 2008, we passed the Next Generation Energy Act in a bipartisan way. And we need to get back to that place. We all need to be working together toward this goal. We need to understand and recognize the science, and we need to look at data. As Representative Hornstein said, the last report from IPCC lets us know that the window to act is closing and that we need to be doing more, and we need to be acting boldly and quickly. And as Representative Holland said, our youth are counting on us. And we need to leave this planet and this state in a better place. And so we have a lot of provisions in this bill. Thank you to Chair Long for putting the bill together as he did. I'm glad that we're including solar on schools. We passed that last year, and in January when it opened for the greater Minnesota parts of the state, we had over 100 applications right away, and we already have grants that are being sent out to these schools to put solar on their buildings. The Xcel Energy territory opened up their program on Monday. And so this is a program that works. It will save schools money. It will reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It will help students learn about the wonderful benefits of renewable energy. So I'm really glad that we're able to continue to grow on that program. And along with many others in the bill, there's a provision that I have that I think is really important. It's putting together a roadmap on what we need to actually do to achieve our greenhouse gas emission goals. It's hard to just kind of go at things in a haphazard way. If we have a roadmap and a plan, we can actually get there and accomplish what we need to do to hold off the worst impacts of climate change. So With all of that, you guys have heard a lot of talking today. I don't want to belabor anything, but I think this is an important bill. I really encourage you to vote green, and I thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be very brief. Members, in your inbox, you have an email with a letter in it from the Chamber from the state of Minnesota. They have great concerns over several provisions in this bill. The paid family medical leave, the earned sick and safe time, both very, very expensive. Some provisions allow people to take up to 24 weeks off. That's going to put a major hit on the small business owners, jobs creators that are trying to get themselves back underneath and be stable again. In addition to the Chamber hating those provisions, school boards around the state hate that provision because it puts an unfunded mandate on them that they can't levy for. It would have to go to a special levy. So we've talked about that before, so I won't belabor that. But members, this is a little bit like a giant hog trough of a bill. You've put everything into it, and I don't know that the hog trough is big enough to support it. I'll be voting red, and I encourage you to vote red as well. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I would draw your attention to Article 8 in the bill. Talk a little bit about labor. Fair labor standards. Fair labor standards for agricultural and food processing workers. These are the folks that were cutting the meat for us during COVID, working in those conditions. And I wasn't gonna, I know we've been going a long time here today, but I was thinking and talking about this. It's been a long time since these standards have been updated. The Packing House Workers' Bill of Rights was passed in 2007. We had a legislative audit in 2015 that said it needed to be updated. 2015. And as we were researching this, we found there were provisions protecting the people who cut our meat for us, the people who do that work, which is not easy work. Some of those provisions had not been updated since 1981. 1981, I was a senior in high school, and that was a long, long time ago. And so, as time has changed, we need to update those fair labor standards so that they're fair and that they represent today, not back in 1981. That's the type of thing we need to do, is modernize and update and be fair. So I'd ask you for your support for the fair labor standards for agricultural and food processing workers that are contained in this bill.
The member from Carver, Representative Bowe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So first of all, I'd like to thank Chair Long and I'd like to thank all the committee for the opportunity to serve on the Energy Committee. It's been an interesting year, to say the least. I'd like to share just a couple of thoughts today with members, if I may. Thought number one, Minnesotans today are really struggling with a volatile cost of living. Many of my constituents are contacting me and voicing concerns as they watch energy prices continue to rise. Retired Minnesotans are living on a fixed income, and yet they watch their gas bill and their electric bill continue to grow. And they're concerned about that. Unfortunately, I believe many of the policies within this bill will not help to reduce those costs, and in actuality, I believe that they will exacerbate the situation. Thought number two, members, we live in a fishbowl. And like goldfish in a fishbowl sharing the same water, we share the same air. Pollution that's caused in one part of the world does find its way to other parts of the world. It doesn't stop at the border. And so, as a matter of fact, I believe that we should be doing the mining and the manufacturing that leads to items such as solar panels, EVs, batteries, smartphones, laptops, integrated circuit chips, because we have environmental regulations that are much more stringent than virtually anywhere else on Earth. And we also have other regulations that will prevent child labor from occurring and things like that. So folks, we need to bring those jobs back home. Finally, thought number 3. We always seem to be fighting against waste to energy. But I believe until we reach the point where we are zero waste, that we need waste to energy. Because landfills are strictly not the only answer out there. Members, biodegradation of waste in a landfill will frequently produce methane, and methane is a much more aggressive greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. And in addition, Minnesota counties have invested a lot of time and a lot of money in waste to energy, frequently with the encouragement of the state of Minnesota. And so waste to energy is necessary. Waste to energy remains necessary. And Madam Speaker, I thank you for your time.
The member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A person's access to paid family leave and medical leave should not be dependent upon where they live, where they work, or what kind of job they have. Members, something all of us should be able to agree on is the fact that a serious health condition can strike at any time. The COVID pandemic has exposed the vulnerability of workers and shined a light on the fact that at some points, families are going to need time to care for themselves or for their family members. And no employee should have to choose between caring for themselves, a family member, or a paycheck. Our current system of paid leave picks winners and losers, which sends the message that only a few are worthy, and who gets disproportionately left out of paid leave is women, workers of color, and low-wage workers. Members, it is past time for our state to have a paid family and medical leave program. A state paid leave program is a model that works for small businesses by creating the broadest pool possible and spreading the risk. Just as businesses need support and safety nets from time to time, so too do the people who power those businesses. This is also a popular policy. 80% of Americans support paid leave policies, but only 20% of Americans have access. There's solid bipartisan support for paid leave programs among voters of all parties and of all regions, suburban residents and rural voters as well. There's also ample evidence of the benefits that access to paid family leave provides. It reduces premature births, reduces the number of babies born with low birth weights. It reduces infant mortality. It improves rates of breastfeeding, infant bonding, and reduces hospital admissions for infants. Moreover, it also supports the healthy brain development for our smallest Minnesotans. Paid leave reduces postpartum depression and improves maternal health outcomes. It also reduces the cost of long-term care and reduces nursing home admissions. There are also economic benefits for employers. It improves worker retention and boosts labor performance, and it also reduces reliance on public assistance. Members, we've heard so many stories in committee that speak to the need for paid leave, and I want to thank all the families that showed up to tell their stories again and again, because they know the hardship and pain firsthand of being faced with an impossible choice. The time to pass paid family medical leave is now. A majority of our voters want it, they need it, and most importantly, it honors and recognizes that working families are worthy of support and care. Members, with my green vote today, I will be saying all employees are worthy of being able to care for themselves or their families, not just a few. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been a lot said tonight. In regards to this bill, I'll stick to the energy bit. And I guess I'll just start with saying You know, this bill does a lot of things, but this bill doesn't do anything to really address the rising costs of energy in our state. So whether it be rising electric prices, whether it be rising fuel oil and propane prices, this bill doesn't do anything there. In fact, the bill focuses more on energy mandates and energy handouts. And I say the word handouts, right? There's $80 million spent in this bill. That's a lot of money just being spent into one-time programs, one-time money. You know, the big one that we've been talking about a lot tonight is weatherization. And we're not really creating that hand up for Minnesotans with this bill. We're talking a lot about tonight how we need to think globally, right? And I just want to take that time to thank my caucus too. Usually I got to stand up and be the one person in this room to talk about mining tonight, but everyone else in this room seemed to get to it before me on my side of the aisle, so thank you. I really appreciate that, and the people of the range in northeastern Minnesota appreciate that. And really, that's kind of the message that was the missed opportunity in this bill tonight. You know, we had a chance in this bill to look at some of this money and some of this policy and start thinking about ways to kind of give that hand up to our state to lead the effort on how we produce things, how we manufacture things, how we source things, and we're just continuing to ignore it. You know, it seems that the bill only wants to talk about solar and wind, yet it's been said by many experts around the world that we need an all of the above energy approach. You know, that's more than solar and wind, folks. That means we need to have hydro, we need to have nuclear, you know, the ability to have natural gas and clean coal. Those are things we have to have a part of our grid. We can't be letting those things become fragile by becoming reliant on one or two sources of energy. You know, and to show where these rising energy costs are going, I was on the phone with some of my local resorts earlier this week. They aren't able to set their fees for next season yet for their week-long rentals because they're starting to see the increase in their energy bills for their resorts, and they don't know what to do yet. Found that incredibly surprising, and it was something that I honestly didn't even think of until I had that call with the constituent. They don't know how to set their rates for the resorts yet because of rising energy prices. And that was something that we didn't talk about this year. I think it's in the news all the time. I mean, I hear about it whenever I go to the grocery store back home. These rising fuel prices and electric prices are something that's not sustainable. And you add that with inflation and what's happening with our supply chain, it's not appropriate. So like I said, this bill today, we're focusing in on handouts to solar and to wind. And like I've said before, I have nothing against solar and wind energy. I really don't. But you guys all know my pitch and my stick. It's that we have it sourced here, we build it here, and frankly, the U.S. Department of Commerce agrees with me. That's why they're investigating it. I will say that there is one provision in the bill that actually does spend a little bit of time looking into this, and it's, you know, I don't want to be apropos and sound wrong, so I did look it up. The provision to buy clean, buy fair is 0.2% of this bill's funding, so 0.2%. To create a task force to create recommendations. Whereas that's a step, that's a minuscule step. That's not, there's recommendations, there's no teeth there, there's no enforcement there. If we really wanted to take a stand, we'd be listening to people like Representative Franson, who is giving up good ideas, Representative Meckland, who is bringing ideas forward, Representative Bowe. Our side of the aisle, our Energy Committee, wants to do a lot of the same things that you want to do. But we want to do it in a more wholesome effect, to think more how we can be leaders here rather than just getting things done because it's cost affordable to grab things from across the ocean. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will be voting no tonight. Again, for the main reason is this bill doesn't do anything to address rising costs. It's putting some duct tape on some holes. It's handing out some money to push us through the next biennium. It's not creating a lasting difference. And once again, we could try to be leaders in this room. I know we all are. And, you know, Representative Acom said it best. I think there is some issues that we can come together on. And I think a lot of the vision that we had in this Republican side of the Energy Committee with how we want to do things isn't so much different than the other side of the aisle. But if we can come together and get past those things and work on how we can give Minnesotans a hand up with energy policy, we can do a lot of good. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I chose to speak on this because this bill, because while I don't serve in any of these committees, I'm very concerned about how this is affecting rural Minnesota. I hear everybody say, oh, it's going to be great for small businesses. It's going to be great for rural areas. Some things that I learned in my district, solar doesn't work. We get maybe, when I was told by my electrical companies, we get possibly 75 to 80 days a year of sun up in northwestern Minnesota. I thought, that's not the case. It's an average. Some years it's more, some years it's less, but that's true. After I started really watching it, I realized, oh yeah, we have a lot of cloudy, shady days, but we're very windy at times. So I thought, well, we probably, they've looked at doing wind up there. But unfortunately, if you've been at in my district up in northwestern Minnesota, in a December, January, February, you will know that while it's windy, it's also very, very cold. And it is so windy that wind energy doesn't work either. They've tried to put it in different areas. We've got a few. But they have to shut them down quite often. They freeze up in the motors. They have to have more oil to manage, to move, and really, honestly, the moisture in the air, it creates a problem. So I'm very concerned about the cost that we're increasing in our energy for our rural businesses, our people in homes. We need to make very sure that what we can use will work and keep us warm. Because let me tell you, when it's 30 below, it is cold out. And our houses even start to feel a little cooler, even if our heat is up. And we certainly don't want to see what happened in Texas in January a year ago when they couldn't even heat their places because of all the stress of the energy. And we have something called off-peak, so that helps us to keep a lower cost, but that too always doesn't work. And so it's, I'm all for options, and my electric companies are all for options, but we have to be careful how demanding we make it and how challenging it is, because it is costly. I can't believe the costs when I look at my electricity and how it is raised. The other thing that really concerns me is the family paid leave time. I know everybody feels that, or not everybody, but many feel that this works. But in rural Minnesota, folks, it is not going to work. We have a hard time getting enough teachers. How is a school going to cover that? They actually, if they can, they'll hire a permanent aide or a permanent, a year-long teacher to fill in, and they have a hard time with just making sure that teacher is available for more than, often it's one class, but they're hard to find. I think about our hospitals. If we're going to allow people to take more time off, how are we going to get those replacements? It isn't going to work for our nursing homes, I know that. And we work very hard at trying to help people to be able to take time off and do those things that they need to do. But this bill is not helpful to rural Minnesota. I think about all my small businesses that hire 4 or 5 people. This paid family leave time is going to be a real challenge for them. And I think about the people that I've run into that work there. They've gotten cancer, they've gotten sick in some way. Then their businesses work it out. Yes, they don't always get paid full time. Many of them are part-time. But the concern is that we're forcing choices at a state level that should be made at a business level or at a school level or at a city level. When we start mandating that everybody be paid for time off and try to fill that position also, I just don't think it's possible. And remember, we're smaller communities. We do know each other. We work on trying to fill in. I often have seen it on the farm where somebody will say, oh, so-and-so is sick. I have to even say it happened to us. My husband had a heart attack right at the beginning of soybean planting. And of course, this is unique to farmers, but 2 days later, while he was recovering, the neighborhood came out and planted all of our soybean acres, which amounted to about 700 acres, in a day and a half, which was wonderful. The crop was in. They went back to doing their own. I think some had some challenges because of the rain that came. But that's what happens in rural Minnesota. In our small towns, we find out who needs what. You know, I've seen a young man who got cancer at I think he's 12. And it's really sad. He's lost his hip all the way down, his whole leg. And the community has come together to help him, to help his family. There's fundraisers, they do support. And I don't think at this level in the state that we allow those things to be successful in the way that they should when we require all of the jobs requirements in this bill. I think we are better off letting our school districts with our school boards, our city councils, our county commissioners, figuring out what is best for the area and what will work best for the citizens that elect them. And I think we really need to think about Minnesota working in that way rather than this top-down requirement that we are trying to force. With that, I will not be supporting this bill. I don't think I could come home if I supported the bill. So thank you, members.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't realize I was on the list. Did I stand up? No, that's okay. I do have a few comments for the full house that we have here this evening. I do want to address something. I'm not on the Energy Committee anymore. I served on it for a time, but back in the day, I came up with an idea that was based on the stewardship program for electronics and the disposal of those. And I knew that sooner or later the lifespan of solar panels would come to an end. And I know that some very dangerous chemicals are inside of those. And some of you have been here the entire time that I've worked to get funding for a hazardous waste pit in my district that we named Peg's Pit. And so I know what it's like to have some really bad stuff in your community. And so I put together this bill that said, hey, we have to have this solar stewardship program. And last year when I introduced it, I added wind to that as well, because I've gone down 35W going to my folks' house in Iowa, and alongside the road is this old graveyard for all the old propeller parts that are blades that are standing they look horrible. I've got pictures of it on my phone. And so I'm really disturbed that I didn't even get a hearing on that bill, because I feel like, again, we've had these policies around here for about 20 years, and that's about the lifespan of solar panels. And I'd like to know what's being done with them. Where are they being disposed of right now? Some parts are recyclable, I get that. But there's nothing in this bill to address that. And if we're going to push wind and solar, we have to have a way of disposing of these things. Have you seen, I mean, I'm sure most of you have seen how large these blades are. You can't just, it takes an enormous amount of room. Are you going to bury them? I don't know. I don't think the fiberglass that they're made of and the materials that they're made of are highly recyclable. But my point is we need to do something. And for those in this body that claim to be concerned about the environment, this to me is something that deserves a lot of your attention. So, because nobody's going to want this stuff disposed of in their community. So we have to find a way. I don't know if it's incineration. I don't know what it is. But we need to address the problem. And so, members, for many reasons, I'm not voting for this bill, but this is just one of the reasons that I think if we're going to push wind and solar, then we have to have a way of getting rid of these products when they've ended their life cycle. Thank you, Madam Chair. Or Speaker.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Haley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few comments. First of all, Representative Long, I appreciate the additional money in the bill in the energy section for the energy transition program. And I just wanted to highlight that I hope you can support the Senate language in there for communities like Red Wing, the Coalition of Utility Cities, that would allow Red Wing to be eligible for those grants. So I know that language is in the Senate bill, and hope that that comes out of conference with that added. Also wanted to comment on the mandates in this bill on small business owners. As business owners and Minnesotans are struggling with inflation, supply chain issues, and real critical workforce shortages, this bill creates costly new mandates. Representative Keel talked a little bit about the paid family leave, and I wanted to point out my opposition to that as well. It is a new payroll tax on all employers, and particularly we need to remember that half of the state's workforce works for small businesses. So this has an alarming impact on small businesses all across the state. It would also create 300 new FTEs to manage and would cost over $3 billion over the next 3 years. So again, while we're facing inflation and still coming out of COVID and workforce shortages, this program is not helpful to our economy or helpful to the small business growth that we should be promoting in the state of Minnesota. I feel the same way really about the earned sick and safe time. And I firmly believe that our employers take care of their employees. Again, particularly when we have such a workforce shortage. I believe allowing employers to have flexibility in how they provide benefits, what kind of wages they offer to their employees is the most efficient and productive way that we can handle this. We want to encourage the job creators, and they're doing everything they can to hang on to and to help their most valuable resources, their most valuable assets, which are their employees. The earned sick and safe time really is such significant overreach. It's a one-size-fits-all approach and will not help our economy grow. So those are the reasons that I will be a no vote tonight on the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today in support of this bill, and I'm really proud of this bill. Unlike other omnibus bills, this bill, like our other omnibus bills, this bill is focused on the needs of Minnesotans and those who've been hardest hit by the pandemic and the economic impacts that our communities have faced. I want to focus on the jobs and the labor provisions that are focused on providing some fairness in an economy and a society that feels even more out of balance. An economy where the deck is stacked against small businesses in favor of big ones, where it's stacked against workers in favor of bosses, and where it's stacked against working families in favor of the uber wealthy. This is a bill that comes down to simple fairness for workers, for families, for small businesses, and for the folks who are powering our state. It's about fairness to Minnesota Main Street businesses, the small businesses that invest in our communities and that are the lifeblood of our neighborhoods. After passing $2.7 billion of corporate unemployment tax cuts that will predominantly go to the biggest corporations, it's only fair that we also deliver investments to those small businesses, the BIPOC businesses, the vets, the women-owned businesses. It provides small businesses access to capital and to financial support to compete with those giant multinational corporations, corporations like Amazon and Walmart that are making record profit while our Main Street businesses are often struggling to recover. And it opens up opportunities for our smaller businesses to provide things like paid family leave that we know will help them recruit and retrain workers. This bill is also about providing fairness to Minnesota workers, the men and women who power our economy, our schools, and our communities. And it's only fair to those who show up every day at their jobs that they are safe and respected at work. And this is especially true for those folks who work at big corporations that have been making record profits. Two important provisions do that. For the workers in Minnesota warehouses, this bill provides fairness and transparency to keep them safe on the job. All session, we've been hearing from these workers about the alarming and unacceptable injuries at Amazon warehouses. A month ago, those workers were in the gallery to watch us pass the bill with bipartisan support. And since then, the problem has only gotten worse. Since that month ago, new data has been released and the safety concerns have increased 11% from 2020 to 2021. And the injuries at the Shakopee warehouses increased by 14%. And Amazon continues to treat its Minnesota workers without respect, dignity, and fairness. Last weekend, about 100 night shift workers walked out in protest because a $3 wage increase was rescinded. Amazon rescinded a $3 wage increase after their share prices rose 84%, after they made $33 billion in profit for their CEO and their shareholders. Jeff Bezos made $5 billion and went into space, powered by a business model that pushes workers to the brink, that prioritizes profits over safety, and that forces workers to work at a grueling pace. It's clear that our safety standards haven't caught up, and that's why it's only fair that we include this provision, this worker safety provision, with a common sense transparency requirement and pass it in this bill. It's also only fair that we take action to protect workers, our other essential workers like those refinery workers who are included and protected by the Refinery Safety Act that Representative Listegard has been championing. These are dangerous jobs where insufficient training can have catastrophic consequences for those workers and for those communities. By ensuring that a majority of these refinery workers come from registered apprenticeship programs, we can keep those workers and those communities safe. And I'll just conclude where we started. It is only fair to end the exclusion of those hourly school workers, the 62,000 Minnesotans, from our unemployment insurance. This is a good bill for workers, it's a good bill for small businesses, and it's an important bill about fairness for our communities. Members, I'd ask you to vote yes.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And because a lot of the areas have been covered, even though I've got a background in algorithms and coding and TA to lab, I'm going to not do that half hour of discussion. I'm going to hit a couple points quick. In here, we've got a lot of different programs, and we got to look at getting the money to the people that the programs are meant for. I see in Spark, there's 45 million, but 10% of that can be used for overhead. That's too much. Millions more could go to what you want those programs to do. Touching on the PFMLA, frankly, that is going to be like doubling the overhead software and FTE that we've got for UI. With our MNsure and MNLARS, I have concerns about that, and we're taking a bigger bite of this than the other states that have implemented it. I think we need to step back and see how we bring it forward if we're going to do that. Then into the, Peggy touched on the hazardous stuff. I've been to Japan. In Japan, they recycle everything that they can. They waste nothing. If it washes up on the beach and it can be eaten, they found a way of cooking it. And when it comes to, hey, some of that stuff even tastes good, it's the sauce. But we got to look at the other countries and what they're doing and start pushing that here, because we can do as well or better. But we can't ignore the issue like some places have, and we've talked on that. But if I want to get to the big thing, we all want cleaner, better, more resilient, and less expensive energy. Biomass, There's good stuff with it. However, years ago, when we were bringing that stuff up, I said, what happens if you want to do a different fuel? Because biomass, you've got to be able to do several fuels to be efficient and not have a shortage. I was told, well, you just have to go through this extensive qualification process for any new fuel. I said, what if one of the facilities qualified a new fuel? Could you do a shortcut for the other ones to do it? And I was told no. So when we were doing all of these, ooh, this is shiny, let's do it, let's think about how we can do it smarter. And too often we've got all these programs and we're not doing them smarter. The thing about buying and sourcing from certain other countries, and that's, we're getting green, clean energy here. Over half of all coal-fired electric is in China. In fact, this year, there's a 9% increase in coal-powered electricity to a record 10,350 terawatts. And our coal is cleaner than theirs. We need to look at doing it here, facilitating it here, and doing it better. Solar. Why are we taking up tillable acreage for solar and wind? We should be prioritizing non-tillable acreage for solar and wind. Well, what's the big difference? If we're going to add thousands of acres more to cover all the electric vehicles and help our grid be stable, we should not be taking that out of the tillable, the crop and animal production from our farms. There's quick money, but you've got decades of lost production. We got to be smarter and target all of our assistance we're giving. And we can't think of electric everything. In ag, John Deere and others have looked at going electric. But you're going to need 2 tractors, because when you've got harvesting or planting and you're 24 hours a day, you're running full bore, you've got to have a tractor to replace the one that you got to sit off to the side and charge it. What we need to do is promote. And a few years ago, I had a bill said our nuclear power facilities, we should be producing hydrogen off of them, because hydrogen and other fuel cell technology is what could go into ag. Germany's working on that. So if we're promoting, and we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars promoting stuff, let's be smarter and do it better, and we can do that. We've got people that have been to the Lawrence Livermore Labs and looked at their power conversion technology for solar. I've been to Argonne. We've got people who have been to the Tesla facility. So we've got the people. What we need to do is sit down and not argue, but have a brainstorming session and create a roadmap that adults can follow. And this here's how we're getting there, instead of, ooh, this is shiny, we got to do that. And then 3 years down the line, we discover, well, we don't have the right fuel for the biomass. We've got to ship it over from northern Wisconsin. And then we have to cancel a contract between a business, a utility, and another entity. Let's be smart and think through and do it right, because we can't afford to continue to pursue the shiny and try and fix the messes, because we're going to run out of money.
The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't want to talk about energy, although it's very important to me, but I do want to talk about a proposal that came before the Education Finance Committee from Representative Stevenson, and we referred it to the Commerce Committee. But it is troubling to me. It's under licensing, disqualifications, and preliminary application. And I know that it could be valuable policy, but it requires our educator licensing boards, both PALSB, the Professional Educators Licensing and Standards Board, and BOSA, which is the Board of School Administrators, to develop this preliminary application to fit into this proposal that Representative Stevenson has brought forth. And my concern lies in the fact that he has removed the health licensing boards. And I think that that is a great indicator that we need to remove the educator licensing boards. And in fact, the fiscal note came back rather interesting. It was done by Senator Curran in the Senate because he's carrying this proposal there. And as I said, this could be a valuable policy, but I have to raise my concerns tonight and make sure this gets on the record. The fiscal note is written to consider 1,000 preliminary applications to cover a portion of the licensing fees that each preliminary applicant would not pay. And this, of course, does not include the BCA background check that PALSB requires. But this is concerning in several ways. One, because our schools are struggling, of course, to get legitimate teacher candidate applications, including those for short call substitutes at this time. And the language in this bill issues this disqualification to inform the applicant of any action or additional steps the applicant could take to qualify for a license. Now, this means that these applicants have something on their record which they would like to have expunged. The Educator Licensing Board would require this assistance as a preliminary action to help these disqualifying convictions expunged from a criminal record. And I don't think that's the responsibility of the Professional Educators and Standards Board. In addition, this bill stipulates that a pre-qualification issued by the current licensing board would be binding and would override a potential contrary decision by a future board. This removes any discretion for future boards on how they might assess risks to students or staff safety before issuing a license. I would advise that the current law restricting teacher licenses based on past convictions is not very limiting, as we probably would presume. The following convictions would automatically disqualify an applicant: child abuse, sex trafficking, engaging in hiring or agreeing to hire a minor to engage in prostitution, solicitation of children to engage in sexual conduct, interference with privacy or stalking, and the victim is a minor, using minors in a sexual performance, possessing pornographic works involving a minor, and any other offense that requires a person to register as a predatory offender. Therefore, all other crimes and convictions are then subject to discretion of the licensing board. And members, that could include criminal sexual conduct crimes, physical assaults, violations of harassment, restraining orders, housing unrelated minors engaged in prostitution, and embezzlement of public funds. And I would argue the moral conduct standards for a teaching license are already too low, given the trust we put in teachers for the care and protection of our children. So if you think a teaching licensing board would be really strict on upholding high standards, the following are examples where individuals were still allowed to be licensed to teach: violating a domestic abuse no contact order, committing federal mail fraud and money laundering, charges involving up to $160,000 in nutrition program funding, as you've recently heard about, possession of 236 pounds of marijuana with the intention to distribute, not just for personal use, unlawful dispensing of prescription drugs to a student, and gross misdemeanor theft in personal charges on a school credit card. Members, creating a path for convicts to the classroom is the wrong priority at this time. And while we do have a desperate need for more educators, that doesn't mean we should grasp for desperate measures. So members, and especially Representative Stevenson, because I know this has bipartisan support and that Senator Cran is carrying it in the Senate, and it could be valuable policy. But let's do like you did with the licensing boards for health. Let's eliminate the teacher licensing boards. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The world scientists are telling us that we need to have our greenhouse gas emissions in the next 8 years. And to put that in legislative terms, that is 2 Senate terms to get this right. If we remain on our current path, then scientists are telling us that temperatures will warm by 6 degrees by the end of the century. Minnesota is experiencing increased intensity rainfall events, increased flooding, increased soil erosion, increased droughts, and increased heat mortality. In fact, we are one of the states most sensitive to climate change. Last summer, folks will remember that we saw some of the dirtiest skies that we've ever seen in Minnesota due to the climate-fueled Canadian wildfires breaking all records for health impacts in our state. I'm not particularly old, but in my lifetime, we have seen the average winter temperature in January go up by 9 degrees. We are projecting, according to the University of Minnesota, that at current rates, average snowfall days in Minnesota will fall by 50 by the end of, snow cover days will be 50 fewer by the end of the century. And for people who like to cross-country ski, like the speaker, or who like to snowmobile, like many of our colleagues in here, we are going to see a lot of our traditions eroded in our state. There was a University of Minnesota student here earlier who I got to speak to, Eleanor, who said that in her lifetime, and she's a college student, she has seen her ability to ice fish in southern Minnesota decrease so that she can't go in December anymore with her grandpa like she used to. We will see these impacts worsen if we don't succeed, with far-reaching consequences for our state. But the good news is we have options, and this is a really exciting time for energy policy. In the last decade, we have seen costs for wind energy and for energy storage fall by 55%. And we've seen costs for wind fall by 55%. We've seen costs for solar and storage fall by 85%. In 2021, last year, renewable energy for the second year in a row was our largest source of generation in Minnesota. And make no mistake, this is because it is reliable and it is more affordable. Wind is the cheapest form of energy that you can build in the state right now. Solar is competitive with gas, and it's going to be cheaper within the next 5 years. And you don't have to take my word for it. If you look at what the decisions that the utilities are making, they are making these changes because renewable energy is more affordable. GRE sold its coal plant in North Dakota, and it said that doing so would result in a 10% discount for member co-ops. And this is homegrown energy. This is energy that we are making right here in Minnesota. We send $13 billion out of the state every year to buy energy. Why couldn't we invest some of that money to create jobs here in Minnesota? And we are. Electricity imports last year fell to 10% in 2021, and that was the lowest level in 2 decades. And that is good news. That means that we are creating jobs here in Minnesota, building clean energy. I'm glad that we were able to push back on a number of the anti-renewable energy amendments that we saw here today, designed to stand in the way of our transition, because producing clean energy here in Minnesota is good for our state. And some may ask, well, we heard this on our committee a bunch, is what we do in Minnesota going to even matter? Is it going to be enough? And the simple answer is yes. Yes, it will matter. We know that the actions that the world has taken to date have mattered. We know that the transition to renewable energy that has happened so far has averted some of the worst consequences of climate change. That's what scientists tell us. But we also know that we need to keep acting and we need to keep moving. Collective action problems are not easy. But if we work together, the answer is to try our best, to do more, not to give up. If we have a clean energy transition in Minnesota, if we get this right, this will mean tens of thousands of jobs. It will mean better health for our citizens. it will mean lower costs for our residents. We know that the clean energy transition is happening. The only question now is whether we're going to do it fast enough and whether it's going to be equitable and fair for our citizens. This bill is an important step towards that, and I ask for members' support.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think you can hear me okay.
We can hear you, Representative.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, just quick thank yous to Chair Noor and Vice Chair Young. I really appreciated working with everybody on the committee, also the committee administrator, and also Travis Reese. I want to give a shout out to Travis and also Mr. Battery. Along with Amy Zipko. Amy, you are a rock star. Thank you for your assistance on this committee, along with our team over here, Representative Baker, Frankie, Representative Haley, and Representative Juergens. Greatly appreciate working with all of you. It's been a lot of fun. Also, the nonpartisan staff, Ms. Sholin and Ms. Ng, along with, I want to give a shout out to Commissioner Grove and also to Ms. Dannon. I greatly appreciate working with you as well. One of the things that I would like to just draw everybody's attention to, we're spending a lot of money in this area. We've invested almost $233 million, plus now we're adding an additional $161 million for the UI portion of that after we adopted Representative Greenman's amendment. And, you know, just 1 year ago, on a 2-year budget, we passed approximately $424 million to deed for the workforce and business development programs. And this supplemental budget bill is only $30 million away from what was agreed upon to a full budget for the 2 years by the House, the Senate, and the governor. And, you know, to grow you know, our budget this quickly, I just have some heartburn over that. And it's interesting, Madam Speaker, I'm sitting here in my office that I occupy here over at the State Office Building, and I found some old notes as I'm cleaning up, as I'm listening to the debates. And, you know, in 2004, when I was first elected, I came into the majority and we had $1 billion budget deficit. And we were able to, the Republicans were in the majority, we were able to balance that and turn that $1 billion budget deficit into a $2 billion budget surplus. The Republicans lost the majority and the Democrats took control. The Democrats took that $2 billion budget surplus and spent it into a $6 billion budget deficit. And then the Democrats lost the majority in 2010. The Republicans then came in with a $6 billion budget deficit, and in 2012 turned that into a $1 billion surplus. Now I share that just so that people know that we have to make sure that we fully understand the implications of our actions when it comes to spending money on new programs. Because again, we're looking at this $9 billion budget surplus, but we've already spent over $2 billion. So that $9 billion surplus is already down to $7.1 billion. And I've been asking this question for a while now about what percent of the surplus is one-time money versus a structural surplus. And I haven't received a concrete answer around that. So again, I just want to caution everybody about the dollars that we're spending on all these omnibus bills and what that's going to mean here for the legislature when you come back next year. And so, Madam Speaker, with all due respect, because I have a tremendous amount of respect for Chair Noor, like I said, and everybody on the committee, but again, I just want to caution everybody on the increased budget dollars around this. I'm very concerned about what it's going to mean, the tails, and what this is going to mean for the budget next year. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be a no vote, and I would ask others to vote no as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Couchiching, Representative Eklund.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It's been a long day, but I want to talk about a few things
about this bill. The labor portion of this bill makes this good bill that we have great. It makes it great because I only see, well, first off, I only see one member from the other side of the aisle that's sat in my committee. So Representative Rowley, you're going to hear this. He might not even be over there. There he is. Okay. He's hidden behind the other side of the other half of the dog pound in this body. But the focus on this committee all year has been on the working people of the state of Minnesota. They've been the valiant people that have made this economy run and continue to make it run throughout the year. They've been through the pandemic. We've taken care of our frontline workers. We've taken care of our unemployment insurance to make sure our businesses are whole. But the number one focus of this labor committee has always been on labor. Labor is what makes our economy work. Without our laborers, our businesses wouldn't have anything. This bill demonstrates that we have workers' backs, and we always will have the workers' backs. And we are delivering solutions to protect fair pay, benefits, and worker safety. Now, I want to address a couple of things, and I'm really glad that Representative Bowe and Representative Quam brought up that we need to see how other countries do things. I hear grumbling about paid family medical leave and earned sick and safe time from the other side of the aisle. Folks, we are one of the only industrialized countries in the world that do not have paid family medical leave, and that is wrong. It can be done. We can look at how other countries do it. Other countries have small businesses, Representative Keel, that have to worry about their workers, but they figure out how they can do paid family medical leave, and it's about time that we do too. I'm also proud of the egg worker provisions in this bill. I'm proud of everything I've got in this bill, but I want to talk about this one thing here. You take a look at what our meat packers did, what our folks did in the food processing industry through the pandemic, and the conditions they were forced to work under. It is about time that we take care of workers in the ag products industry. Folks, I'm not going to belabor what's going on. This is a great bill, and I'm asking you all to vote green. Thank you.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. This bill does a lot of things, and it had an opportunity to do a lot of things, and it's lacking in a lot of ways. But I wasn't planning on speaking, and so I'm not. Vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Let me begin by saying thank you to the nonpartisan staff who have done an amazing job to get us where we are. Anna Shalin with the House Research, Ashley Ang, the fiscal staff, Cherie Spear, Revisor's Office. I want to also thank the DFL House Research, David Sullivan, and the Republican House Research, Amy Zipko. I want to shout out for Travis Reese, who get us started, and the work that was completed by Nick Stumolanga. I also wanted to thank our committee legislative assistant, Abdihamid Badri. I also wanted to make sure that we thank the page who helped us during the hybrid meetings that we did in person. That was one of the highlights of when we came together. Also, thanks to the House Information for their great work in making sure that the public are involved and engaged and they can be able to see and hear us. To the members, I want to say thank you to Lead Hamilton. You will greatly be missed by all of us. I wanted to say thank you to Vice Chair Jay Zhong for his leadership. I want to say thank you to Representative Baker, Davney, Frankie, Greenman, Haley, Cagle, Cotizo-Tun, Liz Olson, and Tushon. This is a bill that is more inclusive of the work that we collectively did. After more than 2 years of disruption from the COVID-19 pandemic, and other challenges. From what I've been hearing from members here, and many people, they still feel that we need to get back to normal. But let me tell you this, normal wasn't working for most of the people. Normal is not what we want to go back to. Now more than ever before, we need to support sustainable, equitable recovery and growth. We must build an inclusive recovery for Minnesota working families. We must ensure that every Minnesotan has an opportunity to thrive in the months and the years ahead. Members, this bill intends to support small businesses and workers. This is our moment. This is our opportunity to reimagine, to restore, to rebuild our communities, our economy, to create a sustainable, resilient, equitable future. We tend to choose in this chamber and the next one who wins and who loses. We tend to talk about the small programs that we create to support workers, to support small businesses. Let me remind you all that we spent $4 billion. Let me repeat that again. We spent $4 billion supporting businesses, especially those who didn't need the most. But when it comes to standing up for our workers, when it comes to standing up for small businesses, when it comes standing up for BIPOC communities, when it comes standing up for women, when it comes standing up for individuals and people with disability, it's easy to say no. Let me go back to the work that Representative Greenman did, the school hourly workers. I've been hearing a lot of rumbling. If you look into the law, it says that if you're an hourly school worker who does food services, if you work for a private company, you are eligible for unemployment. Members, we choose who wins and who loses. But according to the federal government, the state law provision may not be selective within a class because of equal treatment. This is a requirement under Section 3304A6A. But what we did is we said you work for a private company, you will be eligible. You work for a school district, we'll say to you no. Where is the equitable treatment for the hourly school workers who show up every day to support our students? We should all be outraged because many of them are leaving the profession to go find other jobs. This is about economic security for all Minnesotans, and no one should be left behind. As we all know, we're facing growing workforce participation challenges as the number of job openings continue to outpace the number of workers available to fill them. Workers continue to struggle finding job openings that match their skill sets and offer families sustaining family wage with benefits and flexibility. When we talk about paid family medical leave, it's an investment that we can all do. More than a dozen states have already started implementing paid family medical leave. Unfortunately, we are standing on the way to moving to the next level. We can't be saying no to something that has worked. We can't be equating to something that is functional, because this model is based on the UI system. And for those who keep on talking about archaic systems that have been built 60 years ago, members, we're in 2022. And for those who think that the technology from yesterday is going to work for us today, I'm telling you, you're wrong. we do have the best technology system to implement paid family medical leave in a short period of time if we are willing to do it, and we must do it. Members, we know that this workforce shortage will continue to persist. If we don't invest in our workforce, if we don't provide a space and opportunity for us to grow, nothing will happen. So we need to be thinking about the future. We need to start with reskilling by providing the workers to take on new roles that will help them achieve success and find sustainable family-paying wages. We need to allow them to do upskilling while they're continuing to do their regular job so that they can stay current and also be able to find a better success in their jobs. Not only that, we need to be thinking about next skilling, meaning that we need to provide workers with the opportunity to look into the future. We know technology provides that. We know that healthcare is changing. We've got more than 40,000 jobs just within that sector. We have to be innovative, creative, and thinking ahead. Let's also face it, childcare is not a family issue. It is an economic issue. It affects how we work, when we work, and why we work. During the pandemic, many parents, especially mothers, women, left the labor force completely to take care of their kids so that they can attend school or do other options that were prohibitive because they could not take care of their kids at the same time attend to work when the kids are sitting at home. So this is an opportunity for us to make a big difference. And thanks to my colleague, Representative Liz Olson, for championing, supporting childcare. This is an opportunity to invest and expand in affordable childcare for all families. Members, let's welcome newcomers to Minnesota to fully participate in the state's civic and economic life by establishing the Office of New Americans. Let's open our minds, our arms to new people joining us, the state of 10,000 lakes with 10,000 opportunities, to live, to learn, to love, to work, to play, and to stay here. This bill is a bill full of love. From workforce to labor to commerce to climate and energy, it's building the future we all want, and we all need it. Members, we can do better, and we must do better. We tend to forget that we do have responsibility, not only for our own constituents that we represent. We need to be thinking from a different perspective when we discuss matters that impact all of Minnesotans. This bill is a great bill. Members, I ask for your green vote on this bill. Thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Speaker, and to all my colleagues who authored this bill. Thank you so much.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who've not yet voted?
Bernardi.
Bernardi, aye.
Bernardi, aye. Bliss. Bliss. Christensen.
Christensen, aye.
Christensen, aye. Damath.
Damath votes no.
Damath, no. Hassan.
Hassan, aye.
Hassan, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, aye.
Houseman, aye. Her.
Her, aye.
Her, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, no.
Pearson, no. Schumacher.
Schumacher, no.
Schumacher, no. Thompson.
Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye. Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 62 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Without objection, we will revert to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate accedes to the request of the House for the appointment of a conference committee on amendments adopted by the Senate to the following House file. House File Number 4293, an act relating to state government. The Senate has appointed as such committee Senators Kiffmeyer, Newman, Howe, Jasinski, and Dibble. The message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate accedes to the request of the House for the appointment of a conference committee on amendments adopted by the Senate to the following House file. House File Number 4366, an act relating to state government, agriculture. The Senate has appointed as such committees Senators Westrom, Draheim, Dornick, Pratt, and Dietzick. The message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendments to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File Number 4300, an act relating to education finance. The message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. Davney moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File Number 4300, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 5 members of the House, and that the House requests that a like committee be appointed by the Senate to confer on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses.
Representative Davney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my motion. We're this close.
All those in favor of the Davney motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to the following Senate file. Senate File Number 4410, an act relating to health and human services. The Senate respectfully requests that a conference committee be appointed. The Senate has appointed as such Senators Abler, Utke, Curran, Benson, and Hoffman. The message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. Liebling moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 5 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses on Senate File Number 4410.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my motion. We are maybe not quite as close as education, but we'll get there. Thank you.
All those in favor of the Liebling motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File Number 4300. Davney, Sandsted, Richardson, Hassan, and Erickson. Announcements by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File Number 4410. Liebling, Schultz, Gomez, Pinto, and Albright.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Winkler from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Friday, May 6, 2022, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills. House file numbers 3285, 3768, 3845, and 3805.
Motions and resolutions. Copies of the non-controversial motions are at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Announcements. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 3:30 p.m. Thursday, May 5th, 2022.
Okay. Representative Winkler moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 3:30 p.m. Thursday, May 5th, 2022. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, it's just a paper-moving session, and I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Winkler moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. No! The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 3:30, May 5th, 2022.